All right, everyone, we'll get started. It's 2 o'clock. I would love to bring the meeting to order, but my gavel has been stolen. Not that it makes a difference. I'll call the meeting to order and we will find the culprit later. Okay, so it's Monday, May 16th, 2022. Attendance at the beginning of the meeting is 100% in chambers. It's nice to see everybody back together. As a note, Interim City Manager Kerry Hiltz is with us. He is on Zoom. He's not feeling well today and out of an abundance of caution is staying home. And so Kerry, just so you know, Diane Anger was here first, so she's sitting on the end and we put Diane McMorty in the hot seat. I don't know if that was planned, but yes, we've got the full staff here. So I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Hang on. That the May 16th, 2022 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right. Any changes, anyone? We're good? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, I have 2 check marks out of 16 on our agenda today. So this is going to be a long one, guys. All right, just so it's nice to see everybody here and present in the chambers. I'm going to just give you a little bit of a brief rundown of how it's going to work today. I have a proclamation, which is always fun. We're doing one for Public Works Week, so we'll get to that right away. I have a few registered speakers, and when I call your name, they'll just ask you to put up your hand to see if you're here. I always give people the option of speaking now during presentations, or if you want, you can wait till we get to that agenda item. And some of them are registered for the public hearing, so we'll have to wait to the public hearing. And so we're going to have 2 public hearings, actually 3, but 2 are combined. Right as soon as we get through presentations, then we will go to the time specific, which is the 911 dispatch conversation, which could be an hour from now. Could be an hour and a half from now. I'm not exactly sure. So thank you all for being here ahead of time, but I can't rush the public hearing. So that's kind of the order things are going to go in today. So do we have Jay on? I see Jay. Hi, Jay. We wish you were here in person, but I will read the proclamation for Public Works Week. And then if you want to say a few words, you're absolutely welcome to. Glad to do this again this year. It's always nice to recognize sometimes the unrecognized in the community, the ones that are doing the work that we receive a lot of inquiries about, and not enough glory for the work that you and your team do. So thank you for that. Question, when you take the microphone, is there going to be any public works week or celebration this year?
We've through the mayor, we've put it on hold for now. We're reviewing just the attendance, etc. Obviously, we're coming out of COVID and such, so we're taking it under advisement right now.
Okay, I know the community does love it, especially when we were making bat houses. That was quite a few years ago. Riding in the bucket and the trucks. So hopefully get that up soon. So I'll go ahead and then you can say a few words about your crew, and then I will somehow get you this proclamation through the mail. So National Public Works Week. So whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of St. Albert. And whereas these services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of our public works professionals. They are engineers, managers, and employees who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our water supply, our water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, on behalf of Council, I, Mayor Kathy Heron of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th to May 21st, 2022 to be National Public Works Week, and I urge all residents to thank our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our quality of life. So thank you, Jay. Honestly, the last 2 years, you have been essential services to our community, so we really do appreciate everything you do. Do you want to say a couple words?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to congratulate the group. Obviously, the last couple of years have been challenging for the team, having to go above and beyond their regular duties while maintaining the regular duties. And just a shout out to the whole group. I know our fleet services team tends to get overlooked for all the work they do behind the scenes and keeping our frontline group moving. So along with all of our utility infrastructure, our transportation infrastructure, our park infrastructure, the fleet team, as well as our building services team, I just wanted to give them a shout out to this is their week, and congratulations for all the work that they do.
All right. Enjoy the week, although you are appreciated all year long. Thanks. All right. I'm going to go through the list of registered speakers. I have first and I'm going to go just in the order that they were registered. So I have Pierce Shuchuk and Haley Campbell. I met you guys on the way in. So you guys will be waiting until the public hearing on the MDP. Is that correct? I believe that's what you're, yes. MDP, yep. And then Heather Chisholm. Is Heather with us? I do not see Heather. I'll come back and see if she gets here by the end. I know Greg's here, Greg Harvey. And Greg, do you want to wait till we get to the item, or do you want to do it now? Okay. And then we have Bradley, again, on the 911 dispatch. Is Bradley here? All right. Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait? Okay. And then I have a couple, so I've got Bladen for is Bladen here in person, or is he? No, not yet. Just have a seat. We're going to get to you in 2 seconds. I'm just making sure everyone's here. Is Bladen online? Or he's probably chiming in for the public hearing, right? Okay. And Greg's here, Heather's here. Okay, and then I had 2 new registered speakers. I had Connie Gorley on the MDP. Is Connie here? All right. You're with that group? Okay, perfect. I'm glad I'm doing this. And finally, I have Shirley Dean. Is Shirley with us? Hi, Shirley. Before I make you wait, I'm going to actually give you a little bit of information. So I see you're speaking on 38 Sturgeon Road, right? So today's just first reading. So we're going to actually approve it on a consent agenda. You are absolutely welcome to speak. I never turn anyone away. My only issue is we're going to have a public hearing on this on 38 Sturgeon Road. And we prefer all the input to come from the public at the public hearing. I can't remember when the public hearing is scheduled for. Do you guys remember?
June 20th.
June 20th, thank you. So you can speak today. I would encourage you to wait to June 20th though. The reason is that gives a proponent and everyone involved the opportunity to hear all points. And then when council makes a decision, it just seems more fair instead of having it piecemeal. Is that okay with you? Okay, so I'm just going to get Cheryl to write your name down right now for June 20th. You're registered right now. So you can just show up at 2 and you're good to go. And you can welcome to stick around and watch the rest of the meeting. If you walk out, no one will criticize you. Okay, and that's all I have registered. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the only ones, there's no one speaking at the beginning of the meeting. Everyone's waiting or talking at public hearing time, so that's perfect. So I'm going to move on, council. No business arising from that, obviously. Consent agenda. Councillor Hughes, back in chambers after a long time, has volunteered to read our large consent agenda into the record. So go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, everybody hang on. So, and we're not removing anything from consent, correct?
Nothing got removed.
All right. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of May 2nd, 2022, committee of the whole meeting minutes of 2022, and special council meeting minutes of May 11th, 2022. 8.1, community standard living committee draft and adopted minutes and agenda items from May 9th, 2022. 8.2, CLSC recommendation arising from the Community Services Advisory Board Committee event grant. 8.3, CLSC recommendation arising from Community Services Advisory Committee Community Capital Grant. 8.4, CLSC recommendation arising from Arts Development Advisory Committee Young Artist Legacy Award Program. 8.6, Community Growth and Infrastructure Studying Committee draft and adopted minutes and agenda items from May 9th, 2022. 8.7, CGISC recommendation 10-year municipal RMR plan and budget. 8.8, CGISC, that's a lot of letters, recommendation 10-year utility RMR budget and plan and budget. 8.9, CGISC recommendation, Northeast Servicing Detailed Design Funding Request. 8.10, CGISC recommendation, Planning and Development 2021 Annual Report. 8.11, CGISC recommendation, Utility Master Plan Updates. 9.2, Corporate Quarterly Report, 8.1, 2022, or Q1 2022. 9.3, Single-Use Item Funding Request. 9.5, 2022 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions. And last but not least, 10.1, Bylaw 16/2022, Schedule A and DP 068229, 38 Sturgeon Road Health Clinic, first reading.
Awesome. That long list just means I have to talk a lot when we get to those items and read them into the record. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. All right, that passes on consent. So there you go. We just took a 1,200-page agenda report down to 600. Well done, guys. Okay, so next thing on our agenda was minutes, which were approved on consent. I will not read them into the record, obviously. And the public hearing is not scheduled till 3. So we are going to move straight into business. So 8.1 was on consent, which was the CSLC recommendations, which was just the agenda package and the draft minutes from that meeting. 8.2 was actually a recommendation coming out of that committee, and I'll read it into the record. So approved on consent was that council approved the community events grant recommendations as follows. To the organization of the African and African Descendants Friendship Club of St. Albert for their Taste of Africa 2022 in the amount of $5,000. And to the organization, the St. Albert Latin Culture Association for their 2022 St. Albert Latin Festival in the amount of $5,000 for a total recommendation of $10,000. .3 was a recommendation on consent. Reads as follows. The council approved the community capital grant recommendations as follows. To the Friends of Holy Family Catholic School Society, the project for a slide replacement for $6,227. To the St. Albert Bicycle Motocross Association, BMX, for track upgrades and expansion project amount of $50,000. To the St. Albert Daycare Society, replacement of the commercial dishwasher in the amount of $9,788. To the St. Albert Gymnastics Club for some equipment replacements for $50,594. And finally, to the St. Albert Rugby Football Club for parking lot refurbishments, $27,103 for a total recommendation of $143,712. All right, and then from the arts community, on consent again, was that council award the following applications for the Young Artist Legacy Award Program. Yang Ji Zhang for $500 so he can attend the Nathan Cow Art Studio. Haley Benedict, $500 so Haley can attend the Canadian Country Music Week. And to Cavell Bouchant for $400 to attend the Fierce of 5 Summer Dance Intensive for a total of $1,400. 8.5 was corporate grant policy, which was not on consent. So Councillor Mackay, this was your committee. Go ahead.
Yep, I'll be happy to. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This arises out of a administration recommendation that was presented to the May 9th, 2022 Community Living Standard Committee that recommended that council make some changes to our civic granting and develop a policy that basically collapses our existing grant for our agencies and some of the programs that you just read out on consent, and collapses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them into one, and that be implemented as of September of 2023. When it went to vote, it was defeated on a tie vote, 2-2. And so it's back on council's agenda for whatever action council determines will happen next.
All right, I will allow questions either to yourself or to our staff. I think, Mr. Hiltz, I think, is Anna with us? Yes, she is. I see her. Thanks, Anna. And then is your intention to let it stay as no motion, or are you planning on bringing a motion forward?
No, I'm going to bring it forward because I can see Councillor Jolly lean forward. So she.
Yeah, actually, any member of council can bring forward the motion, obviously.
Yeah,
but
so I will bring it forward as chairperson of that committee.
okay, I'll let open up for questions first. And Councillor Hughes.
Okay, I just got to figure out where my buttons are these again. So you said Anna's here, right? Where?
Yeah, she's
There you
online.
are, up there in the corner. So,
And Craig Cameron's also here.
okay, yeah. So last, the committee, I brought forward an amendment to remove the ability for the city manager to, which did not pass. I'm just going to pull this up. To remove the ability for the city manager to be able to make new grant programs without having council's approval. In the event that it would pass today, and that the city manager could not do it, the interpretation that I'm getting from what we're changing is that then it would come to council for an approval to have a new grant program. And then all the details of the grant program would still be determined by administrative level, because council is no longer going to be deciding the details of the administrative, all the details of how the grant program would work. Is that right?
Through the chair, Danielle, I'll go ahead with that. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, yes, correct. As it stands right now, though, the policy has the CAO as having that ability to add or remove programs. The motion that you had presented that wasn't supported by the CLSC. If that was supported, then again, any new programs that we wanted to add or remove, we would come to council with. Once they were approved, the CAO would then take that into account with the other programs, and then would be doing the operational details involved with that program.
So really the only delay would be, if any delay at all, would be to get council's approval to have the program, which could be put on an agenda. And there's nothing stopping administration from even doing the details of it in preparation that in event it did pass, they could enact it quite quickly, correct?
Councillor Hughes, that is correct.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I see no more questions from council. I'll go to you, council. Okay.
Can I ask administration just a follow-up and question in for clarification then? So right now, what type, when you were envisioning moving forward to this recommendation, when you added that kind of responsibility into the policy, what were you envisioning, for example? What type of programs or flexibility or need were you envisioning that you felt was important to actually put it in the policy?
Through the chair, I believe we were thinking more if there was some type of emergent need that came forward. When we had COVID, there were a number of times where there would have been excellent if we had some type of a quick, flexible ability to add some of these programs that came about, that then we had to wait until we could speak to council. It was just, and also to keep that governance level up with council and to have that operational level through the CAO and with administration. So as far as a pinpointed specific program, we just were trying to have those two lines separated and just allow that flexibility.
So, but if the CAO was to approve a civic grant or an emergent need, the policy as identified right now doesn't identify a limit or an amount and or a reporting process. Would that be included in that policy, or would that come back to council, or how do you envision that working?
Through the chair, I'll tackle the financial, maybe the financial piece first. If it was a new program that the CAO felt, we felt strongly we wanted to present, and we were not able to balance the funding that was currently in that funding envelope, or if, for example, we had a census and there was maybe an increase of 30,000 to the funding envelope due to the increase in census, that could provide a pot. If we didn't have that money, we forward to council with cents per capital, we may need to move to 15.75 per capital in order to accommodate this new program. Council would have to approve that
Anna,
funding
you
in
froze
order.
up for 2 seconds.
Pardon me?
Love that. You froze up for 2 seconds there.
Oh
you might
dear,
wanna-
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
that's your fault here.
If we wanted to ask for additional funding, we need that operating business case. Council would see that because council retains the authority over that funding envelope. So in essence, council would still be approving that program.
Okay, thank you. So the design of it is just to be a little bit more flexible because, I mean, I know in past we've had some years where we haven't reached the funding envelope, and in other years we've actually exceeded the requests, or the amount requested has exceeded our limit. How would that be dealt with under this new policy?
Within this new policy, then, that would allow us to deal with those ebbs and flows. And certainly we wouldn't know at the beginning of the year, but we would have some sense as we move through the year. And if there was opportunity, I think we're thinking more of those, maybe some quick pilot type grant if we wanted to try, if there was a strong community need or request we had been receiving, we could try some small type of pilot program. So we'd be able to rebalance that funding.
But the actual final decision would still rest with council then?
If we remove the clause that the CAO had the authority for adding or removing programs, then that would rest with council. If it stays as it is, then the CAO, if we found we had that money within the funding envelope, we could adjust and balance within that year.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't clear, but you would have to report that amount back to council in that auditing process. So like a final year-end report or something similar to what you included in the attachment from Wood Buffalo, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Killick.
Through the mayor to administration, I'd just like to ask 2 quick questions. I think just to confirm that the process of using committees to review the funding levels and providing recommendations would still remain the same in this new policy, even though we're rolling the 7 committees into one higher level one. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct, Councillor Killick. There would be no change to this process. We have added a clause into the policy that council may choose to delegate that approval process at a later date, or may not decide to do that. Today, it still remains the same.
And second one then is that the funding amounts would stay similar to historical amounts. Is that correct? We're not making any big wholesale changes to funding amounts or anything?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick again. Yes, at this point, once the policy has been approved, then we'll take a little closer look at some of those programs. We do have a couple that may need some massaging, may need we may need to look at a little bit closer. For example, the community events grant today was approved for only $10,000. There's still probably $30,000 to $40,000 within that grant funding envelope. So maybe there's some opportunity to take a close look at that and see maybe what there's some gaps or what we might be missing to maybe I don't want to say beef up that program a little better and make sure we're providing to the community what they need.
Maybe just to follow on to funding too, then, is the total dollar amount remaining roughly the same? I think there was a formula that was proposed. Correct. Is that a funding formula for the overall bucket of dollars that was proposed? And that's...
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
And that, what's that formula come out to roughly, if you remember?
I want to say 15.71, but that is as of today in 2022. When we get to the first time that it will come to council as far as the budget package would be for the 2024 budget. And we'll look, there may be some adjustments based on census. That amount would still be the I want to say 15.
Sorry, Anna, I can add to it. It's $15.17.
17 cents. I knew there was a 7 in there. 17. But the total amount might have been adjusted based on census.
Based on the population census.
Population,
Good.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that those clarifications.
Okay, Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. At our CLSC meeting, it was mentioned that the CAO would give the dollar amount and budget items at the end of the year. So we'd be seeing it, at budget time, but not projectively through the year. Say you're 6 months into the grant application and you've used it all. Will we be seeing you coming to council for more money at that time? Or will we be somewhat forewarned if, the grants are somewhat depleting prior, say, mid-year?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. That's good. And thank you for the opportunity to clarify that one, because I didn't have the opportunity at CLSC. The grant programs will still follow their schedule they're still following right now. So for example, the community event grant, we do have 2 intakes, one in the spring, and if there's funding, one in the fall. Those timelines, we don't anticipate any changes to those timelines. The environmental initiatives program, that grant, the application is in September for that grant program, September, October. Those timelines will not change. We still will be maintaining those programs. We've really, truly just taken all those policies, put them into one policy, and use those overarching principles so that we have some consistency among the grant programs. As far as timelines, money running out, we don't anticipate that would be happening.
Is that all the questions
Can I
you had,
continue?
Councillor Bermansky?
Yes, through the mayor to administration. So you don't anticipate that happening, but it could happen if new grants come up, CAO approves, correct?
I go ahead, Mr. Hiltz.
Thank you, Anna, and your worship, and through members of council. I don't think it would be a hardship for administration to provide an update twice a year, once through the spring intake and through the fall intake. That brings some reassurance to this process. I don't see that being an issue.
All right, Councillor Hughes, another question?
I just want to give a heads up. I'm going to bring forward that amendment again. That's all, just so that,
Oh, okay.
that's it. Thanks.
We have to wait till there's a motion on the floor?
Yeah, just so you know what's going on.
And I see no more questions, so I think we're getting there. Councillor Mackay? Go ahead.
All right, that policy C-CC-23, civic granting, be approved with an effective date of September 1, 2023, and that on that day, that policy C-CC-23, civic granting, becomes effective. The following policies are rescinded. I got a lot of C's here, so bear with me. Policy C-CC-21, council sponsorship. Policy C-CS-02, community events grant program. Policy C-CS-06, community capital program grant. Policy C-CS-10, Lieutenant Governor Distinguished Young Artist Legacy Program. Policy C-CS-22, outside agency operating grant program. Policy CED-05, community festival funding. Policy C-ED-06, community significant event stimulus fund. And policy C-EUS-02, environmental initiatives grant program. And that direction, number 3, that direction provided to administration in AR 20-467 be deemed as complied with due to the presentation of draft policy C-CC-23 civic aid granting. And if you want me to open, give me a minute.
Before I let you open, I'm going to go to Councillor Hughes for an amendment.
Yep, and it is that the recommended policy CC-CC-23 is amended under responsibilities. The CAO shall be established civic grant programs is removed.
All right, I'll accept your amendment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've still had time to think about it, and I still think that this is an essential element that I don't think we should be giving away the control of council for. It's been established that when it came forward, they said, well, it will just be, make it faster. But really, we're talking about one vote. We're not talking about having it go to a vote and come back 3 months later, et cetera. This change to the policies pretty much eliminates council from anything in the in-between process. So, and if we actually also allow the CAO to decide whether or not we're having grant programs, the only thing we're going to do is find out the back end what it is, and we approve a total budget of 1 point whatever million, and that's it. This is actually a very large change, what we're even bringing forward right now. With just the policy of taking it out and having council not have any say in all the elements of the policies of all these grants is a huge change. We can say it's for administration. Okay, that's an argument. But the bare minimum should be that if a new grant comes forward, the council should be comfortable with it. And I've heard things like, well, if there's a strong community need. Well, if there's a strong community need, council should be aware of that community need and then say, okay, yes or no. I've heard examples like, oh, well, we can do it for community gardens. Well, we have programs for community gardens. I do it through the environmental grant. So there's no need for a community gardens grant. There hasn't been an explanation of what a grant would be that would require such immediate response that it could not wait till the next council meeting for an approval. Even if it was an imminent, we can call a special council meeting if it was that imminent, or it could be put on as a last minute item onto an agenda. So there's nothing that would prevent this from really being brought forward at the next committee meeting or council meeting for a decision. But what it at least does is keep council aware of how the money is being spent and making sure that council's okay with it. As you've determined, after that's done, administration will go off and do all the administrative work and make up all the details and not ask council for any further approvals on any of what's happening in that budget grant beyond having the idea of what it is and perhaps how much money will be spent. So I think that giving council this bare minimum of an agreement to an awareness of what a new grant may or may not be really is not excessive. And so I'm just like, is there a reason to be opposed to having council agree to a grant that's a new grant? Is there actually an opposition to having us maintain this small element? Because the majority of what council had for control of the grants is being removed with this new policy. All we'll be doing is finding out how the money was spent at the end and approving the actual budgets for now. That discussion for being removed will come shortly. But for now, approving the grant money. So I think the bare minimum is that we should at least agree to what the new grants would be when they come forward. That's really not excessive. That's not micromanaging. That's just proper due diligence. And the delay would be days, if anything. And how many grants that we have been putting in place is not justifying why it would need to be fast-tracked in 24 hours. I've never seen a grant that needs to be fast-tracked in 24 hours. And if someone needs money, they come to council and it can be decided that night as well. So this is just about maintaining some level of awareness and agreement to the grant programs that are being brought forward in the event that a new one needs to be established. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have a question of administration. Am I free to ask a question?
You should know after 12 years that we're in debate now. Go ahead. If it helps you make a decision.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
It just through to administration, then what does it look like for the CAO to establish a grant program? What would be the process he would go through or she would go through in order to establish a grant program?
Anna, do you want to go ahead and handle that, or do you want me to answer that?
Sure. I can go ahead. Thank you, through the chair. So part of what the work that will come for administration once council has approved the policy is to work on what those exact processes will be. So there will be an operational protocol put forth, which will have the steps that we will go through in order to have that approval go through the CAO. And certainly I can let you know that there is full intent to involve the councils of committees, so whether it's the EAC or the CSAC, in the process of potentially adding new programs, getting their input. They will be included in that. And of course, we always have at least one counselor sitting on those committees, and other staff as well will be involved. So this is not something that will occur in isolation. There'll be conversations about it, other committees involved and input had. If possible, we'll have some stakeholder input as well too. But those exact processes will be drawn out once we do have that policy approved.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on debate? You're good? Okay. Councillor Bermansky.
To the mayor, to council and administration. I'm backing Sheena Hughes' comments, Councillor Hughes' comments. The thing that upsets me a little bit about this this plan is that the committees of the public work diligently. You know, they're very, very, they stress spending the money where it needs to be spent. They save money where they can save money. They want to do things for the community. And so, I mean, in something like community events, I would hate to see that that grant is used up for something else that was put forward just to the CAO that the CAO thought the community wanted, but the community may not necessarily have wanted that. So my concern is the grant money running out, whereas it's being very well taken care of right now.
Councillor Mackay? Oh, this is on the amendment. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm speaking
Yeah.
on the amendment. Yeah. Thank you for the comments, and I can see where some of the concerns would be, but I actually see it a little different. I actually see it in the reverse. I see the flexibility. I mean, and just to Councillor Bermansky's last point, I mean, certainly what I believe administration is putting in front of us would be that the opportunity would be there if something came forward from the community that required some funding in a small amount within the existing funding envelope, but it would still have to go through the appropriate civic agency that it was. So let's say it involved a community event, then it would still go through CSAC. If it involved something in relation to arts, it would still go through the Arts Development Committee. So I don't see that we're excluding or taking anything away from our civic agency process. Actually, I see it being able to enhance it. One of the challenges I had when I spent 12 years in a civic agency was we spent hours upon hours upon hours approving and reviewing grants, and then some of them would then go to council and they wouldn't move forward. So I mean, there were sometimes you felt that all the effort and time wasn't necessarily felt like you were giving back. So I mean, I think that this could, I don't know whether this would specifically address some of those concerns, but I think it would help. I think you know, one of the other challenges that we always have with civic agency funding is we seem to always be funding the same agencies over and over and over again. We seem to be funding the same programs. And for some, it just seems that I don't know whether there's enough information out in the community that actually would be aware of some of the funding opportunities that the city provides. So I think this is another way of identifying or introducing some of those new agencies into the funding envelope. But I see this more of a governance versus administration issue. City Council still has a responsibility to approve the funding envelope, and I believe that administration is even committed to coming in front of us twice a year to bring forward, and it just allows us some flexibility that, or administration some flexibility to deal with some urgency that certainly arose in the last 2 years due to the pandemic. So, I mean, that's my comment, but I can understand both sides.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you, and I'll echo some of Councillor Mackay's comments. I'm also not supporting this amendment, and because I really see the value in council moving more into a governance role than into an administrative role. And I think that happens as municipalities get bigger. You know, we can't approve every, you know, $400 for Ms. Beauchamp, which we did today. There's so much value in having that amazing relationship with our administration where they understand our values, they understand our strategies, and they're able to run with it. And I love the flexibility that the proposed grant policy as it stands will give us. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Bermansky, you only get to go into debate one time. Sorry. I see no more registered speakers for debate, so Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. I'm not sure people are confused right now because we're not discussing whether or not we're approving $400 to a particular agency. We're not discussing that. That's going to come later. This is about whether or not the creation of new grant programs, as far as the title of the thing goes, should have council approval on it or not. If we're saying we're going to have discussion with other agency levels, we're having all this discussion prior to it, then it doesn't appear to be that it's going to be a turnaround rush. It appears to be the only element that we're removing from the development of a new program is council's approval. Why would we want to have council's approval removed when everyone else who's unelected is going to be having a say in the new program, except for us? If there's a community need and we need to respond to it, council should be aware of that and then make a budgetary decision accordingly. If they want more money, or if we're going to use the current pot, then again, we're going to be removing money from another category to be able to do that. So an awareness of saying, yes, we agree with this, go off and do all the administrative details, really should not be considered cumbersome for the 7 of us. We were elected to respond to what the community wanted, and that includes an awareness of what the community wanted and not finding out that there was a community need and that it was dealt with 3 months or 6 months or 11 months prior, and then finding out in an annual report that this happened, as opposed to just simply saying, oh, we agree that this is a community need, we agree this needs to happen, we're comfortable with redistributing the money or putting more money into it, go off and do it. That's all this motion is. It's not about taking away the administrative functions or dividing it up or determining who makes $400 or not off of a grant. This is about saying, you have an idea for a new grant, we agree with the idea for a new grant, now go off and put the new grant into motion. That is all that this motion is saying, is allowing that council has agreement and at least the same amount of say as the people who are unelected who are going to be putting this thing forward. And I think that we owe this to the public to be able to say that we are aware and we agree with new grant programs as they move forward. Anything else beyond that, I don't really understand why we want this position if we are not even prepared to do that level of an agreement, which is we're taking everything else out of it. All we're agreeing to is the title and the concept. I think that that is a bare minimum of what we should be agreeing to as we bring forward new programs. We spend a lot of time discussing in budget, sometimes items are $2,000 or $3,000 in total. And this could be a larger program than that. And this is affecting many people. And this should be awareness. And if nothing else, when the public, if it comes before council, it gives us the opportunity for the paper and everything else to get out and let the public know there's a new grant program. Otherwise, everything's being done behind closed doors and we're advertising it, but not as effectively as we could. So this is actually a painless motion and it would delay the process by days maximum if necessary. And I've never seen a grant that had to be turned around that quickly. And even if it did come quickly, we were able to turn around in the same day. So what this is being brought forward as an convenience is something that takes away what we should be doing as a bare minimum. So I'm asking you to really think about who should be making the decision about having a new grant program. Should council have a say in it, or should we find out about it months later? Should people who are in unelected committees and unelected administration make the decisions? Or should council say, yes, go ahead, we're comfortable with that grant program, well done. That's it, thank you.
All right, I'll call for the vote on the amendment. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Hughes in favor. Councillor Mackay, back to the main motion.
Yeah, I don't really have much to open with. I mean, a lot of what I was going to say, I said in previous comments in front of both the committee and just in front of the amendment. I mean, I can only read in relation to what's in the background and kind of what some of the drivers were in relation to having administration look at this. And it goes back to the fall of 2020 when we looked at, and council of the term had actually requested a corporate-wide grant review on what are the grant funding opportunities offered by the city of St. Albert. And again, using my time sitting as a committee member on CSAB and on the Community Lottery Board and all of the other communities. And I would encourage anybody listening or anybody in the audience that if you want to one day sit in this chair, and God forbid, I don't know why you would want to do that, but if you ever want to sit in this chair, it's a really good opportunity is to get involved in our civic agencies, because it really gives a true understanding of what the community is all about and the amazing things that take place in our community. So, but grant funding really talks about quality of life for the community of St. Albert, and the funding that this council provides, it provides critical financial resources to the community in support of the work that aligns with our council priorities, and also supports administrative efforts around serving the residents of St. Albert. And a lot of our agencies come to us, and I said it previously, they come to us repeatedly because they know that it leverages their dollars and attracts broader investment into the community, and it gives our residents opportunities that would be not allowed to them to participate in great learning opportunities, or also bring in guest speakers or other events around opportunities to improve themselves and also the community. So again, this is identified by administration. It does a great deal of collapsing a number of different policies into one overarching policy. The process will remain identical. We will still have civic agencies. They will still approve our grant funding as outlined in the previous policies, but it streamlines the process. It provides better clarity around governance and administration roles, and I support it.
All right, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure people won't be surprised, but I won't be supporting this under the current status. We've given away more power than is necessary to administration. And we can always say anything's an administrative role. And to me, this is not, this was pushing the envelope too far in this grant program. I had a lot of hesitancies with how much has been done. To say that it isn't being changed just means it's not being changed right now. We have no idea what will happen in the future and we're also taking that responsibility away from us. And we won't even have, it'll be an administrative document. It's not going to be ours to review at all. So, and I said before on last council, this is a hill to die over about whether or not the CAO can take and remove grant programs at their discretion. And this remains a hill on me that I refuse to be comfortable with the idea that we will be finding out about how $1 million were spent, and as opposed to actually being involved in the process. The streamlining of it was to excess. And with that, I'm disappointed with what's coming forward, and I'm sure it will pass based on what even happened on the amendment, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be personally comfortable with it. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Through the mayor to council, I will not be supporting this motion for many of the same reason that Councillor Hughes is not. Other council members are mentioning that, you know, a grant offer may come forward, you know, to the CAO for like $400 or $500, but it could also be like $50,000, $200,000. You know, I mean, there's no number set in what, you know, what people could ask for in grants. And I'm not sure if an amendment needs to be made or what process we can go through for this, but I mean, at minimum, I'd like to be advised as interim CAO mentioned a couple times a year at least, instead of being surprised, you know, at the end of the year where all the funds have gone.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The interesting thing is that the grant program review was based on our experience in the past. And so the review process actually took in the consideration of comments from council and committees and administration, and this is what they came up with based on those comments. I remember what I put forward, and by and large, this reflects much of what I said. And to me, the overarching responsibility for the support for grants within the community still lie with council in terms of the dollar value that we choose to pass annually at the budget in support of granting programs. Once the granting programs are established, to me, what this policy does is depoliticize it from that point on and allow the granting program and the administration of that granting program to be within the hands of our administration, and the grant authority or approval is still with the committees that support these the grants individually. To me, it just takes the lobbying out of individual councillors or people to lobby individual councillors to do certain things. Once the dollars are established, they report back and give us information on how this is going forward. And from my perspective, that keeps us at the governance level.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In support of the motion, when I look at the backgrounder that was previously presented, it has 16 criteria clearly laid out in terms of granting principles. Everything from municipal granting shall not be the sole funding source for any representative program or operation, except very detailed 16, 17, 18, 19 different general rules and pieces of guidance that will help guide the proposal. This policy will roll all of the funding grants under one common umbrella and one common set of rules, so that everybody's working from the same set of guidance. And I think that gives me enough assurances and safeguards that this is a sound policy to move forward with.
All right, I see no further speakers. Councillor McKay, anything to close?
No, good comments by everybody, and I take everybody's thoughts, and I appreciate it, and thank you very much, Councillor Killick. You took my closing argument there in relation to it, but I mean, if I can look at around some of the impacts that this policy change will allow, it does creates more predictable budgeting. It builds an identified source of funding to address emergent needs or requests that fall outside of our grant program conditions, but with the checklist that was read by Councillor Killick. It also provides council and the public with a simple account of grant funding to the community through a single budget request, and it increases our flexibility to allocate funding between grant programs and meet acute community needs. So that's why I'm supporting this.
We're call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes by a majority with Councillor Romansky and Councillor Hughes opposed. Comes in really fast now. You guys don't have to look at the Zoom. It's awesome. Okay, we have 7 minutes before the public hearing. I will see what consent items I can get through in the next little bit. So that was 8.5. 8.6 was on consent, which was just the draft minutes and agenda package from the Community Growth and Infrastructure Committee. 8.7. On consent, the motion read was that the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan provided as an attachment to the report entitled Previously Distributed 10-Year Municipal RMR Capital Plan be received as information. Council members, you have till May 19th to submit any motions for proposed amendments to the 10-year municipal RMR plan. And then, of course, administration prepare backgrounders for motions for proposed changes to the 10-year RMR capital plan, and this will come to council at June 7th for our approval. And 8.8 was the exact same motions except for the utility RMR plan, so I won't go through it. I'm going to open up my agenda package. 8.9 was on consent. Motion read that the capital project charter waste 0 to 1 northeast servicing projects be added to the 10-year municipal growth plan in the 2023 for future funding consideration. And number 2, that funding in the amount of $2 million be approved from the offsite levy recovery funds in 2022 to advance the design component of the project described as phase 1 in the attachment report. 8.10 was also on consent, which was receiving the 2021 Planning and Development Annual Report as information. 8.11 was on consent. The utility master plan update entitled Water Distribution System Master Plan 2020 update in the previously distributed attachment and dated March 2022 be received as information, and that the utility master plan update entitled Wastewater Collection and Stormwater Management Systems Utilities be received as information with the date corrected on page 3. Awesome. 9.1 is the emergency dispatch, so we'll wait till, I do it now, but we have to wait till after the public hearing. 9.2 is on consent. So this was the corporate quarterly one report. We received that as information. 9.3 was on consent. That $50,000 for the single-use item reduction strategy be recommitted within the stabilization reserve. I don't think we have time to get into 9.4 because we only have 4 minutes. But I can read the 9.5 that was on consent was that council endorsed the resolutions entitled Equitable Provincial Charitable Gaming Model Expansion of the Temporary Rental Assistance Benefit and the Provincial Municipal Reserve Sharing provided as attachments to the May 16, 2022 Agenda Report titled 2022 Agenda or Alberta Municipalities Resolutions, and refer them to the 2022 Alberta Municipalities Convention for consideration. Number 2, that council appoint Councillor Mackay as the resolution champion for the Equitable Provincial Charitable Gaming Model. That council appoint Councillor Jolly as a resolution champion for the expansion of temporary rental assistance benefit. And that council appoint Councillor Mackay as the resolution champion for provincial municipal revenue sharing. And finally, the council second the town of Mayerthorpe proposed 2022 Alberta Municipalities Resolution regarding intermunicipal collaboration frameworks as provided as an attachment to the May 16, 2022 Agenda Report titled 2022 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions. All right, and Trevor, if you're listening, you know how at Alberta Municipalities, we always play songs for the resolutions. For Equitable Provincial Charitable, I have ABBA, Winner Takes It All, or Lady Gaga, Poker Face. And then for the Equitable Provincial Charitable, for the rental assistance, I thought Try a Little Kindness by Glenn Campbell. You're allowed to submit our music selections when you send in the resolutions. So if anyone else has
Pink Floyd, Money.
Pink Floyd. And actually for provincial municipal revenue sharing, I thought Steve Miller take the money and run. So there you go. That was how I spent my Sunday afternoon looking up songs. Okay, we have 2 minutes. How am I going to kill 2 minutes? Oh, 10.1 was also on consent. So that bylaw 16, being amendment 2011 to the land use bylaw, be read a first time. This is about the health clinic on 38 Sturgeon Road, and that public hearing on bylaw 16, 2022 be scheduled for June 20th, 2022. And that's it. All right, 2 minutes to stand up and stretch, and then we'll get on to the public hearing. Okay? Thank you for sticking around. I hope that was entertaining. Yeah. Look what I found, everyone. You guys in line now? It was just in my drawer. Okay, so we're now going to move on to item Z plural, 7.1 and 7.2. They're both Jensen Lakes related. So I'm going to officially open the public hearing, my gavel, for bylaw 47, which is the area structure plan amendment, and bylaw 48, which was the redistricting in the land use bylaw. So council, as usual, does anyone wish to declare any pecuniary interest or conflict of interest with these public hearings? Seeing none, we will, as our usual method, we will go to administration, and I've got Barb Dupuy as my main contact. Is that still the case, Barb?
You bet. I'll just share my screen.
Okay, so we're going to get a presentation from administration. You will have the opportunity to ask as many questions as you want to administration. Then I will go to the public, and I don't have any registered speakers for the public. Is that correct? Oh, except for who is it was ISL, or who is there on the list? You took it from me. Now I don't.
I apologize.
It was Bladen, right?
Yeah, and they're here to, they're here to answer questions.
Just the two of you, just here to answer questions. And those are the only two for this one. Okay. I knew. Okay, and Michaela. Okay. Okay, so I will allow the proponent time, but it sounds like they don't want it. And then council, but you can ask the proponent questions, and then we'll go back and forth until you're completely ready to make a decision on these. And then we'll close the public hearing and get to voting. All right, so Barb, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Barb Dupuy, and I'm here from planning to present bylaw 47, 2021, which is a bylaw to amend the Jensen Lakes area structure plan. Jensen Lakes is a neighborhood located in the north portion of St. Albert. The land to be added to the area structure plan, as shown on this map, is located north of the existing Jensen Lakes neighborhood. It's bounded by St. Albert Trail to the east, a part of Fowler Way and private lands to the north, and private land to the west. Approximately 78.4 hectares of land will be added to the area structure plan. The image on the left-hand side of the slide is the current Jensen Lakes area structure plan land use map. These are referred to as phase 1 lands throughout the proposed Aesp. The image on the right-hand side of the slide is the new proposed land use map that includes the phase 2 lands. The highlights of the amendment include adding land and defining the land uses, adding a transit center and park and ride and the North Transit Oriented Development Center, adding a mixed use node, achieving our EMRB density targets, and planning for infrastructure to support this new development. I'll go into a bit of detail on the key items. The proposed amendment features a future park and ride and transit center in phase 2 lands to comply with the EMRB and Flourish MDP requirements. The transit center will support future LRT development along St. Albert Trail. Prior to LRT, this site could be used for bus rapid transit. The site is also proposed to be the location for a new fire hall. Council gave the direction in April of 2021 to proceed with the purchase of these lands, and they were added to the area structure plan in December of 2021. Just south of the park and ride is the North Transit Oriented Development Center, which is in phase 2 lands. Within this area, there will be mixed-use lands, medium-density residential, commercial land, and a park. A transit-oriented development is a compact, mixed-use development with high levels of employment or residential density, or both, to support higher-order transit service, optimize transit investment, and make development more accessible for transit users. Features typically include an interconnected road network, pedestrian-friendly built form along roads, reduced setbacks, parking at the sides or rear of the building, and improved access between connector roads and interior blocks in residential areas. The goal of this area is to support the EMRB aspirational density target of 140 people plus jobs per gross hectare in the long term. To comply with our Flourish Municipal Development Plan, a mixed-use node has been added on the western edge of the ASP within phase 1 of the lands. Mixed-use nodes are areas that contain a range of commercial uses, apartment buildings, townhouses, and community services, all arranged within a cohesive, pedestrian-oriented network of streets and open spaces. This node will contain one commercial parcel, 1 high-density residential parcel, 3 medium-density residential parcels, and a park. I just want to note that the actual configuration of this area in the ASP did not change, and that there were no modifications to the densities in the Phase 1 lands. Eventually, this node will extend westward across Hogan Road into the Northridge Phase 2 neighborhood. As I mentioned earlier, there will be an increase in density in Phase 2 lands to meet our EMRB goals. Phase 1 lands were approved under earlier legislation, and the Capital Region Board regulations applies to them. They have an overall density target of 30 units per hectare, which is shown in the greenish color on the slide. Phase 2 lands are being proposed under the Edmonton Metropolitan Growth Plan regulations. The area shown in blue on the slide has an overall density target of 40 dwelling units per net residential hectare. That's the new greenfield density that we must achieve under the EMRB. And the area shown in purple on the slide is the North Transit Oriented Development Center. The density target in this area is higher and requires a minimum of 140 people plus jobs per gross hectare. In terms of public consultation, a public open house was held for the ASP in late 2019. It was hosted by Select Engineering on behalf of Melcor, and approximately 17 residents signed in. The application was circulated in May 2020 to internal departments, external referral agencies, and property owners within a 100-meter radius. Properties inside the blue buffer area received mailed letters from the city. Residents were able to email feedback to the planner on file. A sign notifying passerby of the application was also placed at the first roundabout on Jensen Lakes Boulevard, right near St. Albert Trail. There were no public comments made during the city circulation period of this file. Additionally, we set up a page on the Planning Initiatives and Submissions section of the city website, advertising the proposed changes to the ASP. This page was updated in December 2021 when the transit center parcels were added to the proposal. Additionally, 3 letters were sent to landowners in December 2021 as their parcels were added to the area structure plan boundary area. And then this public hearing is also being conducted where the public can provide feedback. The public hearing was advertised in City Lights, and a notification letter about the public hearing was mailed to property owners within that 100-meter radius of the site, as well as residents who participated in the public open house. This amendment was referred to the EMRB in February of 2022. It was referred for 4 reasons, including there's a change in the boundary of the ASP that is greater than 8 hectares in size. The proposed ASP contains a park and ride. The proposal is within 400 meters of the proposed LRT line, and the proposal is within 400 meters of a TOD center. The EMRB's decision was to approve. Their final approval letter was received in April 2022 and is included in your council package. In conclusion, administration is asking that the public hearing be closed and that the area structure plan amendment be approved. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Barb. Okay, Council, I'm opening it up to you all for questions now. Councillor Killick, you're first up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. To administration. When I looked at the documents and the EMRB letter, it was very clear that the land to the north, where the proposed fire station and the transit-oriented site they were part of the original application, but it was less clear that the little piece of the mixed-use node on the west side seemed to be like that was added later. And my question was that specifically also approved by EMRB on March 21st? I think the letter came in, or was that added after the fact, or does that even fall in there? Just for clarification, please.
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, the EMRB was notified of the mixed use node in Phase 1 lands when we referred the application to them.
So it was part of the original proposal and original approval, or was it added after?
It was approved previously. Is that not correct, Barb?
I'll say it like this. the original area structure plan, it came in when city plan was the MDP. And so then after city plan was rescinded and Flourish came in, then is when that mixed use node was added. So it wasn't actually technically part of the very original application, but it did come in, I think it was sometime around April 2021.
Okay, thank you. That explains why I didn't see it in the previous documentation. Thank you.
That's good. All right, and I'm seeing no more members of council with questions. So, okay, just making sure. All right, does members of council have any questions for Bladen, Dibben, or Michaela from Melcor on the amendment?
I'd just like to,
Go ahead.
as a question then, I guess, to the landowners, are they fully supportive of the way it's been laid out here by administration, and be a great opportunity to hear from you whether you support it or what your thoughts are. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Kyla Davis. I'm from Melcor Development, and we have worked very closely with the City of St. Albert for the last 4 years, I suppose, on this amendment. And yes, we are supportive of it. It has been a very collaborative process. We're really happy with all of the different density product. But yes, we are supportive of it. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, is there any other questions?
I can go further, can tell you more about the neighborhood if you'd like. We figured our presentation would be fairly similar to Barb's.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't see any questions. Awesome.
Just nice seeing you in person. You don't get a sense of your height, Bladen, when you're sitting behind a desk.
Bladen asked if I wanted just to go virtual, and I said, was it an option to go in person? Then definitely in person. So it's nice. It's nice.
It's nice to be back. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so I've got no questions for administration and no questions for the proponent. So I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing. And don't forget, we're closing 2 public hearings. So yeah, I don't see you either. You've spoken enough is what it tells you. Go ahead, Councilor McKay.
That the public hearing on bylaws 47/2021 and 48/2021 be closed.
All right. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. That passes unanimously. All right, Councilor McKay, you still have the microphone on. Do you want to keep going?
Absolutely. That bylaw, well, we've already closed the bylaw, the number
Do
1.
47, second reading, third reading, and then 48, second reading, third.
Yeah, but I mean, so I started number 2.
Yeah.
That bylaw 47/2021 being amendment 2 to the Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan be read a second time.
All right. Any comments? None?
You said I've spoken too much already.
So anyone else? Call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. Third and final time, Ken? Sorry, Councilor McKay?
No problem. That bylaw 47/2021 be read a third time.
Any comments?
No, I'm excited. Thanks, Melcor and Bladen. I'm excited to see this continue to develop. And, you know, now with all the firefighters in the room, we can't even spring a surprise on you that we've got a new land purchase for Fire Hall number 4. So I'm sorry, pretend you didn't see this. We'll let you know later.
They're coming to oppose your ASP. Yeah, we don't want a fire hall. I'll just add before we close the third reading that this is a big area structure plan amendment that actually, surprising, there's not a lot of questions. So I guess that shows trust in the developer and what's going on up there. But yeah, welcome those new pieces of land into your area structure plan, and excited to see it continue to grow. Thanks. Anything to close?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. All right, the land use bylaw. It's on page 261. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just was counting on you to keep going.
I will be happy to do that. That bylaw 48/2021 being amendment 202 to the land use bylaw be read a second time. No comments.
Awesome. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Third and final time.
That bylaw 47/2021 be read a third time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously.
It was supposed to be 2021, right?
Yeah. All right, we're on to the second public hearing of the day, which is on bylaw 01/2022. So I'll officially call the public hearing open. We have Lindsay. Francis is going to be giving us a presentation, but before I start, does anyone need to declare any pecuniary or conflict of interest on this public hearing? Seeing none, I will turn over to you, Lindsay, to give the initial staff presentation.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present Bylaw 1/2022 Municipal Development Plan Amendment. Following the annexation from Sturgeon County, which was effective January 1st, 2022, this MDP amendment is to designate the new lands within St. Albert's city boundary, which will remove the Sturgeon County policies that currently apply to them. First reading was on January 31st, 2022, and it was approved by the EMRB on March 25th, 2022. To take effect, the Municipal Government Act requires today's public hearing and then 2 further readings. Bylaw 1/2022 will amend Flourish to update the maps, which will address the city's boundary change and future land use plans for the annexation area, as well as policy direction for the annexation area. The proposal includes updates to the policies, the maps, and non-statutory elements of the plan. So first, let's take a look at the maps. On the left here, we have our current urban structure and general land use map, and on the right is the proposed. You can see on the proposed map that it's been expanded to include the annexation area and show the new city boundary. Within this new area of the city, the proposed map designates a large portion of employment areas shown in the purple and 2 additional employment mixed-use nodes shown in the darker purple. At key future intersections, there are 4 new neighborhood mixed-use nodes shown in pink. Along Carrot Creek and part of River Lot 56 are shown as major open spaces. And the other portion of River Lot 56 and the Powmakers Lodge site are designated as alternate jurisdiction. Alternate jurisdiction has been added to this map to address areas that fall under the jurisdiction of federal or provincial legislation. This aligns with the new alternate jurisdiction district that was added to this area in the land use bylaw. And the rest shown in beige is designated as neighborhood. This amendment was developed based off of studies that were conducted as part of the annexation application. And a major consideration was our assessment split target of 70% residential to 30% non-residential. And to hit that target across the city would need to have the annexation area to be developed, achieving an assessment split of 60% residential to 40% non-residential. On this slide, we've got our priority areas for growth map. And again, on the left, we've got the current, and on the right, we've got the proposed. So on this map, there are a few symbology changes in color to provide more clarity. And again, the map has been expanded to the newly annexed areas. So it still shows the area in orange to the west as our priority areas for outward growth. We've got the trail and downtown in blue as our priority areas for intensification. And the only change to the areas for growth shown in yellow is that it has been expanded to the areas adjacent to it that were previously outside the city boundary. So just for context, the red dashed line is the old city boundary, and you can see where it has been expanded. And then in pink in the northwest, this is where we have our future urban growth area. So since Flourish was developed to accommodate a population of 100,000 people and an additional 13,000 jobs within our previous city boundary, this area is not a priority area for growth. So these are the major changes that this amendment proposes to the maps. The remaining maps in the MDP have only been updated to show the revised boundary, and these can be found in attachment to Schedule A. So now let's go over the policy changes proposed by this amendment. There are 3 new policies that have been incorporated into the outward growth principle of the sustainable growth section to ensure that the overall goal is maintained with the addition of the annexation lands. Updates will reflect mapping changes illustrated within map 3 and 4, along with clarifying text. So the first policy reads, strive to achieve an assessment split of 60% residential assessment and 40% non-residential assessment within the 2022 North Annexation area to promote sustainability and reduce the reliance on residential taxes. This is to help us achieve the overall city target of 70% residential assessment to 30% non-residential assessment. The second new policy is prioritize the general sequence of urban growth and development within the 2022 North Annexation area to follow map 4. This policy is about ensuring we're appropriately phasing development, not leapfrogging into the annexation area, and preventing premature fragmentation of agricultural lands. And our last proposed policy is allow agricultural activities as outlined within section 6.3 within the 2022 North Annexation area until future urban growth and development occurs. So since the city has added a large area of agricultural land that will not be developed within the lifespan of Flourish, this policy acknowledges that agricultural uses can and will remain for quite a while. So in addition to those new policies, we have a grammatical change proposed to policy 13.1.6. And this is proposed to improve clarification of the intent of the policy. So previously, this policy read, strive to achieve a tax revenue split of 70% residential assessment and 30% non-residential assessment. So we've changed that to say, strive to achieve an assessment split. And the difference here is that we're bringing clarity that we're trying to achieve this goal not through changing mill rates, but through new development. Additionally, we have 2 new definitions to be added to the glossary within Flourish. One is for the 2022 North Annexation area to clarify where the new policies that reference this term are applied. And the second is alternate jurisdiction that defines a designation as shown on the urban structure and general land use map. So now I'll tell you a little bit about the stakeholder engagement. Landowners within the annexation area were mail notified of the proposed amendment and invited to attend a public open house. And they were again notified of the public hearing. The public open house was held virtually on Wednesday, December 1st, 2021. We had a Cultivate the Conversation page that was launched in support of the engagement session, and it included information about the proposed amendments, the process and timelines, question and answer forum, and a link to the video of the engagement after it occurred. We did internal and external stakeholder circulation, and the detailed questions from engagement are contained within the What We Heard report. Some of the common questions and topics for discussion were around the assessment split targets, rural land development, taxation, the future of green space, and the Palmakers Lodge site. No objections were received from the external referral agencies or internal departments. Since first reading, in addition to the comments and questions that were captured in the What We Heard report, administration had additional discussions with stakeholders regarding the proposed amendment, and 2 major requests were made. The first, planning was asked if a text amendment to the NDP could be made as part of this amendment to expand the uses within the employment areas designation. Planning responded that this would be a separate MDP amendment. The second request was that Planning was asked for a potential future road to be revised on map 3 to avoid a specific property. And planning responded that the MDP map indicates potential future roads and approximate locations. This map is designed to enable flexibility and allow these elements to be further refined at the area structure plan stage, where future technical studies regarding road design and road network are required. As proposed, this amendment enables different options for alignment while showing connections between the approximate location of mixed-use nodes. So our recommendation is that the public hearing on Bylaw 1, 2022 be closed and that second and third reading be given. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lindsay. I'm going to kick it off. So one more time, alternative jurisdiction, was that specifically created for River Lot 56 and the Poundmaker site?
Alternate jurisdiction is, yeah, it was specifically created for those sites and any other sites that might in the future be needed for that they fall under provincial or federal jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. Just real quick, a question that came up while you're doing your presentation. If you go back to your slides, slide 9, there was questions about the land uses. It was question 1. Right there, yeah. X amendments to the MDB to expand the uses. Would that not be a land use bylaw conversation instead of an MDB conversation?
So right now, the employment areas designation, it does have some guidance in the MDP that it's for light industrial office type uses and doesn't include commercial uses. So that would be an MDP amendment.
It does preclude commercial?
Yeah, so it does preclude, it's like some types of it as well. So if we, in the areas of like the employment mixed use nodes, that would allow for more retail types of businesses, but within just the employment area, commercials restricted.
Okay, so it says it right in the MDP, so there would have to be an MDP and maybe an LUB as well. Okay. Can you bring up the slide that shows the comparison of the urban structure and general land uses? Yeah, that one. And by the way, in the future, I don't know who this goes to, Mr. Hiltz or something, if we could get this side by side in our package, because I was flipping back and forth all afternoon and it's really hard to follow with your eyes. This is way easier. The side by side is perfect. So my question is, how did you land on orange and how did you land on purple? I mean, it's a general question, but it seems kind of random, like especially, you know, on the north side, west of Carrot Creek, you've got orange going over to some dotted line. Like, honestly, hopefully there's going to be further conversations that council can have their input of what the uses of the annexation lands will be. I get that we need to have a lot of employment, but we're going to probably have a presentation tonight asking us to remove employment in certain areas. So this is a big question, but I think it needs to be answered because I don't understand in the new areas why some is orange and what some is purple.
Yeah, so this is largely based off the studies that were part of our annexation application. In there, it shows it's models growth based off the numbers within the growth plan, and it shows a preliminary layout of land use. So it is largely based off our annexation growth study documents.
And I don't remember a lot of those conversations at the annexation negotiating committee about what we would use the land for, just we would get the land. So I'm going to just back up for there for now. Had a question also about, while the map is up, we have a council motion to remove all industrial south of Meadowview Drive towards the Big Lake. And I don't see that happening in this amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We are coming for first reading with that as a separate MDP amendment on June 20th.
Oh, okay. As long as it hasn't been lost. And finally, the striking out, this might be for you, Diane, striking out of tax revenue is not a grammatical error. That's a huge change in how we calculate 70-30. And I'm not 100% sure I support it because it took us forever. We actually used to talk about assessment 80-20, and then we kind of switched our vernacular to tax revenue, and we actually achieved it. I feel like if we try to get to assessment, it's too far reaching of a goal, and it kind of limits us, or does it limit us to adjust mill rates to try to achieve a tax revenue split? To me, that's the goal, not assessment.
But I mean, I guess that's something that can certainly be decided by council, what that goal is. It would certainly bring us much closer to some of the other mid-sized municipalities in the province. With a 70-30 assessment split, you can achieve something closer to a 60-40 tax split, which takes a lot of pressure off the residential tax base. And with a lot of the new lands, being for employment and trying to increase our commercial and industrial, that will certainly help support that. But I mean, that's ultimately a council decision, what you want in that piece. And there's just been a lot of confusion over the last few years in terms of tax split versus assessment split. It's been talked about. So I think we thought we incorporated what we thought council was meaning when they were talking the 70-30, and changed it to the assessment split.
Okay. I guess my question is why it was changed. And so you're saying it was because of confusion?
I think that there was always thought there was an understanding that council was talking assessment split, but it was going back. Sometimes people would talk about it as a tax split and some people as an assessment split. So we were trying to get in writing to make it formalized, because for a long time that split was never really written anywhere. It was kind of talked about, but it wasn't really in any policies.
Yeah. Until we approved a new MDP and it said tax revenue, and I thought we finally had it uncomplicated it, and now we're going back. So I might have to talk to council on what you guys thought it meant, but I'm going to leave it there for now. And if confusion was the only reason, or maybe Lindsay, you might have more. I think tax assessment split is more achievable. So we'll figure that out as we go through. Lindsay, do you have anything on that?
Basically, just to echo what Diane said, there was causing a lot of confusion when we were going out and talking to different groups about what we're trying to achieve with this statement here. And if you look at the second part of the statement, it says 70% residential assessment and 30% non-residential assessment. So we were just sort of changing the first part to match the rest of the policy.
Okay. So if we were to keep it at assess, or keep the tax revenue in and take out the assessments of the further in the sentence, that might work too. I'm going to think, because I'm getting confused now, I'm going to go straight to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So the two other recommendations that brought forward from stakeholders, I see them listed here. But there's no wording on how to put this forward. So you've acknowledged them, but we don't have, I don't know who I'm looking at here. So we've acknowledged them, but there's no wording on how to accommodate this. So are we just acknowledging them and recommending they don't move forward from administrative level, or are we actually recommending that these are considered by council in a vote?
So I think we're recommending that it goes forward as proposed without any further changes.
Okay. So the one that you said about the employment lands and not allowing commercial. So when I hear that, I'm thinking, so you have like a sandwich shop, and because you have a lot of people who in the employment lands be working, and they'd need to have easy amenities for various things. With how it sits right now, would that be allowed?
So, sorry, it looks like Christina's.
So like, for example, like the sandwich shop, a daycare, anything that, I'm thinking of like 156th Street has a ton of little things that would help the industrial land right beside it. Would those be allowed in the current, as it currently stands?
So those are sort of ideally pointed out within those mixed use employment nodes. So areas within the employment where we can get those retail uses.
It'll also it'll also be further defined at the area structure plan stage as well. But the employment lands do have a statement saying that supportive commercial to the employment lands are allowed. So that type of example that you've provided, Councillor Hughes, would be acceptable.
So why are we currently recommending that the MDP go as stand, and what is the harm in allowing these two recommendations to come forward, or like, let's say, or have them pass? Like, what is the concern about these two recommendations for us to not include them in the upgrade of MDP?
So for the first one, we would look at requiring more studies to support this type of change. The second one, we are sort of already in the process of approving the MDP. This amendment, it was already at EMRB, but the big thing to point out here is if we look at the urban structure and general land use map, the specific area they're talking about is this potential future road up here. So the way we have it shown right now, it's important that it's linking Neil Ross Road and Belrose Drive, and also linking those mixed use nodes. And again, the purpose of the MDP is to sort of high level show this vision. It is a potential future road. Within Flourish, we do have wording about that this will be further refined at the area structure plan stage. So as long as the same intent of getting a connection between Neil Ross Road and Belrose Drive is achieved at the area structure plan stage, there won't be any changes required to the MDP to accommodate this. So there's not really a need to do that.
Okay, so what you're saying is that they have a concern for number 2, but that it's really already being addressed, and that they're putting extra clarity isn't necessary because the same goal will still be achieved regardless if we put it in or not. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, but as far as the number 1, if we were to do, say we wanted to expand the uses of the employment area designation, would that require going back to the EMRB again? Or would
Christina?
I think in general, what we've found is, I'm going to just say probably not, because the MDP is already approved. We don't need to go back based upon some of the ref requirements. I guess if it was a site-specific amendment within those 400 meters, and there's a bunch of criteria, we would, but because it would be a general one, it would be something that we would handle internally.
Okay, so when I'm thinking about the employment lands, and I'm just comparing it to its neighbor, Riel Park. So in Riel Park, there's a variety of items, like in some cases it's industrial, in some cases supportive, in some cases standalone. Would the Lakeview Business District be able to have the same level of diversity as what we see in Riel Park, or is it going to be much more narrow?
So I would suggest that yes, what you would see in Riel Park is what you would expect to see in the Lakeview Business District, because what we would look at is applying the same general zoning. So the zoning would enable for that variety of employment and some commercial type uses as well. I think the request is a little bit more, and I don't want to put words in the mouths of the people putting in the request, but they've been looking more at a corridor commercial style development versus what you'd see in Riel or in Campbell.
Okay.
So that has more extensive auto-orientated commercial uses versus commercial uses that support the industrial component. And so that's what's, we think that the employment lands already enable that commercial support, so we wouldn't require that as an amendment ourselves. But if they want to move to something very specifically retail, very specifically commercial, like you see along St. Albert Trail, we would want to relook at that to see the impacts, because it's not just about assessment, it's also about employment as well. So we just don't know what that impact would be at this stage.
Okay, I understand now. Just one more question. So Mayor Heron talked about the map and the colors and how we chose which colors. And she's lucky because I'm here still to say that, yeah, I don't remember a discussion either. So even if we put this in right now as is, which I feel is almost like a default, like, okay, we're acknowledging the land, here it is. I really think the council needs to have a discussion about how we're actually going to allocate these lands. It's a lot of dirt that we're talking about here and developing. And is there an intention to have a further, I don't know if we're going to call it a special council meeting or which, I don't care what you want to call this thing, but a further discussion to really figure out how we're doing this, because I feel like it's almost been just defaulted in, but what we're going to do with this really has not been discussed. Certainly not by this council, and I don't remember doing it by last, and I got a pretty good memory. So is there intention to do that?
We haven't. It's not that we can't. If you do go back and look at the supportive documents, you will see a general land use map that does have a significant amount of industrial and neighborhood maps to help determine the viability, the financial viability. So that was included within the annexation reports, but the report itself was 2,000 pages long. So I can understand why people might not remember that. And also we did make some changes to the generalized outline as shown here. But in general, what it does enable us to do is kind of look at where is the areas that are best at this stage that we've determined are best suited for employment versus neighborhood. But that will also be further refined at area structure plans as well. It's just at this stage, a bit of a holding so that if someone does come forward, we can actually have a conversation about future land uses. It also helps inform our road network. I see Adrian also has some comments that he'd like to provide.
I was just going to kind of touch on that same aspect. This is, these lands were mapped this way is kind of consistent with the annexation rationales that we're going to try to really move the needle on the tax split. And a lot of this, like we're talking now about a granularity that we didn't have the information to really dig into. So we had to put colors on a map to identify a general community level of need and make some assumptions based on, extension of transportation corridors and extension of servicing and things like that. And so it's kind of the land use map is a broad brush right now. You might see some more granularity as we get into those ASPs, which Christina just mentioned. So it is consistent with the rationale for the annexation. And it's just at this point in time, you probably need another level of detail, another level of planning studies to get to a little bit more granularity in the new annex lands.
Okay, I still think that this should be a discussion of this council to discuss how we see the future of St. Albert growing. And I understand the de facto and the reasoning for it at the time of requesting the annexation. But now that we have it in our lands, I think we need to do further planning to really make sure that this is where we want it to go. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Hughes, I agree. And I know, Mr. Hiltz, if you're listening, I think we do need to have that conversation. I was surprised to see them all just blobbed on there. I was hoping for some rationale for some of it. I've kind of yet to hear it. So my biggest concern of proving this today is if a proponent comes forward wanting to do something different, they're going to have to pay $5,000 based on a decision that council just, it seems, I'm not aware of the planning of why. And that's my problem right now. So I'm going to leave it here, and maybe we can have a motion that any amendments are free or something. But right now, I was excited about all these lands that 1,500 hectares that we were going to actually have an opportunity as this council to kind of decide what it would look like. I assume we would all be going for 60% employment, just like you guys are, but just where and why is where we've been left out. So,
Mayor Herring, can I add one more comment?
Absolutely, Lindsay.
So one of the things I'll also just point out is we are looking at, of course, growing in the areas that were already within the city boundary first. So first, we are looking at growing in the orange area, intensifying the trail, and in the yellow area before we get to the pink. So in terms of phasing, these are the areas that are going to develop out first. And as we go along, there is more opportunity to refine, edit, or change the land use map.
All right. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to administration. So my comments is I'm going to be contrasting the urban structure and general land use map with the priority areas for growth map, just so you know where I'm going. So if we go to the urban structure and general use map that we've been discussing over the last number of minutes, my question is around the commercial corridor along Highway 2. It seems to stop basically just to the north of where it is today. Does that mean we're abandoning then the commercial corridor along Highway 2 to the north to the St. Albert boundary?
So the northern part is envisioned by this to be developed as that employment area kind of uses. So it would transition to those uses at the northern part there.
Well, I'm assuming that commercial corridor is also employment lands, although when I see purple, I'm thinking light industrial. So is that what we envision now along the commercial corridor there?
So I can try answer this a little bit. Yes, I think the transition is a little bit more towards general employment, a little bit to add a little bit more of a light industrial component to this. We're starting to see trends within the light industrial commercial aspects where they're a lot more blended and form-based, and that's what we're anticipating within this area. We don't have great examples within St. Albert, but if you go to South Edmonton in the Ellerslie and south of the IKEA developments, you start to see more of a combination of light industrial commercial, and that's where we're seeing us evolve to. It's not to say that the corridor commercial just ends, we're never going to have any more of it, but it's to enable a wider variety of uses within this area. And we're in a bit of a transition right now because we are doing a significant amount of work on our employment areas, both commercial and industrial, through the land use bylaw. So again, we're looking towards the future and the change where we're anticipating a little bit more shopping will change over the next 25 years. And the need for these different land uses, we're seeing more of a move towards, for lack of better terminology, a light industrial or more warehousing type style of development. So that's what we're anticipating up in the north.
Interesting. I'd like to have a committee of the whole around that particular vision. Not saying I wouldn't buy into it, but it sounds interesting. Now to the point of the purple area in the area north of Villeneuve Road and to the east of Carrot Creek. Most of that is right away for Ray Gibbon Drive. The point part to the west, is that, it's hard to determine scale, is that the Badgerlands indicated there in purple?
Yes, right in this area here.
Okay. So my question to you, I mean, there's proposals for that land to be sure, and council's going to make a decision around that. My question is if council rejects what's on the table now, is the decision today then going to bind us in terms of what our vision would be to that land? And would it necessarily then have to be light industrial?
So through the area structure plan process, we're going to study these lands in finer detail. Right now, based upon some of the council direction that has been given, possibly for a solar farm, using it for, I think we've got a motion on the table still about a high school site or a school site in here. That would, all of those uses would fall a little bit, they'd fall within, the schools fall within both neighborhood and within the employment designation. But the the utility kind of component would fall more within employment than it would within residential. So that's why right now it's part of the reason why it was got this purple color. However, through the area structure plan process, all right, sorry. First, if this gets approved, it's going to be purple on this map to help guide our decision making. Through the area structure plan process, should it be determined that maybe purple is not the right or employment lands is not the best use of that land, and we have a proposed change that we would like to see, we can at the same time come forward with an MDP amendment as well, requesting council change that from purple to orange to employment, to neighborhood, if that's, well, when we study it, that it's actually a better use. So that's how we would take it through that process. That's where we would see more refinement. We'd get a little bit more information. Maybe through the Aesp, we find out that we're able to target maybe a mixed use development that would actually have a pretty strong return on investment as well. So maybe that would help switch some of the assessment discussion as well. So we just at this stage want a little bit of direction from council and based upon some of the already previously done studies to kind of give a bit of guidance for these lands. And it's not to say that they can't ever be applied for change. They absolutely can. And Adrian, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in there. So that last point was, I think, the germane point was that, none of this stuff has to be in concrete. One of the rationales for why the Badger lands is in purple also has to do with the cost of remediation of those lands. I don't know if there's substantial differentiation in cost between different uses of those lands. And based on that, we kind of made the presumption that it could be utilized for an employment land use, whether it be solar farm or some other type of employment lands. And the cost of remediation would be substantially different than if you did try to put that into more of other uses anyway.
Yep, fair enough. I appreciate that. I just wanted to know the process and if today's decision bound us to the future. So fair enough. Now, if I can go to just the priority areas for growth. So, so in the orange here to the west, I mean, certainly this is our priority for growth. And any employment land development for priority for growth is to the north. What are we saying to the landowners to the west of Carrot Creek? Are we saying to them that their land now is agricultural for the next 20, 30, 40 years? What are we saying to them when we pass this particular amendment?
Yes, so that's you have it right. So the pink area is our future urban growth area. So we would like to see our priority areas develop, our other areas in the yellow develop before going into that pink area. So they could, with whatever uses are within the transitional use district that's are currently applied to there, they could do agricultural style development at this time. But when it comes to phasing, we're looking to not leapfrog into this area of the city yet, and we're prioritizing these other areas first.
Mm-hmm. So to a landowner to the east of or to the west of Carrot Creek, is there a servicing barrier there to develop those lands that would say, hey, there's other areas to develop first before you because we have a servicing requirement that needs to be built before west of Carrot Creek comes online?
Yes, that's correct as well. Once you go over Carrot Creek, you're into a new service basin. And so, yeah, servicing in that area has to be done still.
Okay. Fair enough. Good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To administration, understand that annexation lands was to help us grow to 100,000. In the couple of the requests from public landowners, and I'll go back to the Ms. Land on Coal Mine Road on the upper right-hand corner. We say that the line drawn there is descriptive, not prescriptive. But when I looked at the detail, the way the line is drawn, it carves off a very small, little, skinny, triangular piece of land of that particular landowner. And I can see why they have written comments that raise concern. So if it's broadly descriptive, what would hurt us in terms of moving it to follow the existing alignment of Coal Mine Road and just solve the problem, meet the request? It looks logical to me, but why wouldn't we do that rather than approve it just the way it is right now?
So one of the things that this alignment shows is it shows a connection between these two mixed use nodes. But again, the purpose of this is to show the vision. And so, yeah, we're showing the high level approximate area of a potential future road. The planning process is to further refine that within the ASP. As far as I know, I believe the family here is talking with the planners doing the area structure plan in this area. And that's the appropriate time. Once we have the further detail about the technical studies, the traffic impact assessments, that's the time to say, okay, here's exactly where the road goes.
I mean, if we move the pink dot of development node, we could move the road alignment and everybody would be happy, and it would still be an aspirational target. It wouldn't hurt one way or the other than making it clear to the landowner that we're going to try and follow an existing road alignment. But I'll leave that because I think you know where I'm going with this. The other one, we have an upcoming change to the land south of Meadowview, which is marked purple. We're going to discuss whether that should stay purple or become green to preserve the land around the lake. Just as we're making that change, I look at the request for the other land that's to the west of Carrot Creek. We've got an application from the landowner there. The Krantz land, I think it's called. And again, we show that is currently as purple, but again, beautiful piece of land along the Carrot Creek. The other side of Carrot Creek is residential. Wouldn't it be logical to also show that as a nice strip of land along there that, on the other side of the creek that would be residential? And again, I'm following along some of the other themes from council members that say that I know this is trying to be directional, but it just seems to me that if we approve all of this today, we almost should have had a more detailed workshop to really discuss what we're being asked to approve here before it's being approved, whether it be the industrial land along to Councillor Broadhead's comments around Highway 2, and are we getting locked in, and the same thing for the solar land. To have these very detailed discussions in a council meeting, I would like to be here probably for several hours.
Yep.
Having that discussion.
Can I interrupt for 2 secs? Maybe process-wise, we don't want to finish this off today. Are we putting anything at risk? I mean, we might have to go back to the EMRB eventually, but maybe we should have brought this up at first reading, but I try not to get into that debate at first reading. But
So there was a question.
It's not probably for you,
but
David. Process-wise, you can tell us how to delay it, but maybe to Adrian and Lindsay, are we at risk if we don't get this done today? Because I'm sensing myself, Councillor Killick, Councillor Hughes.
If I could, Mayor, I'd
Yeah.
also like to say this discussion around 60-40, 70-30, 80-20 tax
The
assessment.
tax revenue
list
versus assessment. Yeah.
would also take several hours of time before I'd be ready to approve it. So again, to your point, I think a reset or a recess of this particular motion. My question would have been like yours, Mayor. What's the implications of not approving this today?
Yeah, so we got these 1,500 hectares. They're not included in our current MDP, but they're within our boundaries. What are the implications and how long do we have to wait to actually get them included?
So one of the things is right now, all the Sturgeon County municipal development plan still applies to this area. So that would be one of the implications, is that would still apply, and that would guide any applications that come in the meantime.
Okay, so Lindsay, how quick would it be to create a holding zone and incorporate that into our MDP before council has an opportunity to weigh in?
So I think if you decide to do that, you would probably decide not to move forward with the readings. And instead, we would just be silent on the lands outside of the annexation area. We would just remain with the exact same MDP, and that would give us the opportunity then to have conversations at a future date. I guess that's the way I would recommend it. You might want to ask Mr. LaFleur regarding this. I think if you don't mind, I think Vicky has a bit of explanations regarding the annexation.
Okay, Vicky, and then I'll go to David.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I just feel sort of compelled, having worked so closely with you on the annexation project since 2019, and the annexation was going since 2017. There was so much work done to analyze these lands for future growth opportunities and to take a look at what potential future land uses could look like, potential future staging. And all of that analysis was prepared in the growth study that was supplemented to the annexation application that went before the province. And that application was approved by the province. So the rationale, the underpinnings, the technical analyses to support the annexations were found to be reasonable and defensible at the provincial level. And at this stage, because the MDP really is it's a visioning document, it's aspirational in some regards, I think that it would be reasonable to apply the same rationale that underpinned the annexation application to the MDP. And as Adrian and Christine have stated, there are further, more detailed planning opportunities for these lands, the area structure plans, neighborhood structure plans down the road, that will get into that level of detail that I think you're seeking now. It's typically not that granular of detail at the MDP stage. So I just wanted to offer that up as a reminder that there was a lot of detailed analysis done that is reflected in this proposed amendment here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. I appreciate that. I guess what's missing for council is that detailed analysis that got us to here. We're not connecting those two dots. And you know, Vicky, that Sheena and I were sat there. And honestly, we don't remember having a conversation about purple just west of Carrot Creek, and why is Ray Gibbon got residential right beside it in the north? Like, so I honestly don't remember that. And that dotted line is missing for us today. So we are in the middle of a public hearing. I have registered speakers to speak to this, and I'm going to get to them. But Mr. LaFleur, this is unlike a typical agenda item when we just postpone or table. So if we close the public hearing or adjourn the public hearing, I'm looking to you for advice.
Okay, so.
I think what council wants, sorry to interrupt you, I hate doing that. I think what council wants is an opportunity to have more conversations about some of the details here, and maybe that's a committee of the whole before this map lands in front of us. So can you help us out?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to council. Why is this happening? What am I doing?
It just really happens to you, David.
My computer speakers are off. This should not be happening.
Okay, it sounds good now.
Okay,
Yep.
good now?
Yep.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. I get so frustrated with technology.
It's all good.
Well, I'm just too bloody old, I really am. Anyway, through the chair to council, you do have a couple of options. Now that the public hearing has begun, you're probably wise to hear the speakers that are here today. But once that is done, if you close the public hearing, you can, the MGA has a clause, a relatively new clause that lets you pretty much make any changes you want to the underlying bylaw without having a new public hearing. That said, case law has said your ability to do that is not unlimited. And you're talking, just listening to the discussion, you're talking not so much maybe about big changes to the bylaw that's before you, but you never know, right? Out of your discussion, there could be some significant changes. And, you know, I did listen to what Ms. Dodge had said, and her points are very well made. But ultimately, this is land use. This is right in your wheelhouse. This is the biggest public policy thing you're going to do as a council, other than maybe setting the mill rate or the budget. So this is, I would recommend that after you've heard from all the speakers, you adjourn and preserve the possibility of reopening the public hearing. Of course, we would re-advertise the continuance at whatever date, and even perhaps setting a specific date. This is not something, to pick up on a comment that I heard earlier, this is not something you would have a workshop about. This is not an education thing. This is really debating the public policy here.
Yeah.
And so you really need to give yourself the opportunity to do that. And what I'm leading up to is, if you want to do that, you probably want to have the public have another kick at the can as well.
Yep.
So I would recommend listening to those registered today and a motion to not close, but adjourn the public hearing to a date to be determined later.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Killick, are you done with questions? I can come back to you because I'm not closing the public hearing yet. Okay.
I think we're at
I
the
just
same
feel-
point here.
Yeah, sure. I feel we owe the people in the gallery some sort of understanding of what's going on. Hope you're following, because I'm feeling really bad. I said at the beginning that this could be an hour, it could be more, and here it is. It's been more. I'm gonna allow council to have a 10-minute break. We've been sitting in our chairs for 2 hours. I know I personally need to have a bio break. And then we'll come back at 4:20. I have 3 registered speakers. Although I think Pierce, Haley, and Heather are all speaking together. Oh, sorry, is it Connie? Why did I get that wrong? Okay, sorry, Connie. Oh, right, there it is. And is Heather Chisholm here now? Okay.
I am.
Oh, you are here. Great, Heather. Okay, so I will get to you as well. So Connie, are you speaking with Pearson? And okay. All right, so we really only have 2 speakers right now registered. So let's take 10 minutes, stretch, get our heads together. And guys, I'm going to go as fast as I can to get to you. Okay. Okay, so I have, Councillor Killick, were you finished for now? Okay, don't worry, I will, and then I've got Councillor Hughes and Councillor Jolly wanting to speak. You're good? Councillor Jolly, is it a question of administration? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. To Mr. LaFleur, I'm just asking whether we can have a committee of the whole to basically help us with potential amendments to this plan. So for example, a different map. So would a committee of the whole to kind of direct administration to prepare amendments be appropriate?
So the legal answer is you can, if you decide that you want to close the public hearing, not adjourn it, then you can have any number of meetings, committee of the whole meetings, special council meetings, they can extend over days, all of that stuff. But what you wouldn't do, what you'd have to do then is start from scratch, basically, when you do finally decide what you want to do. And that's maybe not the end of the world, right? But the reason I recommended what I did before is because that allows you to come back and deal again with the same MDP amendment that's before you now, if that turns out to be the most expeditious. I'm inclined, I was actually in the process of typing this, I'm inclined to suggest again that for tonight, just a motion to simply adjourn the public hearing to a date to be determined and advertised later is the most flexible. It allows council and administration to have discussions as to how you want to go forward with answering these obviously many unanswered questions that many of you have, right? And so, it is the most flexible just to adjourn, as we say as lawyers, sine die, meaning to a date to be determined later, right? But yes, to answer your question, if you wanted to, if you're convinced now that you want to have a committee of the whole meeting, then probably you're better to actually close the public hearing, understanding that you may have to start from scratch at some future point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Hughes, as I proposed, she emailed it, I don't know if you saw it, that the public hearing is adjourned and second reading is postponed to following a special council or committee of the whole meeting on the MDP regarding the annexation lands.
Okay, knowing that you have a few people to listen to, I was in the process of responding to that. So
Okay, yeah, go ahead, because I'm
send-
gonna open it up to the public now, everyone, because I don't see any more members of council registered to speak. So I think we're gonna have Pierce, Haley, and Connie come to the mic now. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll lead off and Pierce will follow. Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Connie Gorley of ISL Engineering and Land Services. I'm here today with Pierce Shuchuk of Nichols Applied Management on behalf of Mr. Frederick Kranz, owner of the subject lands. Okay. It's not working, Sean.
Pause the clock. Pause the clock. Thanks.
Well, now that you know who I am and who I'm representing, and that Pierce Shuchuk is with me, what I want to show you in this slide is that Mr. Kranz owns the lands as outlined in red, called subject lands. We will be speaking in opposition to Bylaw 1, 2022 as presented. For context, Mr. Kranz also owns the lands depicted in a green hatched pattern directly to the east, across Carrot Creek in the Avenir neighborhood. Mr. Kranz, with this ownership, always intended that residential development occur on both sides of Carrot Creek for residential as reflected in this land ownership. Okay.
I'm glad you put that in as part of your slideshow.
Another reason to adjourn, right? We'll do this a second time. That's fine. We can leave it there.
We have it in our package, but yeah.
Sure. But what we're showing in this slide is the blue outlined area is the MDP amendment area. And we needed that to be able to understand the annexation lands versus the lands that were in Flourish prior to this amendment being brought forward. So on this map 3, as I said, Mr. Kranz's lands are shown in red, subject lands. For land use and economic reasons, which we will make clear, applying the neighborhood designation to Mr. Kranz's lands is more appropriate. First, from a land use planning perspective, we submit that number 1, the future employment designation would permit industrial uses which are not suitable. Designating the land's neighborhood for residential use is preferred by Mr. Kranz as being more compatible and complementary to his residential lands in Avenir. Further, the location of the new community center, designated major recreation center in Chirao East, in other words, lying east of Range Road 260, south of Villeneuve, provides a significant amenity in close proximity to new residential community. 2, servicing studies completed in 2014 for Avenir contemplated future servicing of the subject land for residential development west of the creek. 3, the subject land is adjacent to Carrot Creek, a designated major open space corridor and environmentally significant feature, a regionally environmentally significant feature. MDP policy requiring a 50-meter setback from the creek recognizes its environmental value and its recreational and aesthetic attributes. Given this, residential land use is more suitable than industrial at this location. 4, Red Willow Park connections, trail connections along Carrot Creek will be more attractive to users moving through a residential area than an industrial area. And Red Willow Park West Master Plan shows those connections on the east side of the creek. We contemplate connections would be made also on the west. We note other lands lying west of Carrot Creek and north of Villeneuve Road on map 3 are designated neighborhood for residential use. The same rationale and designation should be applied to the Kranz land south of Villeneuve. And lastly, Mr. Kranz did not receive notice of previous opportunities to provide input on the proposed bylaw. He received no notice of the December consultation opportunity. In light of this and the economic information which we will speak to next, we respectfully request that the proposed bylaw be referred back to administration for further review. Thank you, and I'll now turn this over to Pierce to continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pierce Shuchuk. I'm a principal with Nichols Applied Management. As a consultant, the bulk of my practice is focused on municipal growth and finance. The City of St. Albert has previously aspired to a tax revenue split of 70% from residential properties and 30% from non-res, as outlined in Flourish. This objective represented a shift from the current split of 80-20. As the city has now substituted assessment in place of revenue in the proposed MDP policy text amendment, the city is now aiming to achieve.
What happened to the slides? So thanks. Okay.
Pardon me. 30% residential. 70% residential, 30% non-residential. This objective represents a doubling of the share of non-residential assessment in the city. The policy objective is more aggressive within the annexation lands where the split is 60-40. Now, the shift from the focus on revenue to assessment is profound. Indeed, the annexation growth study that's been discussed previously is focused on achieving a revenue split, not an assessment split. As we know, revenue is generated through the application of mill rates to target properties and can, to some degree, be influenced by council and administration in the setting of mill rates. Real assessment growth is only the product of market conditions. So the question before us is, do the market conditions exist to support the designation of land use aimed at achieving a 60-40 assessment split in the annexation area? The land use split in the annexation area is the product of targeting the 60-40 revenue split from now to 2070. This implies an average annual land absorption of 19 gross developed hectares of non-residential land per year. We've illustrated the historic absorption rate of non-residential land in the city between 1970 and 2019. Between 2010 and 2019, a relatively high growth period for the city. The rate found in an FBM study commissioned by the city and completed in 2021, which was an inventory and market analysis of non-residential lands in the city, as well as our own analysis, you'll see on the right. Each of these 4 comparator studies is relatively consistent. The rate of absorption necessary to achieve the 60-40 split in a timeline imagined is more than 280% higher than the historic rate and 560% higher than the non-residential market analysis that the city itself commissioned in late 2021. There doesn't appear to be any connection between the 60-40 policy objective, any market analysis, or in recognition of the city's role in the broader capital region. For additional context, we've collected information regarding the assessment-based composition of all cities in Alberta between the year 2000 and 2021. No city has accomplished such a profound shift in the composition of their assessment base as St. Albert is pursuing. Many have actually seen the share of their non-residential assessment erode over that period. Leduc would be the single exception. They were able to capture a sizable share of non-residential growth as development from Nisku spilled over into the city during a particularly short-lived but high growth period related to a boom in the oil sands. The city's own history, its own studies, both the annexation study and the FBM report, as well as our analysis and the comparative context of other Alberta cities suggests that the 60-40 split being pursued should be subject to revision, and we respectfully request that the proposed MDP amendment be referred back to administration and additional supporting research and analysis be prepared to substantiate the amendment. I'd like to add that our firms are currently finalizing a report, which we will be ready in 4 weeks, that sheds considerable light on this issue and will be shared with the city.
Awesome.
Thank you.
As you can tell, that it's trending towards no final decision today, and so your input is valuable. I just have a quick question, and then I'll open up to council. And maybe you might not know this, I don't know if our staff even does, but under the Sturgeon County MDP, what do they have this piece of land designated as?
Madam Chair, I'm afraid I don't have that information.
Okay, right. I might find out because, you know, Mr. Krantz, when he took possession of it, was under certain circumstances, right? So I just want to check out what that was. But if you don't know, that's fine.
Madam Mayor, I haven't looked at Sturgeon's MVP, but the client has told us that it is agricultural.
Okay, all right. Okay, any questions from council? All right, seeing none, I'm going to move to Heather Chisholm. I see her online waiting for us. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. My apologies earlier. I was having some technical difficulties logging in, but here I am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Heather Chisholm, and I'm here on behalf of the Ms. family. We don't have a formal presentation prepared, but we did submit a letter so that's on record stating our concerns. So we're here to express opposition to Bylaw 1 2022. Specifically, we're concerned about the location of the Coal Mine Road extension as shown on map 3 and map 4. And while we appreciate administration's explanation that this is conceptual in nature and the ultimate alignment will be determined at a future date through the area structure plan and neighborhood structure plan process, to one of your councillors' points earlier, if council is taking another look at the MDP maps and some of the amendments here before you, we'd appreciate the opportunity to also reconsider the location of the Coal Mine Road extension and potentially have it shift so it's following Range Road 253 and then shift that commercial node slightly east so that it's linked as your senior planner would like to see happen. So we are here specifically for that. We're concerned about what Coal Mine Road extension would do to the Ms. family property that's built in the location as shown on the maps. And so we appreciate your consideration of our request to realign that conceptual road in the maps. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Heather. So is there proposed realignment to go further north?
Proposed realignment of Coal Mine Road is just to follow the existing Range Road 253, so right along the property boundary. In the package that we submitted is figure 2. You'll see there's an existing range road along the Ms. family property, Range Road 253. Our preference is to have Coal Mine Road extend up that range.
Sorry, it would be slightly east then, right?
Slightly east. Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of Heather? Councillor Killett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Heather, did you submit your, did you get notification of the proposed changes in time for you to submit any comments before the deadline of providing feedback? Or, because I believe the previous speaker said they weren't notified and didn't have time to get their input in time?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, I'm sorry, I mean, we've been following the Cultivate the Conversation website, so we would have had an opportunity, but I'm not sure if the Ms. family received comments, received notification. We were just engaged about a month ago, 2 months ago, so we're just catching up here. But it is available online. We were following the Cultivate the Conversation website. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think administration might know whether the comments came in time or,
Yeah, we can ask, yeah.
or not, but we'll ask administration. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions for the public, I'm going to take it back for council to ask questions of administration. I don't know, Adrian or Vicky or Lindsay, does anyone know? So if west of Carrot Creek, west of Avenir, is it just agriculture in the Sturgeon MDP? Do you know?
That is correct.
Okay, so Sturgeon County MDP doesn't give future desired land uses beyond agriculture then?
It does, just not in that specific area. So that area isn't identified for priority of growth within the Sturgeon MDP. Those areas are more around the Sturgeon Valley, in the industrial parks. That's where their focus and within the villages. In that area was identified as agricultural, for lack of better terminology, but yes.
Sure, yeah, so somebody could buy any piece of land that's agriculture with whatever desires they wanted, I guess, for future development.
Right. There's limits on how much development that can occur on those lands. I think it's roughly the 4 1/4 subdivision, and it would have to remain in an agricultural state without going and getting an MDP amendment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions of our staff on either our two presenters or, of course, anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Killick.
Just to follow on the question I asked our presenters here, but was the feedback received in time for the public hearing from the two proponents of the land asking the changes, or did that come in late? Or
we did do some initial engagement with the Ms. family at the public open house. But the requests for changes were after it had been submitted to the EMRB.
Was that due to a lack of notification to the particular people? Do we know absolutely for sure that we notified them, or that they came in late because they only found out late before it went to EMRB?
So the way the notification worked with the changing in designation is we sent it to information that we got from Sturgeon County, and that's typically what's registered on title. So if your title's not up to date, it's possible that it could have gone to the wrong address, but so I'm not entirely sure if they received it or not, but that's how we sent out our notifications.
And Lindsay, was it also advertised on our website and within the St. Albert Gazette as well for this?
Yes.
For this, yes. That's pretty standard practice.
And we had a newsletter go out to everyone in the annexation area as well. That included information at least on the public open house.
Okay, so we did make our standard efforts, but the input still came in after the deadline. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hughes, you're up next.
Thank you. So if I was to bring forward an alternate motion, I know that Mr. Lafleur has suggested that we just said the public hearings adjourned to a later date. And my concern I have is just about transparency, because I was thinking about the Municipal Utility Corporation a couple of years ago when we had it adjourned. But then the instruction was to get no new information during the adjournment and wait only until the public hearing resumed before we could get information again. So if we were to adjourn it, wouldn't that be a contradiction to, or is this a new change that's allowing it? Because that would be a contradiction to how we were treating it when we adjourned a different public hearing.
So I have to confess, I probably didn't hear everything there. These barriers are a huge obstacle to my ears to hear everything perfectly. But I think I caught the gist of it though. And if my answer is responsive, you can let me know. There is no right way to do this. If you want to close the public hearing, if you want to make a motion and council majority supports a motion to close the public hearing, that's not wrong. It simply is not as flexible as adjourning. It's as simple as that. If council is already determined in their mind that they know what path they want to go forward, that's fine. Closing the public hearing does have this advantage. It allows you to accept information from other sources, right? You don't have to wait for the resumption of a public hearing. And so that there is that advantage to it. The disadvantage, of course, is that you don't know for sure when the public's going to have another opportunity to comment, because the weakness of our public hearings typically is that usually the report, the administrative report comes out only a couple of days before the public hearing date. And for something this big, if I can use that term, that may not be adequate time for the public to get their heads around. I would still recommend just a simple adjournment, but I'm not prepared to pound the table and say that closing the public hearing is necessarily wrong. It just commits you to a certain path forward. That's all.
Okay, so let me just, because this one's important in my brain. So when we had the Municipal Utility Corporation last year, or not last year, last term, it was adjourned. And the instruction during the adjournment was we were to receive no information from the public for the entire time that it was adjourned. But if we're going to be having a committee of the whole, there's no way we can't get new information coming in. So, and also just the public also may want to weigh in, and I don't want to exclude them from having that opportunity. So my concern is if we just say adjourned, that we're treating this public hearing differently than we did for the Municipal Utility Corporation public hearing. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I understand it's like simple to do it that way, but I also don't want to preclude us from being able to get new information when it's not during a public hearing, because my understanding has always been that we're only to look at the information that's presented during the public hearing and not outside the public hearing. So,
okay, if I may,
yeah.
This actually raises a very interesting point, because all public hearings are not created equal. When you have a public hearing that affects an individual landowner's rights, like you're rezoning their land, that kind of public hearing, if it's adjourned, you should not accept any information, right? Because only the information at the public hearing should be in council's mind. Public hearings on larger matters, like you referenced last year, public hearing on creating a municipal corporation, or a public hearing on something like this, which is a municipal development plan amendment, which is a general application. It's still not best practice to accept a whole lot of information that the whole public doesn't know what you're accepting. It's not legally as bad though. It's not going to necessarily undermine the result that badly. It's really a question of what, how does council want to go forward now? My bottom line recommendation about a simple adjournment now is based on this. It gives you a chance to go in private with your CAO and talk about it. Figure out what's the best path forward.
But if we
There's
went
more than one path forward, and then it can come back into an open meeting and determine a path forward.
Okay, and if we close it though, we can still have the meeting with the CAO, correct?
Of course, you can always, but that narrows your range of future options.
How does it narrow the range of future options if we close it and just schedule a new one?
Well, that's the point. It requires you to either schedule a new public hearing or instruct administration to come back with a whole new bylaw, right? Which is a possibility. But I guess I'm asking, why would you want to make that decision tonight before you've had more time to think about the best path forward?
Okay, I hear you. Mayor Herron, I'm going to put forward the motion I just emailed to you guys. If you don't like it, you can vote for something else. Can I read it?
Which one was that? Close or adjourn?
Closed.
Okay.
So it is that the public hearing is closed and a new public hearing is scheduled following a special council or COW meeting, committee of the whole meeting on the MDP regarding the annexation lands.
All right, Alex. Don't you have a question? Go ahead.
I just have a question of administration because this whole thing is getting confusing now in relation to adjournment versus closure. If this proposed motion just put forward passes, public hearing is closed, new public hearing is scheduled, does it all have, potentially, we'll get a whole bunch of new information, we'll have a committee of the whole or special council meeting around all this discussion tonight. Will administration then have to send this all back to the MRB? And will we start right over from the very, very beginning in relation to all the work that's just been done over the last, I don't know how many years?
Well, perhaps the planners know. I'm going to be very honest. I don't know, which was one of the reasons why I recommended only adjournment, so we can look into that. All of those options. I don't know the answer to that.
Wow.
I think we would also have to look into it based off what changes were made to what was approved by the EMRB.
You can amend it to adjourn if you want.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to get a little bit more meat on the bone here in relation to what's happening, because I mean, we're talking about an aspirational plan that's meant to be at 50,000 foot level. That could be one thing, could be another thing, but it's just trying to give guidance right at this particular point. And I'm just trying to figure out if we're not trying to get too far into the weeds too early in the game. So why don't, I mean, so I just don't want to do a whole bunch more, take all the work that's been done right now, even though maybe council didn't get it all, and even those members of the annexation didn't get it now. And like, I think Lindsay said 2,000 pages. And great, I didn't get it, but I wasn't on the annexation committee, and I understand that, but I'm depending on you guys. But I mean, what Lindsay said to me really resonated, and I'm not trying to get into debate, but I need to understand a little bit about what the impact is of what we're doing, because of here it comes, you guys, unintended consequences. Yep. There are some significant consequences here because yes, we have a landowner here that is impacted, but yeah, but I mean, let me finish this question.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. We're not talking about adjourning. You're not talking about adjourning or closing. And that's what we're debating right now.
Yes, I am talking about adjourning and closing. I'm asking administration for clarity on adjourning versus closing. And right now it's very fuzzy. And so, I mean, and that's gonna influence my ultimate vote. And okay. I can make an amendment to adjourn, but that doesn't give me any more definite.
And to help Mr. LaFleur, he said he doesn't understand the full consequences. So his strong recommendation is adjourn, not close. And I don't think that's changed.
All right, fair enough. Then
yeah.
No, that remains my recommendation. If you close the public hearing, the only option you have with the bylaw that's before you, and I underline those words, with the bylaw that's before you now, the only option you have is to debate second reading, right?
Right.
That's it. You can't take more public submissions, right? If you adjourn, you could take more public submissions on the bylaw that's now before you. I don't know if that's the best path forward. I really don't.
Has that changed? I mean, I'm with Councillor Hughes on that because and I recognize your explanation, but I mean that's totally at odds with what we heard last term. But so I mean I guess if that's what you're recommending, that's your legal opinion right now that you're giving us. So I mean that's my question. But based on that, I would make an adjournment. A motion to go back to adjournment.
Men? Okay. Want to make sure all questions are answered. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, I've got motion to close from Councillor Hughes. I've got a motion to amend that to adjourn from Councillor Mackay. I can't remember if I accepted your motion. I accept your motion, and that's right. I accept Councillor Hughes' motion. I'm going to accept your amendment. I'm going to get you to open quickly, and let's make this quick because I think.
Yeah, no, I don't need to say anymore. I mean, obviously, right now, I'm totally up in the air. I got too many things in front of us, and I want to make the right decision. And right now, our legal counsel is recommending adjournment.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Okay. I'm a procedural nut, Ken. Okay. So as far as getting procedure right, I don't like getting it screwed up, especially when it comes to this. And this is why I said public hearing closed, is because I heard Mr. Fleur say that, well, this would be less bad legally. I'm not looking for less bad legally. I'm looking for 100% clean. And if it means that we delay the public hearing by 2 extra weeks because it's not being adjourned, so be it. Right? But the challenge I have right now is that if we say adjourn, really, it's probably going to come back for a public hearing, close a new public hearing scheduled, unless you think that what's in the map is just great, but there's a high likelihood that there's going to be some disagreement between council and administration on that final map, and it's probably going to have to go back to the MRB and everything else, but that's not our fault. It came to us as this, and the process that how I think we've had in this discussion is that we'd like it differently. And so that means that we're going to require a new public hearing. And so I'm just going to have it as clean as possible, because as soon as we say there's a public hearing, who's coming forward, they have that month, people can put submissions in, they can give us their input, it's all 100% clean. But you were there when we had the MUC, and we were told explicitly that we were not to receive any information between the public hearings. And if people even sent us emails, they were not included in the second public hearing when it was adjourned. So I'm having a difficult time putting those two together when we have already experienced an adjournment before, and it was not treated that way, and yet we're saying we can treat it this way this time. So the reason why I'm saying we close it is that it's 100% clean, and we start again, and we say, even if it's the same map, it's the same map, 100% clean, new submissions, we go for it, and then it's decided. And really, we're talking about a couple of weeks delay, and even at 50,000 feet, you can tell if it's an industrial piece of land, or you can tell if it's a piece of residential. So those 50,000 feet still has to have the colors of the map decided. And if we're going to change the colors of the map, we're probably going to start all over again. So that's why I'm saying closed. It's the cleanest method. And I don't ever want to hear us saying that we're doing something less legally bad. That's why.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I'd just like to know what motion we're voting on.
Pardon?
Okay, can I see that somewhere? I just don't know what I'm voting on.
That the public hearing on bylaw 01/2022 be, she proposed closed. Now it's adjourned.
Okay, so we're voting on that the motion is amended to what David emailed us.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
We could put it on the screen.
Probably better if it goes on the screen.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the unique position on the Municipal Energy Corporation as a resident when it came forward. And I distinctly remember that during those discussions, when it was adjourned, I was advised that I couldn't send information to council. And I was advised that I shouldn't speak to council because it was adjourned. And only information would be allowed when it was unadjourned and brought back. I'm not sure if that's a word, but was brought back to the public hearing. So I see adjournment as not working, and being the best way that we should close this particular stage of the public hearing. We should allow us as council to have meetings with the CAO and administration to get clarification on the map and on a bigger question around the words tax assessment or tax split. And also take into consideration the input from the public that we've heard today. It's on the record, so I don't have any problems about transparency or anything like that, but I think we have to have the time, and this is a land that we've said is going to be here for 50 years. And it's a plan that's going to last way beyond this council and the next council, and maybe the council after that. So I think we have to take the time to get it right. And closing this particular public hearing now and having the time to delve into some of the questions that were asked by all of council and get clarification, make sure we provide council's clear direction to administration on a number of topics, whether, I won't go through them all, but I think that would be the cleanest way forward, and we bring it back at a rescheduled public hearing. I agree that will take some time to probably get it on calendars, et cetera. But to me, that is by far, there's just too many unanswered questions to rush this forward, and I think we should close it.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I see no more registered speakers. Councillor Mackay to close.
I take all of the arguments. I agree with everything that they said in relation to identifying a need to get this right. If that's the feeling, I take all of that, but I'm just following advice that we got from legal counsel that it needs to be adjourned, and we can achieve everything else after that, whether you put it closed or adjourned in front of that. So that's the rationale behind my motion.
Okay, call for the vote.
Sorry, Mayor, I apologize. Before you vote, can you just, this is the motion that will be there. That will be the final motion. Because what happens is at the end of it, if we put adjourn, and if you read the end of the motion, then it doesn't make sense, because then we're setting.
The motion that Councillor Mackay put forward is to remove the word closed and replace it with adjourned.
And then leave the second half
And then
of it.
I'll go back to Councillor Hughes to debate.
Okay, thanks.
This is just an amending. Okay.
Well, then, but this is not David.
Same wording, just word shape.
No, I put forward, Mr. LaFleur, that the public hearing be adjourned to a date to be determined later. Sorry, Madam Mayor, if that was confusing. So, Mr.
What was your
LaFleur
original
sent out a
motion?
adjournment motion.
What was your original motion?
Is that it was closed and a new public hearing scheduled following a special council or Cal meeting on the.
Okay, so Councillor Mackay is taking that and taking out the word close and putting it adjourned.
I can live with that.
Is that what you're doing? That's what I
Yeah,
thought you
no,
were
I can
doing.
do that, but I mean, Mr. LaFleur had sent something forward.
Yeah.
And that the public hearing be adjourned to a date to be determined later. Obviously, a great deal of information has to happen before that. So, I mean, the intent of the motion remains the same.
I thought so, yeah. So are you okay with your motion reading to replace the word closed with adjourned? And that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't believe it's substantially different.
So my question to Councilor Mackay, so your intent is that we're directing kind of council to have either a COW or a special council meeting?
Yeah.
So that's Councillor Hughes' intention. This is just to change it from adjourned, from close to adjourned.
Yeah, but I mean, to be specific, I mean, obviously I was fine with the remainder of that because of the questions that were raised today and because of the information. And I honestly believe that we need to have that information. So whether or not it was adjourned or closed is just based on the information provided us.
If you want to debate the cow conversation.
No, no, I just want to understand because this motion keeps changing. So I guess to Mr. LaFleur, there's no issue with that, with actually saying that we want to deal with this problem with a COW or special council meeting. That's okay.
If you want to deal with this topic in a COW or special council meeting, the proper way to do it would be to close the public hearing now and direct that administration come back with a new bylaw
Okay.
dealing with the same subject matter.
Great. Okay, thank you.
And then you could have a COW on that or a special council meeting, all of that before you have any more public hearings.
Okay.
So now you're telling us to close it, not adjourn it.
Mayor, can I?
Because if we adjourn it, we need to have a COW or a special council meeting to talk about this, not just
Yes.
adjourning it and
The
then.
difference is, as was pointed out quite correctly by two council
Yeah.
members, the difference is how much you can listen how much you can engage with the
Yeah.
public. If you close the public hearing tonight, and and especially with direction right in the motion to bring back a new bylaw, which is the only thing you can do once you close the public hearing, you can't have more engagement with the public if that's what you want. I'm hearing that council members want to hear from the public after tonight, right away. Okay, then the way to do that is to close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, based on that information, I'm obviously going to withdraw.
Okay. We're not voting on Councillor Kai's amendment. We're back to Councillor Hughes' main amendment. Councillor Hughes, I don't think we need to talk about this much more.
I think we've hashed this out.
Yeah.
Let's continue it later.
Councillor Killick?
Before I have a cow, I just like to explain to the members of the public that it means committee of the whole, because a lot of members of the public may not know what that,
Yeah,
I've
okay.
said it about 20 times, and I just like to provide that
Thank
clarification.
you for that. For your cow. Calling for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. Okay. We're done with
That
public
doesn't
hearings.
work.
We're going to the 911 dispatch right now. No more breaks. Dinner here? We've made them wait long enough. All right. Okay. So council, we have 2 registered speakers. I'm going to let them go first. Got Mr. Greg Harvey and then Bradley Wakestrap. Did I say that right? Okay. And then we have Myers Norris Penny, who's been online. I'm going to go, we're going to have 45 minutes of this conversation. Dinner's here. It's going to get cold, but we're going to have 45 minutes because, we've got a gallery full of people that have been waiting a long time. At 5:45, we will absolutely take a break for dinner. So, Mr. Harvey, you were the first to register. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you learned a lot about public hearings. So did I.
I think an alternative revenue stream would be drink sales for the gallery.
Welcome to our chambers. Congratulations on your new post as, is it president? Is that what you call president of the union?
Thank you, I guess.
he's like having regrets right now. All right, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Your Worship and Council, for allowing me to speak today. I stand here today to advocate for the residents of St. Albert and the members of St. Albert Firefighters Local 2130. We are proud to serve day in and day out, respond without question to any and all emergencies that are asked of us. Today, you are potentially making a decision on a report with a recommendation to remove our fire dispatch and outsource to an unknown vendor. This report was presented to Council in camera. Any proposed cuts to St. Albert fire dispatchers is a disaster in the making. As you are all aware, local dispatch is a major issue of contention for the province of Alberta with EMS. When the province decided to centralize EMS dispatch and remove centers from Red Deer, Wood Buffalo, Calgary, and Lethbridge, each of those municipalities was so concerned for their residents' safety that each of those municipalities offered to use their own funding to try and keep their services they know because they value local dispatch. To this day, those municipalities are still lobbying to get dispatch back. To quote a statement directly from the Alberta municipalities with its position on the provincial removal of ES dispatch municipalities, and this is quoted, while we understand the move towards efficiency, we have not seen data to indicate response times will not be negatively impacted. Monetary savings should not be the main driver of this decision. A delay in response times, even of a few seconds, will cost lives and erode trust in the system. Albertans will measure the success of this change not by dollars saved, but any changes to EMS services and response times. So it's very easily applied to fire dispatch as well. We were told there was degradation in that service. We know very well how that one went. Fire dispatch is as important as EMS when it comes to life safety, as we know fire doubles in size every 30 seconds. We've always prided ourselves on fast response times being a difference maker in small incidents becoming major incidents. St. Albert dispatchers know our community and are critical to the safety of our residents. An outsourced fire dispatcher doesn't know our community like St. Albert fire dispatchers. This is very evident when our dispatcher was able to determine the location of a recent drowning when no address was available. This local dispatcher saved a life. Firefighters and dispatchers are a team who work together to protect the community. Firefighters rely on dispatchers who know our city and can help when addresses are confusing. Seconds do count. Our dispatchers are our ears for maydays on fires. They may hear a distress call, the command may not. Can you be sure an outsourced dispatch will pay this close to attention to our calls? Probably not. All emergency fire responses begin with prompt fire dispatch from our local dispatchers. Even if the address is unknown, can pinpoint the address due to their vast experience and knowledge of the city. We are standing here today with a report that has numerous recommendations. The one you are being asked to approve is money driven with no regard to the safety of our community and our fire medics. The report states on amalgamation option, there may be efficiencies gained with fire dispatch in the same location as PSAP and police dispatch that could result in even higher customer level service. To reference the management response to this report on amalgamation on the service perspective, the city would be able to maintain or potentially enhance service with amalgamation. We know this to be true as we're having all our dispatchers in the same room. It means all apparatus are dispatched much quicker when seconds truly do matter. Fire and police get out the door at the same time. Right now, it's minutes difference. This was backed up in the report when employees surveyed stated with regard to amalgamation. Employees expressed there would be quicker responses to emergency situations if both centers were in the same building. An interesting part of the report was the weighted average scores of option 2, which was amalgamation, versus option 4, which was amalgamation with selling emergency services to outside cities. Amalgamation was rated a 7.57 on the people score versus 8.52 to the amalgamation with selling services. Essentially the same thing. The two options should be equal on the people factor if we're going to go down there. If amalgamation had been scored the same as the selling with amalgamation, it would have been the top weighted average score, therefore it would be the recommendation in front of you right now. As far as financial cost comparison for amalgamation versus contracting out, amalgamation expenses are $223,500, more than the recommended option of contracting out. This is 0.57% of the city's 2021 emergency services budget. It's a loss of local control over dispatch and potential life safety detriment worth a small amount of savings. There are a lot of questions yet to be answered. Why did the report not take into account the number of incidents of fire dispatch actually dispatches versus only 911 calls sent from the RCMP PSAP? And quoted from the report, approximately only 350 fire calls will be outsourced for more than 15,000 911 calls. The report previously stated 3% of 15,000, which is actually 450, so those numbers don't even jive together. In 2019, 4,098 events were handled by our fire dispatch. In 2020, fire dispatchers dealt with 2,917 calls. This reduction was due to medical first response calls being restricted due to COVID. Charlie calls, which we as a union have asked to be reinstated for the benefit of our union. So we do over 4,000 calls being dispatched by our fire dispatch. This report only took into account 911 calls transferred from the RCMP PSAP and not calls into the 10-digit emergency line 459-7777. Alarm monitoring company calls call this line directly. Fire alarm emergencies are handled, or fire alarms are emergencies and handled as such. Can this report that had very substantial data omission, such as this, be trusted when making such an important decision will affect the life safety of our community? Can we ensure there'll be a minimum and equal level of service? Will outsourced dispatchers be able to use landmarks to guide emergency responders to their emergency?
Greg, I know you're speaking as fast as you possibly can, but your time is up, so I'll give you like 30 seconds to wrap it up. And there'll be time for questions, so.
Okay, so, and on page 53 of the report, it states, there's at least some interest in doing from a service provider with a close and strategic partnership in St. Albert. This would be an extremely attractive proposition for St. Albert because St. Albert retained primary PSAP funding while contracting fire dispatching at a reasonable cost at $213 per cap. Who is this provider? Why is this a secret? I think that's fair to know. If it's an RFP, that's something that the residents of the city should know who's already lined up to take this dispatch over. So.
Okay, is that it? Because I'm going to ask you right away,
yeah.
just to slow down.
Okay.
Okay, because I'd like to write down questions that you want answers to, and I could not keep up with you. So ask for questions again. So the last one you just asked was who would become the dispatcher. So we'll ask our administration that. Is there anything in that report that you specifically need to get answered? Like you asked about the waiting. So I don't know if you want to go through it or, because I want to ask the questions to our staff because I don't have the answers.
Yeah, so we would like the first answer is why was the data given to them that said that we do 4,000 or 3,000 calls not in the report?
Okay.
The message to the public is fire does 350 calls a year. That couldn't be further from the truth.
And that's what we heard as well.
Yeah, and are we
until just
making a
this
decision
weekend.
based on 350 calls a year versus 4,000 calls a year? That's a completely different subject to be looking at here. And is it fair to make a decision based on that? When that data was given to MNP, why it didn't end up in the report, that's a question I think is very fair to ask.
Okay, so question about the data on the number of calls. I'll ask that or somebody will. I think it was going to be addressed anyway. You also had another question about the weighting?
Yeah.
About people versus option 2 and 3 or
so it was option 2 and 4. Yeah, so 2 was amalgamation, 4 was amalgamation with selling. So essentially the same thing. 1 was rated almost a point higher. So the amalgamation with selling, it actually had a higher people score, which depending on where you are, adding more people can add potentially more issues. So why was that one rated higher on the people scale?
Okay.
So
the 2 amalgamation options, the people was different, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? So you, like, honestly, this is your chance. I'm going to go to Councilor Mackay who wants to ask a question too, but if I've forgotten any questions that you had in your presentation, we need to get them now. So go to Councilor Mackay.
Thanks, Greg. I'll won't be quite as fast. Listen, from my background in policing and being in charge of a primary PSAP for a little bit and not truly understanding it, so, but I also know from years of experience working with dispatching and policing, the role of a dispatcher is more than just taking a call, sending the call out to the nearest available unit, and then going on to the next call. There's many different roles that that dispatcher undertakes in relation to that active call, whether it's a police call, I imagine, or a fire call. So can you give me a little bit of an idea what the role of a dispatcher is at the scene of an event or a fire or a collision that requires a response? And I mean, I imagine there's a kind of a responsibility that that dispatcher has before it's turned over to the on-scene commander.
Yeah, so very good question. Like, the dispatcher is our second set of ears on call. So our dispatcher just doesn't hit the button and get the trucks out the door, see you later, dispatch you next time. So when the trucks roll out the door, that dispatch continues to give information as the call progresses. When the trucks arrive on scene, that dispatch, they listen and they repeat every radio communication that we have. That's the system that we run under as far as command. So they have to listen to everything. And a lot of times in fire grounds, it's very loud, very noisy, and a commander on scene may not hear a distress call. Those dispatchers, it's been proven through NIOSH reports in the United States that they've been the ears that have heard a mayday and were able to alert a command based on what was going on. So I know in other services that might be in this potential contracting out, they don't do that. So there's two radios, a command will have one that controls the scene and another one that goes back and forward to dispatch. They're not listening. So if there was something to be considered, are they going to monitor the calls like we're getting right now? Because we're getting as good a service as we can get from our dispatchers to listen.
Yeah, no, I mean, dispatchers play an incredibly vital role that I don't think a lot of people understand. At least I understand it from a police perspective in relation to scene management, background research, and all like. So, I mean, just to get this clear, I mean, you spent about 30 seconds at it. It was probably 45 in your notes, but you spent 30. So would you support amalgamation?
100%. I think that for the service to the city, that we're talking about a city growing to 100,000 people. There is no city in this province that has 100,000 people and doesn't do their own fire dispatch. If we want to grow with everything, LRTs, everything else, then dispatch has to go with that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, amalgamation, it would be an improvement to the service to the residents. When we have the call comes in, it's taken, dispatch is right there. So there's been numerous calls where there was an incident behind Fire Hall 1 back in the day up by Grosvenor Pool, which we're probably all aware of. That fire wasn't dispatched till a few minutes later when the RCMP were first out. If that's combined together, they're out the door at the same time. We're cutting minutes off response time, which quite frankly matters.
I mean, that kind of feeds into my last question, and is around right now when you referred to when EMS was transferred into a centralized Edmonton dispatch center. It kind of like, how do you communicate as a fire or first responder, particularly as an integrated unit? How do you guys respond or get the information to respond? Because we know there's a lot of, I mean, I know personally of a lot of circumstances where, you know, you phone into your primary 911 and it goes, police, fire, ambulance, you say, I need an ambulance, and you guys don't even hear about it. So how do you guys, like, how is that communication working?
Terrible, to be honest. So what happens if somebody calls for a medical call right now? They'll say police, fire, ambulance. So if it's ambulance, RCMP will direct it to AHS. They'll listen in until they can get the address, and it takes quite a bit of time. And then depending on what the call is, so if it's, I mean, hopefully sooner rather than later, Charlie Delta and Echo call, then eventually it'll come back to fire. But by that time, man, we don't always get them. Like, the AHS does not send all those calls to us, but it'll come through a computer within our fire dispatch. And again, this is the 1,200 to 2,000 calls that are also being handled through the center that aren't part of that 350 that you guys were told in the report. So it's a long process. If the call comes in right now through RCMP and fire dispatch is right there, they know enough to know if it's a serious call or not. And they'll be able to get a fire truck out the door for an MFR right away. I mean, we're waiting 20, 30 minutes for ambulances. If we can get somebody on scene right then and there versus that delay of 3 or 4 minutes, that's a huge service adding to the residents if everybody's in the same room.
I've been told to, call 911 and say I'm having a heart attack and I smell smoke. Your bases are covered.
When you're having a heart attack, you're not quite thinking clearly. So, not that I've had one, but I've been to those calls, and I know. Well, I mean, I know the value of first responders, believe me or not. So, I mean, I think I get the point around seconds are critical. Local knowledge is critical. I mean, but the cost of, the next generation 911 with all of its bells and whistles, and I'm not minimizing that by saying that. I mean, it's going to obviously change the game. It's just expensive. So, I mean, it's very hard, very difficult to have two, one primary, one secondary. But if we can look at one, then that might be an option we can look at.
And there's no question, the report speaks actually very clearly to it's very beneficial if the RCMP can do that because they have a different next-gen system. They have the Solacom, I believe it was, and they're already in that system. So it's a cheaper alternative to actually doing a piece or a next-gen upgrade, which on the other hand, right now, I mean, there's a heavy lobby going on in Ottawa to have grants given to municipalities with PSAP. So take it for what it's worth. It could very well come as a grant down the road, according to the minister in charge.
I love your optimism.
And then I did lie, sorry.
That's okay, keep going.
Culture. So, I mean, you got police, fire, police dispatch, fire dispatch working together, different pay scales, concerns?
That's something for the benefit of the city, putting them all on our roof, we'll figure that stuff out if that's the route the council goes down. That, you know what, it's a win for the city if a dispatch stays in here and everybody can figure out how we're going to go. Like I say, it's in the report that, as far as there's two unions that, Labor Relations Board would figure out exactly who's what. But at the end of the day, the city wins when dispatch doesn't leave St. Albert. That example 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago should speak for itself.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So speaking to that non-emergency number, are you saying that a lot of people call that for emergencies?
So what it was, St. Albert got 911 in 1994-ish. So on the fire trucks, it used to be 459-777. So it's a secondary emergency line that all our fire alarms calls, which do turn into fires. There was one at Sierra Dingle that came as alarms. It was somebody that was pulled out of that building, and that's where those go through. So to not count all those calls within there, saying we do 350 calls, that would probably be an easy decision. Yeah, we don't do that much, but the reality is that line is as active, if not more active, than what goes through the PSAP or the RCMP call comes up to fire dispatch.
Yikes, that's really scary that that's being used. And I guess my other question is kind of along the lines of what Councillor Mackay was talking about. So the system that's being mandated for 2025, are you confident that the technology works? So where people aren't going to be describing landmarks, their landline or their cell phone will be?
That's a great question. It's actually later on my thing that I didn't get to just for the timing. But we were all sold the bill of goods when we upgraded this new AFRAX radio system, which is supposed to be province-wide interoperability. Honestly, it's not that much better than what we went to. And then we were told, this is the be-all, end-all. This is going to fix everything. We still have a lot of areas where there's radio dead zones. On any given fire, we're having trouble. So to say that this is going to be the absolute fix, we can eliminate. We know technology. It's just a replacement for today. And always going to be flaws with it. So having somebody who knows the city answer the phone, we can't put a value on that stuff. And to say that, yes, this is going to fix it, maybe it will, but based on our radio system, I would say probably not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I'm just trying to think if I have more questions. I think most of my questions are probably going to be for Everett and MNP. So I hate to let you go because once you're gone, I can't get you back. But I think we're good. Yeah.
See who answers.
I had one.
Thank you.
I had one, Greg. Hold on. And now I can't remember it. I might call you back. That would be the chair's privilege, I guess. Okay. Because I know you're not going anywhere. Okay. Bradley Herkstra.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Huron, City Council members. Thank you for providing the opportunity through this public hearing to speak to you on an issue of a consultant recommendation for St. Albert to contract out its fire dispatch services. As mentioned, my name is Bradley Hoekstra. I'm a proud and long-term resident of St. Albert. I also have 32 years of experience as a firefighter within Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, retiring at the rank of Deputy Fire Chief in January 2021. In that time as well, includes 4 months as the Acting Fire Chief with Edmonton Fire Rescue Services. Today, I hope to present to you my perspective on the fire dispatching subject from my roles as a citizen, a fire ground incident commander, and as a fire services administrator. First, as a citizen, I expect that my municipal government supports a fire service that will deliver fire protection at a high standard. I also believe that any potential changes to that service delivery model should be part of a community engagement process in which citizens understand the impacts of any recommended changes and are provided the opportunity to provide feedback and input through an open and transparent discussion. As a fire ground incident commander, situational awareness is key to successful mitigation of fire suppression emergency events. Dispatchers are integral to getting crews to the incident in the fastest manner possible and for the support during the event in their role as emergency communicators. Having a dispatcher with an in-depth knowledge of the local community is an intangible positive contribution to the overall firefighting team efforts. As residents, we're all aware of the intricacies of our street systems being named or being identified by name rather than a numbered grid system. And as our city continues to grow, this too will grow in its complexity. Having detailed knowledge of our city is often saving our crews very important time in aiding their responses through knowledgeable dispatchers. As a fire services administrator, I can certainly understand budget constraints and efficiency exercises. Operating in a fiscally responsible manner is a requirement that is expected by the taxpayer. However, I do not believe that the recommendation to contract and outsource the fire dispatch service is in the best approach to achieve this. There must be other programs to look at where efficiencies can be found that do not negatively impact fire public safety. Maintaining ownership of our city's dispatch is not privatizing allows protective services in the city of St. Albert to have a better oversight of these critical emergency services. Within my previous experiences, a colleague once mentioned the notion of contracting out as an opportunity to clear our workload. He stated that once in place, the responsibility lies with the third party. This is not a responsible way to proceed at any time with any of our critical services. In summary, as a resident of St. Albert, I asked City Council to put a pause on approving this recommendation in order to properly engage with the community and get their feedback on the outsourcing of fire dispatch services. I encourage each of you to dig deeper into the service level impacts of approving this recommendation, as well as the real people impacts to dedicated employees who are committed to the safety of our citizens. I also encourage you to review the St. Albert Fire Services 2019 to 2023 strategic plan, especially as it relates to the vision statement to serve our community as industry leaders in emergency services, public safety, and education. The strategic plan further states that the vision, mission, and values are the foundation of our successful organization. Every effort is made to keep these current and meaningful so that the department's members are well guided in the accomplishment of the day-to-day tasks and the goals and objectives of its organization. We currently have incredible people living up to this each and every day whenever they report for duty. Laying off 4 people who have chosen dispatch services as a career cannot be taken lightly, but rather needs to be taken with severe sensitivity. I thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much. Councillor Mackay has a question for you.
More of a comment. Thank you, Chief, for showing up today in support and providing your perspective. And I guess it just goes in line with kind of some of my comments that I had to the former speaker in relation to you would have an awareness of the value of a dispatcher at the actual scene. And it's just more than just pushing a button, sending the trucks out, and then going on to the next call if there is an active call. So, I mean, I think that's valuable insight. I don't think a lot of people can truly understand in relation to working a critical scene. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Any questions of council? I'm seeing none, so thank you for joining us. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over now to administration. Is it you, Everett, that's doing the presentation?
Madam Chair, that would be Daria will be introducing our speaker, and then we'll be moving to M&P for their presentation.
Okay, go ahead, Daria.
Thank you. Just a bit of a background for public that's watching. But the city is committed to ongoing review of programs and services to ensure that we can meet current and future needs in the most cost-effective way. In 2020-21, Ernst & Young conducted operational and fiscal review, and the review recommended that the city reviews different models for delivery on 911 dispatch. M&P was contracted to conduct the 911 dispatch delivery model review, and in particular to analyze different delivery models available and recommend the model that the city should consider implementing. Public safety and service delivery to residents were very important considerations during the review. Today, David Thorne from M&P will provide an overview of the review conducted and will be available to answer any questions that council may have. We also have Fire Chief Everett Cook with us and his team, and they will also be able to answer any questions that council may have. So I'll share my screen here and just call on David to walk us through the presentation.
Sure.
So just give me 1 second, please.
Thank you, Daria. While Daria is doing that, I just want to thank council for the invitation to come and present today to meet with you all for the second time. I will say slide 2 will show photographs of the team. Unfortunately, Chad Lynn's the partner who's leading this project is on holidays and was unable to attend. Chad is a CPA and he has an MBA, and he was very integral and instrumental in the analysis when it comes to the financial and the data. And also Monty Pellich, who's our analyst that was assigned to this report, is also on holidays. He's in Israel, as a matter of fact, and he's the author of the report and again, the analyst. So I don't want to say that you're stuck with me, but you are. So I will go through a very high level, and I will also rely heavily on the steering committee, the team that we worked with throughout this process to support me in addressing some of the questions that might arise. So first of all, just a little bit about my background. I've been with M&P for about 6 years in our community safety and wellbeing practice. Based out of Winnipeg, which is where I'm joining you from. We work a lot with emergency providing public safety organizations, police, obviously, different levels from federal, the RCMP, down to municipal, and even some First Nations work. We've also done some work with fire and paramedic services, in particular here in Winnipeg. We've also gotten into an area where we've worked in the multiple sectors in the addictions, mental health, and homelessness area. And in my volunteer life, I'm currently the board chair of an organization called Main Street Project, which is Winnipeg's largest low barrier shelter. We've done some work in Alberta with some other municipalities. City of Airdrie and Grand Prairie come to mind, but also in Lethbridge, Edmonton, and Calgary Police Services and the RCMP as well. So prior to coming to M&P, I spent 35 years with the Winnipeg Police Service. I retired as a deputy chief of operations at that time. I'd spent about 10 years in total on our executive team. As a superintendent and as a deputy chief, our comm center, or our PSAP, which is a public safety answering point, fell into my area of responsibility. However, I'm not saying that I don't want to date myself, but as an inspector back in 04 and 07, I was while an inspector, I was the divisional commander of our communications. So as Councillor Mackay has stated previously with his role within the Edmonton Police Service with their comm center, I too appreciate, I have an understanding, a deep understanding of the role that emergency communication services provide, and the dedication, commitment, professionalism, and training One of the most disciplined areas of a police service or fire service certainly is its comm center, based on the role and the responsibilities that it has. So I will get into slide 3, just again, a very high level capture of the following components of the report. We started with a current state review, which is a breakdown of the St. Albert PSAP as it exists today, the work that flows in and out of it, and the costs associated to, in particular, to the 9/11 calls. We'll touch on the stakeholder consultations, which includes internal. There was a comm center employee survey that we put out. We did refer to information from the City of St. Albert's resident survey, and we did a number of external surveys, 7 municipalities in total that were selected in cooperation with the project steering committee. An environmental scan, again, those 7 municipalities, we'll get into that a little bit later. The future state model options, there were 4 different options, and the third option had 5 separate models that we'll also talk about later, and also the recommendation, which we'll get into at the end of the slide. So slide 4, current state review. St. Albert utilizes a police call center or a PSAP. We looked at the pathways for both emergency and non-emergency calls. I don't think I need to necessarily get into the pathways of the call. I think it was alluded to earlier, but I will comment that when a member of the public does call 911, it's typically at a point where there's an incident where they or someone around them feels threatened or sees that life or there's a threat or a risk to life or property, and the objective is to call 911, and that help will come quickly, professionally, and it will resolve whatever it is that has caused that call to be made. There are non-emergency lines attached to PSAPs, and those are for the types of calls or the type of requests that where that imminent risk isn't apparent. So when the call comes into a PSAP, and in the case of St. Albert, there's that initial question that's asked, what is your emergency, or along those lines. The options are police, fire, and ambulance or paramedics. In the case of St. Albert, of course, it's the police, which are the RCMP. St. Albert has the police dispatch. AHS gets the health or the paramedic EMS calls, and then of course your fire service gets the fire calls. Non-emergency calls are also handled to the municipal enforcement officers, and there's other duties that are performed within comm centers typically. And in the case of a police comm center, it would be CPIC or the National Police Computer Bank, and also as frontline support to officers. And I think it was alluded to earlier by both presenters, is that they're also a very valuable support to the firefighters on the scene, getting information to them quickly and leading that kind of support. Slide number 5. We took a look at the 911 calls for service. We see that over an 8-year period that we looked at, 12 to 20, the total calls increased 2.4, which is about 380 calls per year. And over that time span, you saw an increase of 11,268 911 calls. Slide 6, please, Daria. This breaks down the calls the 911 calls that came into the PSAP. 64% were for police or the RCMP, 28% went to AHS, 10% were abandoned calls, drop calls, where people, they just chose not to maintain the call. 4% to EPS, just jurisdictional. 3% of the calls to St. Albert Fire Service, and 1 to the NAOCC, which is the Northern Alberta Operation Communication Center, which is the RCMP Communication Center. Slide 7, please, Daria. Here's just a capture of what that meant over those years. Fire calls decreased by 20 calls a year, or 0.8%. Police calls increased by 41 calls annually, or 0.4. HS was a little more significant with 178 call increase per year, or 4%. And lastly, the abandoned calls increased by 6.1%, or again, 35 calls a year. And I think to look at the actual numbers of the calls. And we'll talk about the point that, I'm sorry, I think it was Greg, you're the president of the fire union, brought up about the calls that are rerouted or sent to fire dispatch that didn't come into the PSAP as 911 calls, but do end up for support. So slide 8, if you would please, Daria. Again, just to recapture, annual 911 calls increased over the period of the study 2.4% annually. Although local RCMP calls were the largest proportion of calls, that the RCMP call volume over that period of study has been relatively steady, not a big up or down. AHS, the fastest growing when it comes to 911 call increases, and fire calls have decreased over the period by approximately 20 calls annually based on the linear regression. But again, we will speak to and recognize the point that was made earlier about AHS reaching out or reaching back for support from the fire comm center. Slide 9, very high level as far as the police emergency communication center. The net increases were an average of 7.9 overall from 2017 to 20. I will point out that while the casual and overtime costs decreased, regular salaries increased. And we're aware, we've been informed that that was a deliberate effort by the city to increase the FTE count, or the full-time employee count, while mitigating the need for part-time or casual employees and overtime. And I think that's no matter what sector you're in or what business that you're in. Sometimes it is a common practice to vacancy manage and some full-time positions, and you do that by either bringing in other full-time employees in on overtime, or you have a casual pool that you can bring folks in. Slide 10, please, is the fire emergency comm center. There's important to note that there's no grant revenues in these years for the secondary PSAPs. And the net expenses increased by an average annual rate of roughly 1% from 2017 to 2020. Slide 11, if you would, please, Daria. So again, I don't repeat, just overall combined costs have increased with an annual rate of approximately 2.5. Grant revenues have not quite kept pace with the costs. As a result, net costs after factoring in grant revenues have increased an average of approximately 2.9% over the same period of time. Slide 12, the stakeholder consultations that we referred to, the internal St. Albert RC. Well, you can read the list that we have provided. We did include both QP 5141, which is the employees within the comm center place, and then the local 2130, which is spoken today, was getting standing at today's council meeting. The external, we did identify with the steering committee 7 municipalities that for various reasons either contract services out or receive services from other municipalities on a contract basis. And we wanted to get a mix of the different, a blend, if you will, of the different models so that we could have an understanding and speak with others to find out what their experiences are and to get a sense of what the pathways or what the processes would look like, and then of course some of the costs. We also spoke with two companies that provide computer-aided dispatch or CAD services, radio services, and that being Motorola and Hexagon, well-established players in the 911 community. And also, as we prepare for next generation or NG 911, they're certainly at the leading edge of that. And keep in mind, NG 911, that was being discussed when I was involved in police communications back in 04 to 07. So when you hear about the goal line being continuously moved and pushed back, I think it does a couple of things. One is that it creates some complacency within some of the organizations that deliver this service, not always having a hard deadline. And then the other thing, the costs just simply go up. The longer you wait, the longer you delay that this technology is, although extremely valuable, the costs will go up. Slide 13, please, Daria. The future model states, as I say, we broke it down into four main areas. Status quo, which is what it means, says, and that's meaning no changes. Second option was amalgamation, was combine the two services under one PSAP at the detachment, which wasn't really a part of the scope of the project, was to look at the space or the capacity of that building, but that the space is important. If you're to combine, that you would require enough space for an extra seat and to house those employees. So we're not sure of the cost, what there would be, but what we do know from our consultations is that there would have to be growth with respect to space, which would have a price tag attached to it. There's 5 contracting out options. I'm keeping an eye on the clock, so I won't read for them, but there's a mixture of what you would contract out and what you would keep. And then, of course, the fourth option is selling emergency communications to others, which it's a niche market. It's a market that's already well established. So for a city like St. Albert to get into that business, you would be competing with your neighbors and your partners. And well, we'll talk about that, but I just don't know if there's a market for it, if that's something that's very appealing. The next slide deals with the future state models, and this is the criteria descriptions. Again, there was 5 areas that were looked at. One is the people, in particular the impacts to employees in the centers. The spectrum that was used was disruptive to non-disruptive, and that would include considerations such as layoffs, risk of labor disputes, need for training, etc. Process impacts to operations and administrative functions. The spectrum there was simple to complex. Considerations were implementation and operation complexity, simplicity of the call path, degree of standardization, etc. Customer impact, of course, which is important to the city of St. Albert, as it is to any city. And this is in regards to the residents of St. Albert, who are the only users of the 911 center in St. Albert. The spectrum there was low to high risk. Considerations are the degree of localness, which we heard a lot about, and the degree of controlled service provision, etc. Basically, what the bar that we used was, is it local or not? Technology was 10%, and that was the investment more so into the infrastructure. We've already heard a few times now that the entry into the world of NG 911 is not inexpensive, and the costs keep growing, although the technology is groundbreaking and very innovative. Financial impact, again, which is important to every municipality. You'll see a percentage. This is how we interpreted the impact of each one of those areas. People 10, process also 10, customer impact and cost we put at 35. We're on to the next slide, which is the results of the scoring methodology that the MNP team used, that Chad and Monty used. The number one recommendation, of course, was, you can see the scorings. I won't read out the numbers out of respect of time. Slide 17 talks about the recommended model, which in the report is listed as 3B, which is contract fire dispatch, and the secondary PSAP out. And just very quickly, a secondary PSAP is designed for redundancy, to act as a backup in the event that a primary PSAP is inoperable, whether it's technology or a disaster, as I say, as a flood, that you're required to have a PSAP that has a seamless transition from primary to secondary. Meaning, of course, you would keep your primary PSAP in the location that it is, along with police dispatch. I'll just make a few comments, and again, just out of respect of time, this model ranked well in technology because it negates the need to invest in the expensive NG911 for the fire dispatch and the secondary PSAP, which would be combined. Police dispatch and primary PSAP can utilize the less expensive, I know it talks about cheaper, RCMP Solicon system. Customer impact, you can keep the localness, certainly for the PSAP, the primary and the police with client interactions are maintained internally. Keep in mind that the secondary PSAP is the backup. It maintains the majority of NG911 grant funding, despite losing the secondary NG911 grant. It is a lesser amount and really a net cost benefit. And that there still will be costs required to maintain the police call, to maintain a police call center if you were to contract that work out for non-emergency calls, administrative calls, CPIC, municipal enforcement, dispatch, of course. Some municipalities that outsource dispatch still have employees that perform these duties. Streamlined process, small portion of the calls are transferred and it does not require a secondary PSAP, an emergency and non-emergency. Now again, with that 350 911 fire calls out of 15,000 911 calls, we are aware of that there are circumstances where 911 calls, after being sent to AHS, that AHS will come back to fire dispatch to provide support on some events. They're not 911 calls specifically to the St. Albert PSAP, which is what we were looking at. We did receive that report, and after reviewing the report up to the very final version, they weren't included in the 911 call. The distinction for sure, with the ultimate goal being that personnel from the St. Albert Fire Service being dispatched, regardless of the pathway to get there. In other words, the firefighters will be dispatched in a timely way. Typically, these calls occur when there aren't ambulances available from AHS, or if more hands are needed at a scene based on the training that the firefighters have. Those calls will still happen regardless of who dispatches them, the way it is currently happening or through a contractor. Keep in mind that when we scored the customer impact, and I'm being repetitive for a purpose, is that we scored local, not the volume. Was it local, yes or no? We didn't weight the scores based on call volume just because of the sheer numbers. When you compare the police to the fire calls, due to the difference in volumes, we purposely stayed away from that. We didn't include wasn't in scope. It needs to be considered as capacity of the department. Amalgamation would require more seats and space, and the current center cannot provide that. That would certainly come at a cost. In closing, we were asked for an objective opinion and a recommendation. We're confident that we remained independent, and through our report and our recommendation, we offered our best advice. It is an area, based on my policing background, and certainly just from what I've heard today, is that this has become a very emotional issue, that this is There are a lot of dedicated people that work in these services, and I think we all respect their service and that commitment that they have. And again, and to achieve full transparency, we did provide the city with the tool that we used, and it can be for their referencing later or even use. The weighting and the criteria, the scores that we gave were ones that we had based on outsiders looking in and on the information that we received through the consultation. So I'll end it there.
All right, thank you, David. Thank you for pointing out the dedication of those that we are talking about in the emotions. Are you available to stick around for questions?
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, David. Yeah, you.
Yeah, yes. No, it's funny with, it's not funny, but you're looking up and to the right, and I don't know if you're looking at me or somebody in the audience.
Hey, council, it's 5:51. Can we eat fast? We'll take a dinner break because my brain's drained, and we will come back. How about 6:20? The short one. Is that good enough for you, Wes? Okay. All right, everyone, it's 6:20. Councillor Hughes is just making tea, but I'm sure she can hear us. So let's get back to it. Okay, I have a whole bunch of councillors lined up to speak. Councillor McKay's twice. We've got David Thorne is still here. We've got Everett here. We've got everyone to answer questions. So I'm going to open it up. Councillor Broadhead, you've been waiting a long time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think some of my questions were answered just reviewing notes and stuff here, but maybe can you explain, so St. Albert Fire Services has advanced life support on our trucks, and they get called out to road emergencies. Can you just explain how that particular call is handled? If the primary call goes to AHS, how is that handled?
I can answer that question, Madam Mayor. So through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, that would be dependent on how the call is answered, or the information that is provided to the 911 dispatcher, the primary PSAP, when the caller calls in. So for example, if you're in a motor vehicle collision and you identify that you, let's say you're trapped, or your vehicle's on fire, likely you're being pushed right to the fire department right away. My experience, and maybe with others as well, though, the first thing that we do is care for our loved ones. And often we will first say that I need an ambulance, somebody's hurt. That's our emotional side. Many times those calls then would be pushed off to Alberta Health Services, and that call would be lost, if you will, to the fire service until such time as Alberta Health Services has evaluated the call, identified that there is other mechanisms at play that need to be addressed, i.e. entrapment, and then they would push the call then back to the fire dispatch center, so that would be our staff in Station 3, to dispatch the appropriate apparatus. That does add time.
Fair enough. All right. So we received a number of emails over the last couple of weeks when this report was made public. One of the concerns was, or the assertions was, is that local dispatch have local sort of intelligence, or they have local knowledge that makes the fact that they are located in St. Albert alone makes it quicker. So my question to you is, what's the hiring path for a fire 911 dispatcher?
Sorry, just through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, sorry, just point of clarity, the hiring path for a contracted service or our existing dispatch?
Are the secondary PSAP that answers this fire call, right? So like, do you train them to know St. Albert better than anybody else? I mean, is it a requirement that they live in St. Albert and know the area? Is that tested when they are hired for it?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, I'll do my best to answer your question, but then I will be deferring to Deputy Chief Vern Elliott to talk a little bit about process on the hiring of our dispatchers. Unfortunately, I haven't been here while we've hired one. We have some very dedicated personnel staffing our center, and they've been here for quite some time. To your point, the requirement to live in the city of St. Albert, no, I do not believe that's a requirement today for our dispatchers. I do know that our dispatchers, though, are very well versed in the city, as they some are residents of the city of St. Albert, and they do have the experience with a long period of time of service with the city of St. Albert. I believe Kathy mentioned one of our dispatchers who's with us today. He's been here for 24 years. That's a lot of knowledge of the city. So to your point, that is how I believe a lot of the knowledge of the local area is obtained. But when it comes to the hiring, I will ask Deputy Chief Vern Elliott, if he's on with us, to step in and provide a little bit more information.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. I actually haven't hired a dispatcher as well, but we have brought on one dispatcher recently, and we did do a fair bit of training. And of course, that local knowledge, there's a requirement to know general areas, of course, and just through, I'll say osmosis in doing the calls, they do gain a lot of insight into, I'll say locally named areas. So certainly it's not part of from what I understand, it's not part of the testing or the hiring process. But like I said, as we go through the training, it's more on the technology, using the technology, making sure that they understand how to communicate to officers and to firefighters and to responders. Yeah.
All right. So the call comes in, but the dispatcher doesn't dispatch the call based on, say, you got to go to the grotto, for example. Like they don't dispatch that way. They dispatch by coordinates, right? Address and address number, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, I believe that would be situational dependent, depending on the source of the call, whether it be a landline or a cellular device. Current 911 systems are able to provide your location from a landline, where from a cellular device, if necessary, you can actually, your cell phone can be pinged, if you will, to find a general location. And I believe that's within either 10 or 100 meters. I may be off a little bit on that number, but there is that option. That local experience and knowledge does play a key role in helping to provide another avenue to locate an event should a caller not know or understand where they're at.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is like, what's the equipment on the truck? Like, I mean, do they have a map on the truck that says, this is where the call is located, go to where the map is, or does the driver of the truck actually have to remember what the dispatch is telling him and saying you're going to go to the 7-Eleven that's next to the, Mission Hill?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, we do have terminals in our truck where information is passed or pushed from dispatch to our apparatus. And they receive that information. Also, when a call is dispatched, typically the address is broadcasted with the initial dispatch or the initial tones in a station. That information is also broadcasted to crews. Crews on their way out to the base have the opportunity to review a map, but also, again, that information is pushed through to them electronically.
Okay. So it goes to a map, it's not a text message.
I beg your pardon?
It's not a text message?
No.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So the secondary number that goes into the fire service dispatch center, what sort of calls are those?
Excellent question, and thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. So the, call it the backdoor number or the secondary number into our dispatch center is still used today by alarm companies as an example. I understand that some alarm calls are still manually called into that number. I learned that just very recently, as a matter of fact, as I didn't realize how busy that number was or how active it was. Alternate to that, or in addition to that, sorry, I believe that is where we receive a lot of our general inquiries as well. And I'm actually going to look to DC Elliott again just to verify that point for me. But that is where a lot of those secondary calls come in to our center.
So a secondary call would be, oh, by the way, is a fire pit allowed on my driveway?
That would be correct. I understand we also receive building alarm test calls on that line as well. So for example, if a business, a commercial business in town is testing alarm or either commissioning alarm or going to be shutting down alarm for maintenance, that some of those calls are received via that number as well.
But not emergency. Emergency goes 911, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, well, no, I shouldn't say that. A monitored alarm is treated as an emergency. So when an alarm company receives an activation of a monitored alarm in a residence or a commercial property, they then, depending on process, likely try and make contact with the key holder. That would be the owner of the business or the homeowner, if they're to verify the emergency. If they're unable to, often they will then contact the fire department of jurisdiction, advising that we have an alarm at 123 ABC Street or whatever the address may be, and that the key holder is unavailable. Every one of our responses are treated as it would be, it could very well escalate to a fire. Our monitor alarms are responded to by no less than an engine and a tower, sorry, 2 engines and a tower.
So our current PSAP, secondary PSAP, is at Fire Hall 3?
Correct.
Okay. So explain the time difference between if it's at Fire Hall 3 or if it's in Stony Plain.
Oh, I see. Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, the process shouldn't. It is anticipated that the process would be similar in nature, whereas the initial 911 call would be received by the primary PSAP, so at the RCMP detachment. Then, once a fire department was determined as the agency required, that call then would be rerouted either to our secondary PSAP, so Fire Hall 3, or should council elect to go with a contract service provider, to that provider, whoever that may be. I do know of examples where secondary PSAPs are miles away. They don't have to be close in nature, but that transition time is near instantaneous to get that information to them. It is all electronic and such.
So the information is that, say, Grand Prairie Fire services like 50 some odd communities with this type of services, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the dispatcher in that particular unit, I guess it all depends on who you hire out, but if it was Parkland or if it was Grand Prairie, they're likely firefighters there too, so they understand the nature of the business. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, based on the nature of their business, I would hope they would understand the fire business, yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Councillor Mackay.
I know you were dying to interject.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. I don't know who to direct the call to, whether it's administration or Mr. Thorne. Due to the pandemic or a number of reasons, I guess CRTC already delayed some of the timelines in relation to pushing out NG 911. Is there any information to say that they're going to continue? I know as of March 1st this year, you know, the telecoms all had to push into an NG 911, but the PSAPs have until 2025. Was that just pandemic related, or were there other technological issues behind that?
Right. Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, I can't answer that question. I don't know, but I would like to see if David from MNP or our manager of policing services, Aaron Giesbrecht, have the information and are able to answer that for you. David?
No, I mean, when I made the comment earlier, like I go back to 2004 to 7 when it was first being discussed, NG 911, and at that time it was more of a conversation about with the public having access to more forms of communication devices. It would increase their ability, and I think not only their ability, but expectations to text, to send video, to send photographs, and all of this would be useful information for a PSAP to be able to receive, but they just weren't ready to receive it. So the public has all that technology, and I think it's a matter of catching up. I don't know if it's been pushed back again, your 2025 date. Aaron might be more in tune with that than I am, but that's the last date that I've heard is 2025.
I think council, what I can add is I'm not aware of any future delays that are pending or likely delays. I think 2025 is probably going to happen in terms of the deadline for NG 911.
All right, thanks. Yeah, David, don't worry. They were talking about it when I was still a member too, and they were talking about all of the future tech stuff, and they still are talking about it. I know I know people who sit on the CACP Tri-Services Agreement, and it's still lots of talking. I guess when we talk about amalgamation, something that was mentioned in your review, David, it was around, yeah, you know what, you looked at amalgamation, but other things like space needs or other issues, they weren't fleshed out because they were out of scope. Did I capture that accurately?
Yeah, that was, so I had mentioned that in my presentation, in that we know that there's just that there were discussions happening locally within the city of St. Albert for a new building or a new structure, but it wasn't anywhere near public, or it hadn't advanced that far. We do know that if you do amalgamate, that requires that you would add seats just to take on the volume of calls. Our impression, you know, you talk about COVID, normally in a project like this, we would actually be there and we'd be able to see the PSAP or see the comm center, you know, to have a look at it, touch it, feel it, so to speak. But I mean, that's certainly something that we can be told or learn through the consultations, through the interviews that we do. So what we did here is that the comm center in the detachment, and I'm sorry, I think it's Maloney or the name of the building, is that it's at capacity right at the moment, that if you were to expand the size, that you would need to somehow find space. And I don't think knocking down walls was an option. So it would, you know, I guess your next best bet would be, well, then where else? What would another location be? And I think having a PSAP within, you know, in close proximity for that was a desire for the city and in a city building, I should say, not proximity, but existing within a city building.
Okay, so maybe this is to the chief or to another member of administration then. Having a primary PSAP, was it vital that it be at, if it was RCMP, was it vital it had to be located within an RCMP facility, or could it be located within City of St. Albert facility and, for example, Fire Hall 1?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, I will be turning it to Aaron Giesbrecht, Manager of Policing Services, again in just a second, but I understand that the RCMP's requirement is that it does reside within a RCMP detachment or controlled facility to meet their security requirements. I'll ask Aaron though, just to confirm that for us.
Thank you. Yes, the primary PSAP portion of the dispatch isn't a requirement to be within a police space. However, the police dispatch is. So I think you have to separate out both of those functions. And when MMP did the report, they looked at a number of things where you would be able to take the primary PSAP and put it with the fire department over in Fire Hall 1. Then what does that mean for police? And there's a few other options in there that articulates all that. But if you were to keep a primary PSAP and amalgamate and have a police dispatch part of that primary PSAP, it has to be within a space that the RCMP would approve for information security, number of CPIC things. There's national standards, as you'll know about those kinds of things, and then security standards for RCMP technology and information that has to be adhered to. So typically it's within a police detachment when you get into a police dispatch scenario.
Yeah, but I mean, there's all sorts of security. You can key card it in, all sorts of things. I know we did. But I mean, most of, now correct me if I'm wrong, police dispatch, does it happen from the primary site, but don't they send a lot of their calls through the Northern Alberta Center? Or is it local too?
Sorry, I'm not sure I totally understand the question, Councillor Mackay.
So when a 911 comes in to our primary, that's that current RCMP detachment, the 911 takes it, and if it's a police-related call, is it dispatched out of St. Albert Detachment, or does it go to I forgot the acronym, NAOCC?
It is dispatched locally out of the St. Albert Detachment. So all St. Albert RCMP calls are dispatched out of the detachment. So it doesn't go to NAOCC. The only time that the police would transfer a 911 call, or in St. Albert, our primary PSAP would transfer to NAOCC, was when a 911 call bounced off of a tower and came to the St. Albert 911 center in error. And it actually is in an RCMP jurisdiction outside of St. Albert, so Sturgeon County or somewhere else. And that does happen on occasion.
Okay, no, that's good to know. But I mean, I guess I'm just more curious in relation amalgamation in the weighting, if you look at the weighting for some of these weights, I mean, amalgamation scored pretty high in people, processes, customer impact, and even close in technology. It wasn't until we got to the financial that we dropped down, but I mean, it's pretty high and really important criteria, whether, 10, customer impact, 35% of your weight scale. I mean, pretty high on the front end, customer service delivery, local autonomy. I mean, these are important considerations. I guess I just don't understand all the weighting, but I mean, I'm not part of the model. And I don't know whether we have time to go into it or whether it'd even be beneficial, but I mean, financials, 35%, customer impacts, 35%, could you make an argument that one should be lower than higher? That's all I'm trying to, so I don't really want to get into it, but I mean, at the same time, I think that I might need some more information as to how the weights were arrived at, but I don't know if I want it all today, because I might need to go back and take stats 101 just to figure it
out. You done questions?
Well, no, I don't know, maybe did Mr. Thorne did you have a comment in relation to the weights, or are you?
Yeah, I was going to. I mean, I wasn't involved in the weighting exercise or that part of the methodology, but I think what you're saying, Councillor, is absolutely true. We did the MNP team, Chad and Monty, who I alluded to earlier. They designed the criteria and the framework with which to do it. It's that the framework that is used was, and I think I mentioned before, it was passed along, and we base those criteria and we put the percentages based on what we heard. So, what we heard was local was important to the residents, service was important to the residents, but cost was also very important too. Is that it isn't an either or proposition, that you want to be able to have the best service possible, but to get it at the most reasonable cost to the taxpayer. So, yeah, we're not St. Albert residents, that we're outsiders looking in. So when we attached, or when it was scored, it was based on that. So if you did a council exercise, it might come out differently. If you did a citizen exercise, it might come out differently. Certainly, if you did an internal fire evaluation, it would come out differently as well. But we were asked to come forward with findings and a recommendation. We're confident that our approach, the methodology, our findings, and the recommendation is based on our understanding is solid.
I appreciate the feedback and the extra comments.
Councillor Mackay, and all of you, I guess this is a comment to all of you, this is an important decision. If you don't feel like you have the information in front of you, there's two recommendations, one for information and then one to go with 3B. We could do the for information tonight, it's a no-brainer, and send in some IRs.
Yeah,
honestly, I want everyone to have all the information in front of them before we make this decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm leaning that way right now, but I'm also looking at all the other questions here, and so, but I am definitely leaning towards that because I need more information.
Okay, so start thinking about what you might need, and all of you, if you don't have it.
Comes in a bottle right now.
It is 6:44. All right, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, just FYI, I'm leaning towards what you're suggesting because I don't think we're going to come to a decision tonight. Okay, but I'm going to ask a couple of questions that were brought forward tonight anyway, just to take it off your plate. So the dispatcher, we have a numbers here for what we're basing it on. Like I look at your model here on page, I'm not sure what page it is, but how do we know what the numbers are? Do we have a dispatcher already pegged for who would be getting this, or how do we know the validity of this? Because it really depends on who the dispatcher is, what any of these numbers are. So who do I'll look at you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly. Your question was, do we have another dispatch agency already identified for contracting our services to? Is it?
It's twofold. So yes, like do we have one, or how did we base these numbers on? Like if we're looking at alternate services, we're looking at contracting it out, we have to know who we're contracting out to be able to judge what they're capable of doing compared to what we're doing. So how did we come up with these numbers, and do we have something already planned?
Excellent. Thank you. I understand your question now. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. 2 points. Number one is based on council's direction, should council decide to pursue contracting out, the process would likely take upwards of a year. There is or has been no engagement with any dispatch service providers to seek their services. We would be engaging in an RFP process. We would be taking our time to build metrics into that process to ensure that the city of St. Albert would be receiving the same level of service that we're receiving from our 4 dispatchers today. What those metrics are, I don't know yet. That would be something that we'd be taking our time again and ensuring that we did correctly, if you will. With respect to numbers, I believe you're referring to the financial numbers. So if we had 300 calls versus 3,000 calls a year that were dispatched out, is that correct?
Actually, I'm looking at it may not be you, but the NMP report, like it has like, if we contract fire dispatch and second PSAP, and they have the people, processes, customer impact, but for us to be able to gauge if that's an accurate assessment, we have to know who we're measuring it against. Like there's great dispatchers and there's terrible dispatchers. So how are we getting these numbers as an alternate for a contract?
What I'd like to do is just start my best, or do my best to answer your question, and I will turn it over to David from MNP for comment. But with dispatch service providers, it's typically based on a per capita basis. In my experience, is anywhere from $1.85 per capita up to $2.40 per capita. That's not necessarily call dependent. That's simply population dependent with an undetermined or unlimited amount of calls, if you will. I would like to see if David had any more information that he can add to that, or to better.
So there is a couple of comments. You know, when we were reaching out to some of the other municipalities that were in the business of providing this service, we asked the question about fees and rates, and they were all very reluctant to give us numbers for the simple reason is that if it did go to that they wouldn't want their chances or their ability to bid on an RFP to be compromised, because they didn't want it to be seen as part of a negotiation in advance of an RFP coming out. So those were general numbers that we got from some of the other municipalities that deliver the same type of service to other municipalities. We did not, and I'll emphasize, did not approach anybody to say, if you did provide this service, we're going to get a fee from you, and you're going to get locked into it. We didn't have the authority to do that. I mean, so it was just some very general numbers. We do require for people when we interview folks to be able to be forthcoming with information. We do offer a degree of anonymity. And again, these were just general numbers. I do think that now, if you're asking about salary, excuse me, how do you determine that? I know from my experience, and I'm sure it's in St. Albert, is that there'll be a comp and class, that there'll be a job description or a position title, and along with that, there'll be requirements and attached to that a salary range based on entry level to full. When you've got the time in at that particular position. So I think that's what you're asking, and if it isn't, I can try to clarify.
Okay, I'm gonna reword the question. So I'm looking on your model comparison page. So it says page 7, like VII on the dispatch delivery model review. And we have numbers for all these different options. And what I'm trying to figure out is not the percentage weighting, but how did we come up with those numbers? So I look at status quo, customer impact says 8.5, amalgamation says 7. I'm trying to figure out what, and I'm going to look at contract fire dispatch, and it says 7.5. And again, it depends on who does it, what kind of a service you're going to get. So I was trying to figure out how we came up with those numbers if we don't know who's going to be doing the job. And then furthermore, and I'll expand on it, which is my second question, was how do we have these other numbers all put in? Not the weighting, but how did I say status quo is 8.5, amalgamation 7 on customer impact, and the contracting for some reason is supposed to be better if we contract it out than if we amalgamate it. And I'm trying to figure out how we came up with those numbers, because that all I'm seeing are numbers, but that doesn't justify them.
Right. And I don't know if I'm not. So that will be a part of that when I alluded to earlier that when I say we, when my colleagues at MNP were coming up with the criteria and the weighting, it was a very subjective approach to taking what value they put on it based on what we had heard when we were gathering the numbers. So, for example, for costing was more direct in the sense that if something was $2 versus $1, it would be weighted twice or 2 times. It was very much more subjective when it came to the other about the impact, because there was a lot of gray in that, but it was based on MNP's interpretation or understanding of what we had gathered on that.
Okay.
I'm sensing by silence I still didn't answer your question.
Yeah, it's closer to what I was looking for. So it's a little uncomfortable for me thinking everything's subjective. I feel like my son writes an essay for English. Sometimes we agree with the teacher's assessment and sometimes we don't. And this is a pretty major decision. I have one more question. I'm going to turn it over to other people so I don't hog the whole time. So we had the cost savings for $340,000 is what we're estimating on an annual basis. And I'm trying to figure out where was the cost savings? Because we still have salaried staff. We still have to have the equipment. So how did $340,000 materialize or stop materializing in a need?
And you know what? So I think if we can, that when I alluded to it earlier, and again, it was just the timing of this meeting. I know that there was a desire to have us present to this. I was the only one available, and I jokingly said that, well, you're stuck with me. What my expertise isn't, and the last thing I would want to do is to give an answer that isn't accurate or doesn't meet the needs of council. So I do know that the conversation is coming so far, or it's been mentioned that perhaps more information is required, and I would respectfully suggest that if this is one of those areas on the finances, how they arrived, is that might be a question probably better suited answered by my colleagues than myself.
I think Everett might help with that one question on the $340,000 in cost savings.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll do my best, and then if I'm unable to satisfy Councillor Hughes's question, we can bring it back in an IR for council if so desired. Okay. However, to get right down to it, it's the saving in wages. That's really what it is. That money that's being saved is the wages of not having to employ staff anymore. That is at the root of it. Those savings won't be realized until sometime in 2023 or 2024. The other savings that I don't believe are shown on that table, I'm sorry, I don't have it open, are the capital cost of moving to the NG 911 system as well. Hope I've answered your question. If not, we can bring more information back in an IR, but at the root of the savings, that is what it boils down to, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions for now.
Okay. Councilor Bermansky, it's your turn.
Okay, so with the cost estimation for the NG 911, the way I see it, the federal direction of setting down this new system, is really affecting the boots on the ground, you know, the people that are doing the jobs kind of thing. So the police had to put that expense into the place. It's put onto the fire now, and this conversation likely would not have come up if that didn't come into play. So my question is if you're outsourcing, would those companies also be having to have that expense and push the charges forward to the people that are using them as outsourcing?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, every dispatch agency, I believe it's March 25th in 2025, will be required to be moving to the NG 911 system. That's a requirement. So if a dispatch agency wants to maintain business or providing services to other municipalities, that is a requirement. They will have to do those upgrades at their cost. As for transferring those costs back to folks that may contract their services, I don't know what that would look like, even if there would be a cost. That would be something through an RFP process or further exploration of contracting out. If that was the direction of council, we would have to investigate. Today, I don't have what that number would be, if a number at all.
Okay.
And Councillor Bermansky, I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Everett, some of those dispatchers, like Strathcona, have already started their purchase of NG 911, have they not?
To the Madam Chair, I believe so, as best as they can, or at least like ourselves, that they're going down the avenues of being very much involved in the process, as it is a requirement. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think it said somewhere in the report that they were down the path or something. So keep going.
Okay, and then it was mentioned that, you know, some of the smaller areas like Leduc, for example, they went with Strathcona contact center, and then they said they got more efficient by switching to Red Deer. So they obviously had problems working with the prior one, or they wouldn't have looked for another place to outsource from. So has there been a lot of areas that have done that? They've tried one contractor and it didn't go so well, and then they'll move on to someone else? Or, you know, is it a problem that's constantly coming up?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, I know of two fire services, one being the city of Leduc, the other being the city of Beaumont, that have had that scenario or have gone through the evolution of moving from one dispatch provider to another. Is it a problem across the province? I can't answer that. I don't have that information. But if council decided to go in this direction, that is one of the matrices that we'd be building into an RFP and an agreement, is that we would be in a position to receive reports to ensure that we're receiving the best services possible that would at least meet those that were currently being provided, to ensure that the decision being made or that could possibly made would be the right one.
Okay, and most of the regions that are using the contract service, they would be smaller towns and smaller areas that are using this service, correct? Like, we're going to be 100,000 population here. We're being really efficient with our staff as they are, and to grow, there'll need to be more control centers to kind of manage all the smaller areas. So could we get kind of left behind in that transition as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, I believe what you're asking is, as the city of St. Albert grows, will our needs increase, and will we not be receiving the services that we need? Is that correct?
Right.
Again, that would be call it a checks and balances with any contract service provider that we would sign up with. Again, if that was the desire of council. I can comment that municipalities such as the city of Leduc, which is quite comparable to the city of St. Albert, they have used an external service provider for some time, whereas the larger centers, Red Deer, for example, they haven't. They have their own center. I think I would summarize, and I may ask David from M&P, as he'd be a little bit more versed on the environment across the entire province with regards to size of municipalities and their services. But at the end of the day, to answer your question, I think it would come down to the desire of the municipality and what they're comfortable with for a service provider. David, can you add any to that?
Yeah, I can expand. I think you're accurate in your answer. So, you know, we talked to 7 municipalities, and within those municipalities, the ones that did deliver service certainly did have a varying list of clients that they did the service to. So I don't know if I can speak to the entire province, but I do know that of who we did speak to, there was one out of many that perhaps wasn't satisfied and chose to go with another provider, not understanding what that level of dissatisfaction was, or what it was, what the cause of it was. But I think there's a lot of municipalities, certainly from the ones that we spoke to, which isn't the entire province, that very small number, there seems to be some dissatisfaction with the service provision that would lead them to wanting to end the contract or to go look for another provider. But I don't have the numbers for the entire province as to how long that or how often that has happened.
So it is an experiment. We could be fixing something that's not broken and breaking it in a sense. Could be the chance we're taking, right?
Breaking your status quo, your current model?
The service that we have now, the service that the current call centers in St. Albert provide, if we're switching to a contract, we could be risking problems, and we don't have any answer if we'll run into those problems or not.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's speculation to some degree. I guess anything's possible with good and bad with changing, the current model that you have. I think what you're doing now is the process is you're trying to be as informed as possible as to do we or don't we. So yes, I guess that is a possibility that you would be getting something worse than you have. Conversely, you could be getting something better than what you have. But.
Okay, I would just like to see more concrete numbers, as Councillor Hughes mentioned. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bermansky. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So we heard tonight that in any kind of RFPs, we would require that the same level of service that we see today is reflected in any bids that we get on a possible contract. And the report also says that if we go with the recommended option, further detailed review and confirmation of cost impacts and timelines would be required. So if we went out to the market and we found that we just couldn't get the service that we would looking for, would you come, would we be coming back here and Diane would be sitting with her, pocketbook open and figuring it out from that way? Is that kind of what's being proposed?
Through the chair to Councillor Jolly, yes, we would be. Should council decide to have administration look outside of our borders, there are a lot of challenges we could face, and it could be everything from technology through to, again, the metrics that we require to ensure that our firefighters are receiving excellent service like they're getting today. We would return back to council should we come across any hurdles or any barriers, as the information we're providing you today would be changed.
Okay, thank you. And I've got some easy questions. So regarding the non-emergency number, so I use that number fairly frequently for, I think, the benign kind of calls that Councillor Broadhead was mentioning. But the discussion about the alarm system companies, like, are we kind of being held hostage by their internal processes? Is that why we want to keep our system?
Through the chair to Councillor Jolly, I don't believe so. I believe change can be made. Now, I stand to be corrected on that, and I may be asking DC Elliott to provide comment in a moment. But I believe it would be more of a campaign reaching out to these service providers, in the alarm companies, if you will, to have the correct information to say, rather than phoning quad 7, dial 911, or at least a direct line into the primary PSAP. It is, I can share with you from my experience, it's not uncommon to have a secondary access point into a dispatch center. I've lived it in a couple other organizations I've worked for. There is that process where we could be engaging these companies, labor intensive, yes, but I believe it would be possible.
Thank you. And so my other question is related to that. So I know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, if I notice that lights are out at an intersection, I call the non-emergency public works line and I get a firefighter. How would that system change in St. Albert? Because we would still need that kind of public works emergency function.
Through Chair to Councillor Jolly, that service would move over to our primary PSAP. So basically the RCMP detachment would be taking that call, whereas other related calls with respect to fire permits, for example, or questions with regards to fire permits or something along those lines would go to our fire administration team at the front counter at Station 3.
Okay, so they can wait till morning to find out if they're.
Well, it shouldn't be burning in the middle of the night, so.
Okay, thank you. And I guess kind of along those lines, so I know I once called the non-emergency RCMP line and they felt it was an emergency, so they immediately transferred me to 911. Is that kind of the same kind of process that would happen with any non-emergency line that we have in the city?
I would hope so. I'm actually going to ask Aaron Giesberg just to turn on his camera and maybe provide a bit more insight to that. But I believe that would be the case, yes. Aaron, can you provide a bit more with that?
Yeah, I think when we see non-emergency calls being made for emergency purposes in the detachment here in our center, they'll often transfer it to the 911 line for a couple of reasons. And sometimes it's to get the longitude and latitude of the cell phone so that you know exactly where that person is calling from if it's on a cell phone. And then it also, because it's the same person in our area, it's very easy to transfer that out. As far as a non-emergency line getting called in from the fire hall over to the police, it's definitely possible. They could transfer that over, and there could be hot buttons set up for that. I'm not aware that it happens often, but it's a technology process system that could be reviewed and put in place.
Okay, thank you. And that same technology that you were referencing, so this is my embarrassing story of the day. So last week, I had my phone jammed in a seat in my car, and my phone called 911. And the very nice lady who answered the phone, she checked I was okay. I stayed on the line. I didn't just drop the call, and I said, I'm fine, and we hung up. But what happened was that my emergency contacts got texted my location. So is that the same kind of, like they got a little like message that said, Natalie called 911, here's her location. Yeah, it was bizarre. Yeah, Aaron got a text message and my parents. Not this Aaron, different Aaron. So cell phones, it sounds like that technology is already being used in limited situations right now.
Yeah, Councillor Jolly, I think the technology that texts out to your friend group, I think is probably a system setting on your personal phone that you could do through iPhone or Android devices or those kinds of things. I think what we're talking about with the cell phone technology, when you press 911, the cell phone towers have the ability to triangulate and then give you your location within about 50-meter range, but that's supposed to get better with next generation 911. And with next generation 911 technology that's coming in, you're also going to get the ability to text the 911 center or to actually do a video call to the 911 center if you couldn't talk on the phone, and you can kind of show your camera to see, tell the police or to tell the PSAP what's going on. That's the NG 911 technology that they're looking at putting in place. I think your technology to text your friends and do all that stuff would still be a system phone setting that you could do.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
That's very cool.
If I may just add, I think one of the other innovations or the evolution of police communication or public safety communications is it isn't just a technology. I think NG 911 is going to open up a whole new world. I think it's going to make it safer for the public, safer for officers with that accuracy that they're talking about. But also, I think, and this is why I'm mentioning this only to your point about how do people know what the right call is? So who do I call? And right now, 911 is typically what's been burned into our minds. But really what we're starting to see is that there are other people are phoning in for other reasons that don't require the police, or it's more of a health base. So there's a 211 line, but we don't have the response for it. So when people do call a non-emergency line, and very quickly in your case was you will get put through right to a call taker who will take that information and get a car sent ASAP. They won't put you necessarily through, tell you to hang up and call 911. They'll never lose a call. But then the other piece is that are we sending the most appropriate responses to the calls? And I think that's where some of this technology, some of these, what that opens up is for new ways of dealing with little problems. Like, how do we get the most appropriate response? Not sending police to mental health crisis calls all the time. And so I think that's where this technology, and that's where public education is one of the opportunities, I think, for the new technology and for a city like St. Albert to look at, like in the city of Edmonton with some of the things that they're doing there.
All right, Councillor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you. I'll be glad when E911 comes, because we've all been paying 95 cents a month on our cell phone bills for the last 10 years. So we'll be glad when we finally see some results of that. And with 5G, it'll even get much better in locating us down to, I don't know, I think it's 5 meters or something like that. So I can hardly wait. A couple of just generic questions. David, when you collected the data on a lot of this, my understanding, you went out and canvassed a number of staff on confidential basis through surveys. And I think you did that twice. Like one time there was 18 staff, and other time there was like 21 staff that were sent surveys to gather some of the information. So my question is around engagement. This has been a lot of engagement with our existing fire staff. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I would. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, so the surveys were sent out, and again, that's an area that fell under Monty, what he did. But I do know that there were internal center employees that were both for the police dispatch and fire dispatch. I don't know 100% if they were done together under the same survey, or if they were two separate surveys, or what the numbers were for that.
Okay, but point is, you circulated surveys to the staff and got engagement and their input. So there's been a long history of engagement here with the staff in St. Albert. That's
correct. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. The other one is just in a sense of the other some of the other areas that have outsourced. I just wanted to confirm, because it was buried deep in the report, but I saw that Lethbridge provides service to about 25 other municipalities.
So they're mostly fires. So in the city of Lethbridge, of course, I think they were one of the last municipalities to turn their EMS over to Alberta Health Services. They do police dispatching for their own municipal police service. They're not policed by the RCMP. They have their own. And then I believe, I'm going to just grab a number without wasting everyone's time trying to find the number, but I think they do a number of other municipalities for fire services, and I think it includes 2 First Nations as well.
Yeah.
Just PSAP.
Right. So Grand Prairie provides it to 60 fire stations. So people in the dispatch center in Grand Prairie can't possibly have local knowledge of all of the 60 fire departments that must be a huge area.
So I think I'm sorry, I cut you off. That's my bad. Go ahead.
No, is that right? I mean, that must be a huge area. They can't possibly have local knowledge of.
No, so I was involved with the Grand Prairie. So I mean, the city of Grand Prairie is about 70,000 people, which I believe is close to St. Albert. They cover the landmass that they cover in northwestern Alberta is approximately 43% of that total area. So you're right that they wouldn't have. Now a lot of that is it would be very sparsely populated. A lot of it would just be wilderness or small communities. But as far as land mass, it was 43%, and over 60 fire departments that they serve.
Okay.
Lethbridge, or yes, Grand Prairie, sorry.
And Parkland provides it to, I think the report said 51 fire departments. Trying to think where Parkland would have 51. Must be a
I'm gonna say if it was in, if you're reading it from the report, then that's accurate, just so that I'm not leafing through while you're talking.
I'm just amazed that I was just checking for accuracy because that was the number I saw in the report, but I'm just trying to think of.
Yeah, we would have gotten that information directly from them during the interview.
So they're providing outsourced service to a huge number of locations that I couldn't even imagine where they would all be, but okay, 51. This might be just a question then for Everett. In terms of follow on to Councillor Jolly's question, this other 4,000 calls or whatever it is that comes into 9777, is that like a Grinnell fire alarm company that's saying, hey, I'm testing the alarm service, disregard this call? Would it be those kinds of things as well? That because they have to be tested on a quarterly basis, I think, to get their fire certificate or.
Right. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, alarm testing typically, if done by code, I believe it's annually. Actually, you have to recertify or recommission alarm. And then, of course, you also have those new buildings coming on board as well. Yes, I understand that that is a majority of the building alarm test calls that are received or are that scenario. I do stand to be corrected a little bit on that number, but that is I understand the primary use or the primary reason for that, for those types of calls. And if I just may add one point, just with respect to the number of fire departments that are dispatched, one thing to keep in mind in the province of Alberta, we have approximately 485 fire departments in the province of Alberta, both full-time and volunteer, of course. So when we're looking at numbers for Lethbridge, for example, dispatching out 25, that's a small piece of the provincial pie.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to provide that for council's
No, context is perfect. I mean, that's, I think, what we're all looking for. But so back to the alarm company, that to me seems like a very clerical type function. It wouldn't be a good use of fire dispatch resources to have an alarm company calling in and doing a test.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, actually it is important that dispatchers receive that information, and I'll take you through a bit of a scenario. If a building owner was not to notify or was to notify an administrative professional, for example, of, hey, I will be testing my alarm at 123 50th Street, the fire department are the ones that may receive that call, even if the alarm is disabled or whatever it may be, and they'll treat it like a regular call. They will respond with, as I mentioned, 2 engines in a tower to that call, as it may actually be a structure fire. And having dispatch receive that information is important to get that, because now they can stop that process or reconfirm that indeed it is an alarm test going on. So we're not responding with and using resources to provide a response that isn't necessary, but also we're not putting our staff at risk by responding when we don't need to.
Okay, so the dispatcher with fire knowledge would be able to sort out the false alarms to the tests to the real fires then?
Yes.
Okay, good. I believe we currently have a 10-second response time criteria in St. Albert for answering the phone at fire. Is that?
I believe that number is actually 10 seconds 90% of the time, and I stand to be corrected on that. I apologize. I should know that. I'm embarrassed I can't confirm that for you, but it is an exceptional time. We do meet it, and that's also the case with our PSAP as well. That's our RCMP dispatchers.
So on the off chance that we look at outsourcing, that would be one of the criteria in our RFP. So we would set a very high level of standard for our residents.
It is a requirement for PSAPs, I believe secondary and primary to meet that. I'm just going to ask Aaron Giesbrecht to confirm that detail for me on both primary and secondaries for their call answering times. Aaron?
Thank you. Yes. So the 911 standards in Alberta that are coming in do have the standard of answering the 911 call initially within 10 seconds, 90% of the time. Now, as far as the secondaries go, they're still working on the specific standards for their call answer. And I don't believe that has been fully approved yet, but that will be coming in place, and that's a condition of the grant. So primary and secondary PSAPs are getting grant money from the province, and part of that money is the part of the condition of getting that grant is to make sure that you meet all of the provincial standards that are in place.
So just so I'm clear then, I've heard concerns about loss of quality of service. That's a provincially mandated level of service that even if we were to contract it out would still have to be met 10 seconds, 90% of the time.
Yes, but that is just to be clear, that is just the service to answer the phone. And that's a standard and a metric that we get from TELUS, from the provider of the 911 service, just about answering. The service level beyond the answer and the dispatch side of it is not regulated.
So could you speak to any delay in what could cause a delay, even in current situation today? Call gets answered and somebody puts the phone down, and like I thought it was like all dispatched immediately to the fire station. The truck rolls. He's got
I think
GPS
there's
on
other
the truck.
metrics, like the time for the fire department to get the call, to get the truck rolling, time to get on scene. Those are other metrics that are not legislative, but we probably have internal standards, I'm assuming,
Okay,
right,
so
Aaron?
So I can only speak to the police side of what the primary PSAP and the RCMP dispatch do in terms of those standards. I think if we're speaking directly to fire, I'd have to defer to Chief Cook or Deputy Chief Elliott on those.
Nods from the chamber, so I'm assuming we have those. We have standards to get the truck rolling and then drive on scene. Yes.
That is correct. Our on-scene time in the city of St. Albert is in 9 minutes.
9 minutes, 90% of the time.
That is our target.
Yeah.
So every second does count. And as Aaron Giesbert pointed out, the secondary PSAPs are not regulated yet, but as we understand, that's going to be a part of the additional funding that will be coming out in the future.
Okay.
Good.
I think that's it.
Not for me. We got lots. And I don't know if any of these are going to be answered tonight, but I wouldn't mind hearing them. So I'm on page 37 of the MNP report, which is page 369 of part 2 of our agenda package. If anybody wants to look around. It's the page talking about the 7 comparable cities. So I get my first question is of the ones provided, for example, Edmonton Police Services, just Edmonton, and they just do police dispatch. So who does fire dispatch in Edmonton? That's kind of the question here.
Edmonton Fire.
So that you call 911 and it goes to a separate, they say fire and it goes to a separate dispatch.
Yeah, so maybe Councilor Mackay can correct me, but I believe it's very similar to the Winnipeg model, where the Winnipeg police manage the PSAP, manage the 911 center. So the call comes in to the Winnipeg Communication Center to the 911 operators. They ask the question, 911, what's your emergency? And then they'll send it to fire dispatch if it's fire, or in Winnipeg, fire and paramedics fall under the same department. So if it were ambulance or fire, it would go there. In St. Albert, it would, or in Edmonton, I'm sorry, that's what you asked. It would be EMS, I'm assuming would go to AHS under your provincial model. For fire, it would go to the Edmonton Fire Service and they would dispatch.
Okay. I mean, the reason I asked the question is we're talking fire dispatch today. And when you look at all these communities, I want to know where fire is dispatched, and Edmonton was just not even mentioned. So, yeah, it almost looks like Edmonton is contracting it out because it's not here. That's, I mean, I assume they were doing it themselves, but it's not here. And so my other question is, my favorite comparable city, and it's just my personal thing, is Airdrie. They're the exact same size as us, but they live on the cusp of a big city. You're choosing, you know, Grand Prairie and Lethbridge as examples, but they are remote, and obviously they're a hub. So I would like, Everett, if you don't know, or if David, if you don't know, I would like the information on where Airdrie is doing fire dispatch. Medicine Hat is another one. They're close to Lethbridge. I'm wondering if Medicine Hat is contracting to Lethbridge or not. And then I assume Red Deer's got their own. I think that can be answered tonight, right?
Well, what I can answer is that we were the 7 comparators were identified to us.
Yeah.
I know
who identified them to you?
The steering committee, the working group.
Right.
And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. That's just how we got there. I try not to do that.
And when I look at Strathcona, serving 35 communities, 911, they do fire dispatch, they do. Who does their RCMP dispatch?
It'll be the RCMP. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Again, the way this is laid out, it looks like St. Albert is doing way more than other communities, and it's because it's not reported in a consistent fashion on just that one page. My next question is, and I don't know if this was in or out of scope, so I don't know if Everett wants to answer it, Mr. Hiltz or David. The one option about St. Albert being the contract, we selling our services, has any research been done? Like, I don't know. Okay, here's a question. Sturgeon County's right on our boundary. If you're living in the rich houses and manor estates there and you call 911, I don't know, our cell phone tower is going to direct it to St. Albert 911?
To the chair, that would depend on the service provider. Typically, if Sturgeon County, as the example, was to elect to use Parkland County as their dispatching agency, be like geofencing around the community.
Okay.
Anything that lands or any 911 calls made within that fence would be routed to A or service provider B or C. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to look up in the gallery. Does anyone know where Strathcona's 911 goes? No, Sturgeon, sorry.
Sure.
The gist of my question is, there's Sturgeon County, there's Morinville, there's this northern area, and I don't know who's servicing them, and there might be a great opportunity for the city of St. Albert to be the contractor and help pay for the next gen 911. And that hasn't been explored here, and I'm wondering if it's worth exploring.
Excellent question. When we did receive the initial draft of the report, that was one of the items identified by the steering committee to say, hey, we need to explore this option further to be more transparent and to see if there's business there. We did go back to M&P. Now, I don't know if it was David that did this work or if it was Chad or not, and I'm honestly not sure. But they did go back, or pardon me, they did reply back to us with comments suggesting that there wasn't a lot of appetite in the market right now for other municipalities looking for a new service provider, and that there really it wasn't much of a feasible option at this point. That was the information we received back. It was not included in great detail in this report. But David, can you add to that at all?
Yeah, so it wasn't me, but I do know that the conversations that have happened since then surrounding that would be is that there are already some municipalities that have invested quite heavily in NG911. They're not at a point now where they're saying, should we or shouldn't we? The last few years they've been doing it. And those, for smaller municipalities, to be able to contract those out to municipalities who have made the decision to invest and have the infrastructure, they've been able to get those clients in, if you will. So I think what the conversation was, or what the feedback was, is that if a city like St. Albert were to make the decision, this is a business line that we want to get into. We want to make the investment. we want to go out and seek clients and bring them in as customers and make a moneymaker, there's two things that we saw. One, it isn't a money-making proposition. Most of these municipalities at best break even. This is more about public service versus we're going to make money as an investment tool. And the other thing is, I think, and I alluded to it earlier in the presentation, is that in order to make it even close to being break even, you're going to have to take a lot of clients away from your surrounding municipalities, from your neighbors and your other partners and other ventures. Like if it's not a regionalized approach to it, then it'll be cherry picking other clients away from other agencies that have already made that commitment financially.
Appreciate that answer because it actually sheds some light.
That'll be a first.
Yeah, this just is me personally speaking, but I don't think anyone on this council, and you guys can dispute me if you want, are looking to make money off of emergencies. And so if that was a consideration, and I totally understand we had to put weightings behind the financials, even if we didn't break even and maybe saved some money, honestly, council, I might be talking to you, I'm not sure. I feel it's worth exploring. I honestly do. I would like to hear your colleague talk about this a little bit more, and he's not here today. So we would, if St. Albert was to actually be in the game, we might be a bit late to the game, but if we were actually in the game and offering a level of service that was superior, and we have the experience in the department right now, we might be, and I hate to say it, in the game of dispatch contracting. But again, it's probably, Councillor McKay, you're going to like this one. It should be a conversation that Parkland, Strathcona, and maybe St. Albert are having to have a regional service, because we've been talking regionalizing services in this area, and we could, so it doesn't need to be cherry picking and stealing clients. It could be talking about cooperation and regionalizing of an important service for the region and our residents. So that was, again, not on your scope and probably.
No, and I didn't want to sound disrespectful when I said cherry picking. It's
no, I totally get it.
I shouldn't have said that, but I do think I think your thinking is sound, really. If you look at it as let's say it's Edmonton Police that takes in the 6 or 7, and maybe I'm way overstepping my boundaries here. This isn't the scope of the project.
We encourage free thinking. Just go.
Well, that has always gotten me into trouble, whether at home or at work. So I'm going to be really careful where I tread with this. But I think the one thing that I've noticed about Alberta is that the emergency service, public safety, whether it's fire or police, it is an extremely close-knit community. There is tremendous conversations and cooperation happening. And I think typically you can find that always happens at the front line. I won't say always, that's a big word, always, but typically you'll see the front line, whether it's the constables and the paramedics, they have wonderful relationships, they work better together. And then where it gets a little dicier, it gets a little tricky as you move it up the food chain. And then I'm not saying egos get involved, but it does get down to what is the cost? What are we here for? What's our vision and our mandate? And I don't think it's about competition, but if there is an opportunity to have conversations with your neighbors, can we do this better for less? Then I think that's worthy of a conversation. However, it was out of scope for us. I mean, I think that's a whole different conversation about what does a new model for service delivery look like versus just one component or one particular service. Now I'm going to shut up because I'm going to get people.
No, it's all good. All right, Council, I see no more questions. I'm telling you right now, I'm not ready to make a decision tonight. If somebody puts a motion on the floor, I'm going to have to be. Go ahead, Councillor Killick.
Just like to ask David, when I looked at the weighting model to come up with 3A, 3B, there was really kind of like 3 big buckets. And one of them was, it was 35% was residential impact, and that's good. It says to me that you took into account the importance of this to our residents. Equally weighted was financial. That could be both future costs, current costs, amalgamation costs, all of that other cost-related items. That was equally weighted. So, and then all the other items that kind of fell in there, people, process, technology, was the remaining 30%. But I just want to maybe, it just struck me that this was very important that you put the residents' impact first in your weighting model and had it as one of the highest percentages overall. And I just want to make sure that, you know, everybody understands that, and plus the engagement with staff. This was not done without keeping staff and the public, you know, top of mind. And I think, you know, we've had a long discussion tonight, but those were two key things that just general comments are not really a question, but general comments that were I noted in the report. So.
Yeah, I know what we did here loud and clear is that the city of St. Albert, the residents of St. Albert have high expectations, but they're entitled to that. They're absolutely entitled to have high expectations of the service that they get. But at the same time, there's also the expectation that council will be prudent with the funds. So I think we weighted that. And I think just our experience, understanding that, and I'll use the word policing, and I think it applies to any emergency services, that costs they just aren't sustainable. If we keep doing the same things but expect different results, then it's the definition of insanity. So you have to think differently and do differently. So I think that's why cost was important. Consider, you know, what the cost, not only the implementation or the setup, but what does the long range cost look like? And then service, are you delivering the best service possible to the community? The community's client number one, I think, in all of our books. And so we took that into consideration when they were weighed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Hughes, you have a request for a motion? Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to bring forward motion number 1. I'm not bringing forward motion number 2. If somebody else wants to do it, it's on them. That council receive the Emergency Communications 911 Dispatch Delivery Model, Final Report, and Management Response Report, attached to Agenda Report, Emergency Communication 911 Dispatch Delivery Report Model Review, Final Report, dated May 16, 2022, as information.
Okay, or accept that, is your intention then to allow council?
Well, I can't prevent.
Send in IRs and stuff and bring it back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like this just says we're just taking information. I'm not saying can or can't do anything after this. So if we get the information and then we decide to have it come back as a future agenda item, that's always
And it
council's
just, I
prerogative.
want staff to understand it.
Yeah.
It's still a topic of conversation, or if it's dead. So they need to know that.
Well, I think it really depends on each council member if they think they want to pursue it or not. I mean, any council member could bring it forward as a notice of motion as well.
Yep.
Or they could, or administration could, after dialogue, decide to bring it forward, or other alternatives as well. But as far as tonight goes, I'm bringing forward motion number 1. I'm not going to bring forward motion number 2. That being said, someone else could do it if they so choose.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Sure. For accept that, Councilor Joy, is this a question?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So if this passes, does that mean MNP's contract is done and they don't, like, are we still going to be engaging them to answer questions?
Mr. Hiltz? Diane, I don't know who.
To your worship and to members of council, we have to have that discussion. Basically, you know, in terms of what would be involved in the contract. I would probably suspect additional funds would be required to move forward.
Can I challenge that? Because we don't have the person who wrote the report here for this discussion.
Yeah.
So some of the blanks
Yeah.
have been filled.
No, and I totally hear you, Councillor Hughes. But we would have to have that discussion in terms of where their contract ends and stuff. But we can definitely have that discussion with them. But as far as this was the last of the expectations.
How can we word it so that it would not be this is not the end, I guess, with them?
Yeah, we need more.
Because,
Yeah.
like, I can negotiate out of a paper bag, and I can tell you that what we need to have the completion of the contract, and it hasn't been done to our satisfaction. So how do I word this? I'm looking to anybody to say that we've received this, however, we're not quite finished with the contract, because the people who were supposed, who we'd like
I think
to
we would
be
have to
here
look
aren't
at,
here.
I don't know if anyone has the contract in front of them.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can it just be implied that we still have other questions?
David, do you have any, David from MMP, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
I know that Daria has been in conversation with Chad. That's just a little out of my pay grade. I'm not a partner at MNP, so I don't get involved in the contract negotiations. So I'm swinging above my weight class here. So I'll let, if Daria has anything to mention about conversations that she's had with Chad.
I can just say that as far as the scope of the original contract goes, the work has been completed, and the presentation was to be the last one. However, having worked with Chad and the team, I'm sure that if council had additional questions, then we needed to go to Chad and his team to get clarification, that they would be available for us. Just that any additional work, any additional research and analysis would be, as Carrie said, it would require a separate contract and additional funding. But for questions, clarification, I'm pretty sure that Chad would be willing to help us out.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Joy, do you have more questions?
I guess just procedurally, would this be better just to table the conversation, or, to Mr. O'Flaher? I don't know the appropriate wording for that, because it sounds like that's what we're doing. It sounds like we're not done with the report.
Procedurally, Mr. O'Flaher, Councillor Hughes has just put the following, the first motion on the floor. If it passes, we're essentially done unless we somehow indicate we want it further conversation. So postponement would probably be the better, if that's, do you agree?
Well, it depends what council as a whole wants to do. There's nothing wrong with the motion that's on.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I get that, but I just want to, I personally am not done with it. So, and I don't think anyone else is. So if the intention is to have further conversations, is postponement of the better motion?
Absolutely. And that could be to, again, a time to be determined later, or it could be to a specific council date, whatever you want.
Can you do it that way, Councillor Hughes?
I can change it if you like, to say that this matter is postponed to a date
determined by agenda planning?
Determined by agenda planning?
That would work perfectly.
Okay.
I like that better.
Yeah. I'm willing to go with anything right now. Yeah.
All right, Ledge.
Postponement. Let it come on the screen. Just type real fast,
Right, Councillor
guys.
Hughes. And I'll come to you, Wes. Wes, do you have a question before I accept the motion?
I'm just wondering if we should state a subsequent clause to that stating that council submit questions for clarity
By a certain date, maybe.
by a certain date, yeah, so that the agenda committee can bring it back in a timely fashion.
Okay, I like that.
We could do like a week and a half from now or something like that, like the 25th or 27th of May. You're not where? No, but this is just to submit the questions, so you can do it
Just
from
submit
anywhere.
questions. I'm looking at the calendar. I already looked at our agenda for June 7th, because I'm seeing what else on this one we can move away. It's pretty light.
So
If you
may I ask a question just for process?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so what you're discussing here is that council will have its own meeting or come together with a list of questions that will come to us. We'll receive them, and then we'll be given time to come back with a written response to the questions. Is that the process?
Yeah, so we're thinking have our questions in by May 25th. And David, I'm not even sure all of these would even go to you. Some of them might be able to be answered by our own staff, right?
Sure.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at a postponement motion to agenda planning, and then council inquiries by May 25th. Oh. Perfect. Okay. Is that the motion you want, Councillor Hughes?
Sure, that sounds lovely. You want me to read it now?
Sure.
At the Emergency Communications 911 Dispatch Delivery Model Review Final Report, that is long, be postponed to a date to be determined by agenda planning, and that council submit questions to administration for clarity by May 25th, 2022.
Okay. I accept that motion.
All right, this is a long night. Let's keep this short. I think we still have questions left to do. I don't think we're ready for a complete answer. There's a lot of I don't knows for what we are looking for. And so I think that we just need to get that kind of answers before we make any type of a decision one way or the other. Right now, I'm not convinced to move forward.
All right. Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. Pardon?
I just said when I used my saying, when all was said and done, we have to make sure more gets done than said.
Okay. That was a long conversation. You guys want 10 minutes? Before we go for a break, Mr. Hiltz, I know we absolutely have to do the tax rate bylaw tonight because we have to have that done by the end of May. Does traffic bylaw have to be done today?
I can let, I don't believe so, but I will let Donnie or Dean.
So I don't know if anyone else is going to jump in, but from what I was told when I was working with planning and Mr. Schick to create this, there are already a number of business people who are anxious to.
We can do it today. I'm just seeing, Councillor Killick, I'm going to ask you again, can the solar data wait? You have every right to put it forward today.
I'd like to proceed today, and I'm sure it'll only take 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah, you're probably right. Personnel matter, we probably have to do. Okay.
We have to do we'd have to do one of the personnel matters. The other one could wait, but we could do both.
Okay. All right. 10 minutes, guys. And then we'll be done really fast. No debate on anything else. There's so many sticky notes all over my, I need a pad of paper. Okay. Where are we? That was 9.1. We've done 9.2, 3. We're on 9.4 VLN. I think this should be pretty quick and painless. Mr. Erickson, are you still with us or did you pass out? Waiting.
I'm here.
Where'd your beard go?
Second. It disappeared.
It's hard to wearing the mask with a beard, eh?
It is.
Looks good. You look younger.
Thank you. Sorry, just 2 seconds here. I wasn't prepared to come back that quickly from the break.
I'm sorry.
And you can always grow it back.
Was it not a full 10 minutes? It was 10 minutes. I didn't even look. I'm sure we'll accept a verbal presentation, Mike. It's not that, if you want.
Right.
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Sorry about that. Obviously, VLN, I'll try to go through this fairly quickly. So here before you this evening, Your Worship and members of council, to provide information and recommendation regarding partnership in the Villeneuve Landing Network. Go through some quick background just for everyone's benefit here. So the airport is located, Villeneuve Airport is located in Sturgeon County, about 9 kilometers northwest of St. Albert. Opened in 1976, and was purchased by Edmonton Regional Airport Authority in 2000. The airport provides a number of services like the ones you can see there on the screen, and it's an important satellite airport to the Edmonton International Airport because it ensures safe and efficient operations by diverting small general aviation, recreation, training aircraft away from the larger airport. Villeneuve Airport is home to 23 businesses and provides 234 direct jobs and 61 million in economic output. It's also home to the Alberta International Air Show. Villeneuve Landing Network, which I'll refer to as VLN, is a collection of municipal and economic development focused organizations. Villeneuve Landing Network has been led by Sturgeon County and Edmonton Regional Airports Authority and is aimed at supporting and advancing the development and investment at Villeneuve Airport and the surrounding lands within Sturgeon County through a shared investment and shared benefit model. The formal VLN stakeholder group was established in early 2021, and a number of stakeholder meetings and workshops have occurred since then. As you can see from the slide, there were several stakeholders from around the region that took part. Some key milestones in the development of VLN, got them here up on the screen. So last year, the governance model was proposed and presented to VLN stakeholders. Back in November, Sturgeon County Council accepted the Villeneuve Airport Area Master Plan as information. This February, a request was made for a decision on membership. In March, that membership decision, was paused. And in April, a revised draft of the VLN partner agreement was distributed to stakeholders, and we as a stakeholder have been asked to make a decision on partnership in VLN. So I'm just going to go through some quick some features of the new draft partnership agreement. So the proposed term is for 2 years. Upon expiration of the 2-year term, the VLN partners would review the goals, progress structure, and other matters respecting to the operations and development at Villeneuve Landing Network. The agreement can then be extended for up to 10 years with the consent of partners. A small terminology change: the stakeholder municipalities and organizations willing to commit to VLN are now defined as partners rather than members. The agreement is non-binding in that it does not require the partners to contribute any funds upon entering into the agreement. In terms of fees, there are no partner fees or ongoing costs associated with being a partner. Member fees, which were required in the original agreement, have been removed. There are also investment opportunities which may be presented to partners. These are optional. They will be presented using a business case investment model, and each business case will include information pertinent to the investment. The founders, which are Sturgeon County and Edmonton Regional Airports Authority, through the agreement, they commit to the development and presentation of investment business cases for consideration by partners, the preparation of annual performance reporting opportunity assessments, and strategic decision points for input from partners. They're also responsible for organizing meetings between the founders and the partners at least quarterly. In terms of the partners, which St. Albert is giving consideration to, we would be responsible through signing the agreement for advocating for the development of VLN, participating in VLN activities and meetings, and reviewing business case investment model opportunities and responding to the founders with our decision. In terms of next steps, Sturgeon County has requested that the interested parties provide a final agreement, provide comments on the final agreement or questions by mid-May, and be prepared to confirm interest in joining the VLN at this time. So the recommendation here is that council approves the city's participation in the Villeneuve Landing Network and authorizes the chief administrative officer to execute a partner agreement with Sturgeon County and the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority on terms acceptable to the chief administrative officer. And just quickly, some implications of this recommendation from a financial perspective. With the revised partner agreement, there's no fees or ongoing costs associated with being a partner in VLN. Any significant financial implications would likely emanate from an investment opportunity, which would be, as I stated before, optional and would require independent evaluation and a separate business case and a separate decision by council. From a risk presentation, VLN may present some increased competition for St. Albert, specifically with respect to industrial and commercial investment and development. And from an organizational perspective, staff resources would be required to fulfill our partner commitments. So those were the things I mentioned before: advocacy for VLN, participation in activities and meetings, and reviewing and responding to any of those business case investment opportunities. These activities are not currently within our existing service levels. The alternatives, that council does not commit to partnership in VLN, or that council defers a decision on partnership in VLN and directs administration to seek additional clarification or request amendments to the Villeneuve Landing Network partnership agreement. All right, any questions?
Councillor Hughes is already up to the plate. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, it's late, so I'm going to cut to the chase scene for you here, Mike. Okay, so there's no money being involved. We're all going to be part of this, but we all are doing something. Like the thing has to have a purpose, right? So is it like Sturgeon County's administration is going to be leading the boat and doing the bulk of it? And is it mostly going to be advocacy? Or other than saying that we're all going to be friends on this topic, what is the purpose of this?
Through your worship to Councillor Hughes, I would say based on what we've seen from the agreement, yes, Sturgeon County is taking the lead on this. So they would lead and organize meetings, any events. We would be required to attend and participate. Where I think this is the significant change that I think we saw with this new draft agreement is really that we'll likely see some investment opportunities on a case-by-case basis coming forward. I don't know how frequently, maybe one a year, maybe one a month. We don't have any sense of what that will look like at this point. But I do expect that there will be some of these opportunities that we'll have to review as administration and bring back to council for consideration as they come up.
So as they come in, there's no obligation for us to say yes. There's no cash calls. I'm seeing that, so that's good. But then if we are investing in this, is there an expectation that they're going to share the returns, or are we just investing and then they're going to be like, it'll be like the ball will hit you eventually and I'm sure you'll get something out of it as well? Like, is it like we put money in and then we'll also get some money out from tax benefits as a result of new growth, or has that been discussed at all?
Through your worship to Councillor Hughes, at this point, it's not clear. I mean, I don't know that because there's a new agreement or new draft agreement being proposed, I don't know that we can make assumptions that what was presented previously will necessarily be the case. But I think we will have more information once those investment opportunities are presented to us on what the structure looks like.
Okay, so what this looks like to me is that we're going to go into an agreement, and whenever there's investment opportunities, they will be brought forward to us to see if we want to go in on it or not. The ROI is yet to be determined, but if we don't like how things are going, we can withdraw with 2 months' notice and it won't cost us any money. Is that fair?
Through your worship, I see Mr. Hiltz has got his hand raised.
Thank you, Mike. Through your worship and through council and to Councillor Hughes. Sorry about my voice here. Yeah, so each opportunity that comes forward, we'd have to come back and present a business case to council that would discuss the benefits of that opportunity. So each opportunity, those would be run through council. So basically, that would be where the risk would actually end at that point. So I just wanted to bring some clarity to that perspective, and Mike will be able to provide a little bit more on the leaving the agreement or the exit clauses.
Okay, I see this as a low risk, I guess, and that's, I think, how you're thinking, because if we don't like it, we can get out and we're not bound into anything and we don't have to pay any money. I also just want to acknowledge, Mr. Hiltz, that you are like sucking it up here for 6 hours in, because a lot of people, when they're not feeling well, would have called it in a while ago. So I just want to thank you for doing that. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Seeing a lot of more questions. I have a quick one. Two, sorry. At the end of the report, it says, next step, Sturgeon County has requested that interested parties provide any final agreement comments or questions. Do we have any?
There, through your worship, there was no proposed changes, no comments. We felt, as Councillor Hughes put it, that there was very little risk with what was being presented through this agreement.
Okay, Mr. Hiltz, maybe a question for you. This seems an identical proposal to what we're trying to work through collaborative economic development. Has that feedback been given to Sturgeon County that this is just CED packaged in another type of wrapping paper?
Yeah, through your worship and to members of council, those comments have been shared. However, they feel that they would like to go with this without going through the CED process. They feel it's a separate entity.
Okay, I guess I have one follow-up one, or maybe it's more of a comment. We're signing this agreement, it's non-binding, it doesn't do anything. My comment to you is that proposals brought to us through the CED process would take priority over this. That's all. Anyone want to put the motion forward? Councilor McKay, go ahead.
Absolutely, not a problem. That council approves the city's participation in the Villeneuve Landing Network and authorizes the chief administrative officer to execute a partner agreement with Sturgeon County and the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority on terms acceptable to the chief administrative officer.
Awesome. Any comments on that?
No, I think the comments have made any questions. I believe that right now this is low risk, but it also shows our interest in being a regional partner and working with our neighbors around possibly identifying opportunities or at least exploring it. And as there's no risk, I think there's only opportunity.
All right. Anyone else on debate? Call for the vote. Sorry, voting's closed. I'm looking up there instead of down at you. That's unanimous. Okay, 9.5, 10.1 on consent. Okay, we have to do the tax rate bylaw, 10.2. We've got Stephen Bannerman, who's going to present this.
Good evening.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Not to worry at all. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully I've got the top proper tax rate bylaw in front of you.
Whenever you're ready.
Great. I'm Stephen Bannerman, and this is the 2022 tax rate bylaw summary and overview. Excuse me, my notes just took a second here to download. So this presentation is broken into 3 sections. The first is a summary of the 2022 tax rate requisition. In St. Albert, the municipal levy is made up of 3 main components: the municipal at 114.1 million. The service capital line item is requested by council in 2005. A separate tax rate is also used by the newly annexed Sturgeon County properties, and the total is $117,532,000. The provincial or education requisition, as it often referred to, is not controlled by.
Are these slides supposed to be advancing?
They are.
We just see the head slide and we see your slide.
Oh, my notes. My notes. Oh, okay, great. Already here.
Show.
I'll move to the to share a different screen with you here. Just 1 second. Thank you, Your Worship. You got all my all my cheat notes in there. All right, and finally, Homeland Housing is a public housing management body pursuant to the Alberta Social Housing Act, with a mandate to serve low and moderate income seniors, individuals, and families. Examples of Homeland Housing include the Northridge Lodge or the Chateau Mission. The third is the designated industrial levy in St. Albert is primary for oil and gas, and the provincial assessors values these parcels. The total levy equals $154.7 million. This slide demonstrates the municipal levy in mills, residential and non-residential properties. It does not include the service tax rate. St. Albert's ratio of non-residential to residential tax is approximately 1.3 to 1. The 2022 vacant lands tax rate. The purpose of this is to incentivize property owners to improve vacant residential lots after 7 years. Each year, a handful of properties will drop off or be added to the list. This year, there's 17 properties affected by that rate. The 2022 capital tax rates, our annual 2022 service capital tax rates, our annual debenture payment is $3.28 million. It commenced in 2005, and 2022 is the 18th year of the levy. Provincial legislation requires the city to levy and collect education taxes on behalf of the province of Alberta. The city of St. Albert does not set or control the requisition amounts. Variables such as growth, market value change, and reported assessment roll totals at the municipal level are factors in the requisition change results. Actual tax impacts are lessened by the effect of new growth occurring in 2001, and average tax impacts are later in this presentation. This summary provides a total tax rate expressed in mills for both residential and non-residential property. Total residential is 11.1033 and non-residential 16.13893. Section 2, the 2021 assessment roll. It's important to note that the mailing of St. Albert's combined assessment tax notices occur on May 31st, 2022. Our legislative valuation date is July 1st, 2021. Changes to market value that occurred subsequent to July 1st valuation date form part of next year's assessment. And a very good recent example is the buoyant single-family dwelling market this spring. Those changes we've all heard of in the real estate market will be reflected in your 2023 assessment and tax notice. A statistical snapshot you can all read. Most important one is the taxable assessment went up from approximately 12.5 billion to 13 billion in the 2021 tax year. And all of those numbers increased from last year, approximately 30,000 assessed parcels and 18,000 single-family dwellings. An often overlooked part of the assessment base are exempt properties. It includes 1.5 billion of the assessment base. Typically, schools, churches, city-owned properties, and hospitals are exempt. There's a few exceptions that occur, such as those that are city-held that compete with private industry. So an example are the retails or areas in Service Place are fully taxable. Assessment growth. Assessment growth properties are the physical additions to the assessment base. If your municipality had 10 homes and a new one was built in the 2021 tax year, you would have 10% growth in that year. St. Albert's growth was not 10%, unfortunately. However, it has averaged between 2 to 3% for the last 10 years. Notably, the non-res growth in green has been significantly higher than the residential in blue. A quick caveat that the 7.23% and the 3.75 and 4.05 on the non-residential sectors were major projects completed, and we may not see that type of growth as typical in future years. Continuing from the previous slide, 79 million or 33% of our total growth came from the non-residential category. The majority did come from single family dwellings at 135 million. And finally, 28 million was multifamily growth. Of note, quick note, approximately 25 million of assessed dollars were lost due to a major fire last May. So we would anticipate our multifamily to rebound in growth in 2022. Leaving growth behind, we'll now discuss the market value change. This slide reflects the overall market change to the residential and non-residential categories. The residential assessment increased by 3.4%, led by single family dwellings and duplex sales. The non-residential continued to stabilize and still is affected by COVID-19. Hotels, office properties held some of the largest decreases, and overall the market change was a positive 2.6%, the majority taken from the residential increase. As we discussed market value change in the prior screen, we can see that the assessment base did regress 0.3% due to the decrease in non-res and the increase to the residential market values. There are two important distinctions between the assessment base and the tax base. Council could not control the overall market conditions for the individual property types, and therefore subject to overall supply and demand factors in the assessment base. Section 3, taxation impacts. The municipal tax split is something council can control. It is the good news story for 2021 is the tax split naturally migrated from 20.2 to 20.7 for the non-residential sector. In years where residential physical growth surpassed non-res, council would be required to lock this tax split. So you can see it move from 20.2 and 20.7, just work your way from left to right, or right to left, excuse me. Tax composition, the municipal tax impact to both residential and non-residential properties increased by 2.8%. The education impact diverged between the non-res and res classes. This was primarily due to the physical growth impacts discussed earlier. Finally, the homeland requisition decreased by approximately 10%. This was slightly abnormal. We checked with Homeland Housing over this, and Homeland is a part of a shared assessment base with Sturgeon County, Westlock, Redville, Morinville. This was due to a large upgrader project up north. And to our typical residential example, so a residential property with a base average and an assessment of 450,000. You can see from the 2021 tax year at 435 to 450,000 is an increase of 3.4%. The municipal tax increase is the council approved 2.8%. The education levy was just slightly higher at 3%, and the Homeland Housing levy decreased by 10%. The overall tax increase to residential properties at this average 3.4% increase would be 2.8%. A non-residential example would be a warehouse or a commercial building valued at 950,000, falling slightly to 935,000, which is approximately a $15,000 decrease or a 1.6% decrease. The municipal levy, again, held at 2.8%, the parity within it. The education levy was actually down 0.5%, and that was due to the higher growth numbers in the non-residential sector, and the Homeland Housing approximately 10% for the non-residential sector. So that actually brought down the non-residential average to 2.2%. quick note on seniors property tax programs. The seniors homeowner tax grant program continues for 2022. It's $200 per eligible household. The uptake was 638 eligible properties in 2021. The senior property tax deferral program continues in 2022, and the program is administered by the province. 86 properties with a 2021 uptake. And a bit confusing, or for clarification, the 2007 annexation agreement ended in 2021. So all those remaining legacy properties will be transitioned to the City of St. Albert tax rates, which are higher than Sturgeon County's. There was communication provided in the fall of 2021 to those property owners affected. Beginning in 2022 tax year is when the new annex properties will be taxed at county rates for the next 44 years. So substantially longer than the original 2007 agreement, which was for 15.
What were we thinking?
And any questions?
Sorry. It's about time that those 2007 annex lands came in. But I just looked at Councillor Hughes and said, what were we thinking in negotiation? 44 years. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, in our defense, before everyone calls us idiots, because we're doing 50 years of land. That's why, right? So that way we weren't doing it before we thought it would have to be developed. One quick question. If you go back to slide 24, Steve, and just every time I see you, I just see air cadets. Just we were in air cadets together. So yeah. Anyway, that's how far back I go. So we had that the home on housing went down, and I'm just wondering, they typically always ask for more money. How is it that they ask for less? Do you know, did they have an exceptional year? Like, I just seem unusual that we are asking for less for the homeland housing levy. That was my question.
No, and that was our question to Homeland as well. We wanted to be sure because we're used to requisitions either staying the same, but it's part of the larger equalized assessment through, so Homeland housing requisitions through Sturgeon County, they requisition through St. Albert, they requisition through Westlock, Redwater, a number of smaller municipalities up north. And a larger upgrader was turned on in Sturgeon County, and that affected, and that typically one particular assessment wouldn't affect a requisition like that, but this one was in the $1 billion range. So certainly there was some assessment growth that occurred to our northern borders, and that affected the requisition change to the City of St. Albert for homeland housing in particular.
Okay, thank you. It's good news. It's like it typically goes up, it doesn't go down, so that's great. It's a small amount, but still. And this is the last time that we're going to see a tax increase below 3 for a long time. So that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you. Just a question. In our package, it's page 1182. Just unbelievable. It says the market value change. It says within St. Albert, market value changes are not, in italics, used to generate new tax revenue. City's practice is to adjust property taxes to rates as an offset to offset market value fluctuations, revenue neutrality. And yet so just, if you could just help me to understand that, because I must be missing something, because our baseline assessment value has gone from 435 to 450. So could you just clarify that for me?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Killick. Revenue neutrality is best explained by, I always use my personal example is 2007. We saw residential properties increase by 60%. So it was a large inflationary time, very similar to this one. The market was very hot, and we saw those assessments increase by 60%. Your tax notice didn't increase by 60% at that time. So what we do is we back off those increases, and we look at the total assessment base and what we're going to apply to it. So if we kept that mill rate the same from year to year, you would be subject to inflationary and deflationary pressures of the market. So we would have seen a large increase to residential properties for this year, for example, and then with the shrinking assessment base, we would have saw non-residential properties practically have no increase at all. So that basically through our math, that's what we're doing is we're basically negating those inflationary before we even start the assessment base, and that's what you're doing in budget in December. We're looking at what those numbers would be from a base level.
So this coming year, when again we've seen another big spike,
We would be starting from a base level or starting from zero.
okay, thank you.
Good.
Madam Mayor, can we get the slides? Like, there was a lot of good information in there. They're not.
Which slide do you want up?
Well,
Or do you want
like
those
the,
too?
I like
Yeah.
the deck.
Can we get those emailed to us, Mr. Bannerman? Your slide presentation?
You bet. Yeah, certainly. I'll provide it, but I'm not going to put my notes in there if that's okay.
That's okay. Because the notes say dumb it down for council.
No, certainly. But that was just for my notes, and I realized I'd better not put any comments that might not be a council appropriate. Let's put it that way.
No, that'd be great. And honestly, Mr. Hiltz, if ever your staff have the PowerPoints ready on the day that the agenda package goes out, we like to see them. So, and we can follow along. Yeah. That's all you had, Councillor Killick, you're good? Go ahead, keep going.
Just in comparison to when I look back at 2001, it showed res, service place, education, and homeland. And in this deck, it showed a combined res and service place mill rate. It was the total adds up correctly, but just wondered why it was trying to compare apples to apples from 2001 to 2022. And any reason that we combine the service place in with the res amount?
Through you, your worship, that was a decision of the 2005 City Council. So they chose, because of, I would say, service place at that time when it was built would have been controversial. They wanted to look at the capital cost of service place and that debenture loan. And they basically what they chose to do was use a 1 mill rate, not a split mill rate for all properties in St. Albert. And they wanted to, for transparency, they wanted the amount of that loan on each resident's tax notice. And you'll see that again this year, what you are paying for service place for the capital levy amount until 2024 or 25, excuse me.
Okay, so we'll see it and be able to do that apples to apples comparison.
It is typically part of the larger budget for the city, but that at that time, I believe service place, it was just the optics of seeing service place, and when it was being built, the council at that time wanted to be as transparent as possible. And that's why it exists on our tax notices today.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add some additional context as well. So as Stephen had mentioned, that was a sort of a decision back at the council the day when service place was built. It is not typical to have a specific debenture amount for a project shown separately on the tax rate bylaw. Your debenture payments are part of your municipal requisition that you do every year. So that was kind of a one-off that we probably would not recommend happen again. And I believe you were also referring to at one point there was an operating levy for service place on there. We removed that a couple of years ago. So when service place was first built, it was really kind of a real separate entity. But over the last many years, it's very integrated into our city operations now, and it's very difficult to separate out the operating. So a couple of years ago, we chose to remove that to have it separate on the tax rate bylaw. So it's just part of the general municipal requisition to provide all the services we provided.
Thank you. It did seem weird to me because it'd be like having a offsite levy line for Ray Gibbon Drive or something. I just didn't know why it was.
I think it was to provide, and I wasn't there, some assurance that once the debt was paid off, we wouldn't be paying for the capital side of it anymore. It would just drop off your tax bill. There was fear that it would just get absorbed into your taxes, and not worried about that kind of stuff anymore. We get pretty good details on debenture and when they expire. Yeah. Councillor Broadhead, you want to bring the motion forward?
I would, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, I move that bylaw 22/2022 being bylaw to authorize the rates of property taxation for 2022 be read a first time.
Awesome. Any comments?
Well, Madam Mayor, this is really what we're seeing today, the outcome of the debate that we had in November and December. And it takes the intervening time to put together the tax rolls and work out the year ends. And Mr. Bannerman puts together a great package. And in May, we pass the bylaw so that the tax notices can go out on time.
All right, anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Second reading.
That bylaw 22/2022 be read a second time.
Awesome. Anything further?
Nothing further, Madam.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. So it's coming up as Councillor Jolly is a no. She's not a no. She's just vacant. Okay, it's all good. Councillor Urbanski, do you want to do unanimous consent? Sure, go ahead. Number 3. No, unanimous consent, number 3. Yeah. It's on page 571 of your package. Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. We have consent to go to third reading. Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 22/2022 be read a third time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Motion passes unanimously, so that's it. 2.8. Well done, everyone. Now we're on the traffic bylaw, and I have, Colin Prywack, Manager Development Branch from Planning and Development, doing a presentation on seasonal outdoor patios. Hi, Colin.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I'll just.
Did I say your name okay? Is it Prywack?
It's actually Kriviak.
Oh, I'm never going to remember
Yeah.
that. keep testing me on it.
Okay. I'll just
Go
share
ahead.
my screen. I'll just share my screen here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Colin Kriviak. As mentioned, I'm the manager of the development branch, and I'll be presenting item 10.3 today, the proposed traffic bylaw amendment regarding seasonal outdoor patios. So I'll go into some background to start off. I would like to make note that when I refer to highway over the next few slides, in the traffic bylaw, highway includes any thoroughfare, street, and road in St. Albert, and also includes sidewalks. So I just want to mention that before I went any further. Traffic bylaw 18/2005 regulates traffic and highway usage within the city of St. Albert. In 2020 and 2021, council approved amendments to the traffic bylaw that allow pop-up patios on public right-of-way. So pop-up patios had been allowed in 2020 and 2021 until October 17th of each of those years. The proposed amendment aligns with the previously approved changes to the traffic bylaw that enabled a seasonal permitting process to support businesses requesting to set up temporary patios within the public road right-of-way, including sidewalks. So there's a termination date within the termination date within the bylaw is removed. Bylaw section is to be updated to reference specific requirements for seasonal outdoor patios, and there will be site-specific conditions appropriate to the particular location of a seasonal outdoor patio. Specifically, the amending bylaw adds a definition for seasonal outdoor patio. The the definition is an area located on a portion of a highway, including a sidewalk that has been configured for use as a place where the public may purchase food and drink for on-site consumption, and may include the placement of tables, chairs, and other furniture or objects typical of an eating or drinking establishment. Other aspects of the amending bylaw include that the city engineer or designate may grant a permit to operate a seasonal outdoor patio. So the applicant will still be required to apply for permits on a yearly basis that will be reviewed by the city engineer. Seasonal outdoor patios may be permitted to operate only between April 1st and October 31st in a calendar year. And seasonal outdoor patio must be operated in conjunction with and as an extension of an eating or drinking area on privately owned land, and contains washroom facilities available for use by patrons of the seasonal outdoor patio. The amended traffic bylaw will also state a permit for a seasonal outdoor patio may include conditions as a city engineer or designate may deem appropriate for the location, including conditions intended to minimize conflict between patrons and other users of the highway, to minimize safety risks arising from shared use of the space with other users of the highway, or to prescribe the allowed hours of operation of the seasonal outdoor patio. And the city engineer may revoke a permit for a seasonal outdoor patio if there are reasonable grounds to conclude that any condition of the permit or of the traffic bylaw is not being complied with, or if in the sole opinion of the city engineer, the existence of or operation of the seasonal outdoor patio is causing an unacceptable risk, safety hazard, or nuisance. So everything I've spoken about so far has dealt with seasonal outdoor patios on public land, so roads and sidewalks, etc. Now I'll turn to the seasonal outdoor patios on private land. So Land Use Bylaw 9, 2005 regulates and controls the use of development of land and buildings within the city of St. Albert. Temporary patios on private land are regulated by the Land Use Bylaw and require a development and building permit. So in 2020 and 2021, council waived development and building permit fees for temporary patios on private land. As provincial public health restrictions are no longer in place and businesses can now operate at full capacity, administration is recommending returning to the process of applying permit fees. I will make note, though, there is an alternative recommendation in the agenda report that relates to this, that states that 50% of all current development and building permit fees be waived for all temporary patios on private land in the 2022 calendar year. So I'll go into the recommendations now. So recommendations from staff are that bylaw 23/2022 being amendment to the traffic bylaw 18/2005 be read a first time. That bylaw 23/2022 be read a second time. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading, and that bylaw 23/2022 be read a third and final time. So that concludes my presentation, and administration is here to answer any questions you may have. Members of transportation and engineering are here as well to answer any specific questions that may come up within their area of expertise. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Got a question already from Councillor Killick.
Yeah, Colin, I just wanted to confirm that what you're proposing here in the first, second, third, fourth readings is that it would include the $79 development permit and the $170 or $97 building permit. That's, I know we want to move things along, but I just want to make sure that that is the motion that is on the floor, not one of the other ones that you would, alternatives.
So that is correct. So the recommendations are referring mostly to the traffic bylaw. Actually, all four pertain to the traffic bylaw. The alternative recommendation isn't one of the recommendations. So if the council were to stick with only the recommendations, the fees would remain in place as you mentioned, in terms of $97 for development permit and $197 for a building permit.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anyone else have any other questions? Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
I'll make the motion that bylaw 23/2022 being amendment number 22 to traffic bylaw 18/2005 be read a first time.
Awesome. Any comments?
Only that this was a carryover of a very successful program from last year that that we put in place to help deal with the impacts that businesses in our downtown and some of our private areas were experiencing due to the pandemic. And now I just think of this just is something that we can carry over into this year and maybe ongoing.
And you forever. Anything further? Anyone else? Call for the vote. Councillor Killick? Okay, votes closed, that's unanimous. Second reading?
Bylaw 23/2022 be read a second time.
Anything further?
Nope.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that is unanimous. Councillor Killick, you want to do unanimous consent?
That unanimous consent be given to consideration of third reading of bylaw 23/2022.
Awesome, thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That is unanimous. We can go to third reading. Councillor Mackay.
That bylaw 23/2022 be read a third time.
All right, call for the vote.
If one was open, I'd go there tonight.
That passes unanimously. All right, let's hope we see lots of patios this summer. No emergent items. We do have external council updates. I'm gonna read the list. Can you guys please just only report if it was earth shattering in your committees? So Councillor Mackay, anything with the Capital Region Wastewater Commission?
No.
Councillor Permansky, anything with the Arts Development Advisory Committee?
No, we didn't.
Okay, this is the best. Councillor Killick, CSAC?
We picked up a whole bunch of garbage along the river, so that was earth shattering.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, wait, we'll come back to that.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, Councillor Jolly. EMRB servicing plan. Have you guys met?
No, our next meeting hasn't even been determined.
Okay, good. Councillor Broadhead, the EMTSC.
Board meetings tomorrow, or Thursday.
Can I ask a question? Is there a plan for the branding announcement?
There is.
If you don't want to tell me, we can wait.
No, there's a plan. Edmonton has asked for consideration of a just some work before it goes public.
Okay, thanks. Edmonton Sleuths?
Are nothing of import to.
Okay. Councillor Hughes, the Waste Minimization Advisory Committee?
Nothing lately.
Where there was no Emergency Management Committee. Councillor Killick picked up garbage for EAC. Is there anything else? Honestly, I think that was awesome. Did you get some pictures?
yes, and it was posted on the St. Albert city website.
Oh,
So,
good. Okay, I'll have to look at them.
And there are pictures, yes.
Councillor Bermansky, was there an intercity forum on social policy in the last couple of weeks, I guess? Yeah, okay. The Internal Audit Committee is next Tuesday. Police Committee.
No, we'll meet next week.
Okay. Seniors?
Nope, there's no meeting this month as well.
Okay. Look at how fast we can go when we're late at night. Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance, Councillor Killick?
Nothing to update.
All right, that's it. I'll get Councillor Jolly to maybe submit hers in writing because she missed this. Okay, Councillor Killick, I'm going to get you to read your motion on the solar display into the record, and then I'll open up for questions. Oh, what? No, we're good. That's right.
That administration provides recommendations for council consideration of the cost, timelines, and recommended funding source that will allow for the real-time web page. Allow for the real-time web page displaying of the solar data from Service Place is described in option 2 on IR 22-003, no later than by the end of Q4 of 2022.
Okay, before I accept that, does anyone have any questions for Councillor Killick or administration? All right, seeing that it's probably all answered in the IR that he's put in, so I'll accept your motion, Councillor Killick. Go ahead with opening comments.
Thank you. This has been a somewhat complex request. It started out, as you may recall, when our Drawson put some solar panels on their little arena, and they had a big announcement. They were displaying that data publicly, and my request was that we could do something similar to that. It would be great to have that data available from Service Place. So system was turned up late last year. I'm sure it would be great information to share with the public. It's a flagship system that we have running there, and displaying it would I think help also gain some confidence in our data that we're going to be bringing forward for the commercial solar farm. So my request was to keep it as simple as possible. We already, surprisingly, when I looked into this, provide the solar data on the web. Anybody can search it and find it on the city website for the bus barn. So we already actually supply or provide that data to the public for the Des Leggett location. And this request is simply to do the same thing for Service Place. It seems like there are many communities around the province that all do the same thing as well for all of their public sites that are funded with public money. So we should have a fairly straightforward way of providing that data to our residents.
All right. Anyone else on debate on Councillor Killick's motion? Well, that was easy. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. You're right, that was less than 5 minutes. Okay, I know there are a few IRs out there, and I will call on you because I actually tried to save them. Where am I? Okay. IR and youth mental health supports. Who was that?
That was me.
That was you, yeah.
Because I'm a youth. Is it possible, do you want me to read it in now?
Yes, please.
Is it possible to provide a list of available city and community supports programs or organizations that deal specifically with youth mental health in St. Albert?
Awesome, thank you for that. Councillor Killick, you had one on trees. Do you have?
Yes.
Okay.
This IR that I sent in that came out when I looked at the service level documentation. There's no actual service level stated for tree replacement. So this was an IR that would read, is there an inventory of dead trees removed from boulevards that have not been replaced? How much would it cost to replace them? What would it cost to have a service level that when a dead tree is removed, that it would be replaced within 12 months? Could a tree replacement level of service be developed prioritizing replacement of trees on boulevards in residential areas within 12 months and a second level of 24 months for other areas such as parks, non-residential streets?
Awesome. I had two related to the free youth transit. Number one was, do we track the number of youth who are utilizing this program? And do we know which routes are the most heavily used and at what times? And my second was, In approximately 2008-2019, council allocated $70,000 to do a feasibility study to see if we could offer our transit service to the school boards in replace of their current contract with the yellow school buses. Can we hear what happened to that study? Goes to my memory, I guess. Is there any more that I forgot? I tried to keep track of them, Cheryl.
Yeah, we have one more from Councillor Jolly, but she's not here to read it in to the record.
Okay. So can we just put it on the website?
Yep.
Is that what we, no, is that what?
Yeah, it does go on the website. You're correct. It goes on the member site and the website and then the response.
Which one was it?
It was, what do the dark green and dark blue represent? And then she's got for the greenhouse gas emissions by source.
Out of the
Yeah, the
environmental
chart.
report.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. As long as the Gazette knows what we're asking, I think that's the point of reading them out, right? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I tried to keep track of them, so I forgot one. All right. Anyone else have any new IRs? Recreation? Are you going to wait? Or so that would be a notice of motion. You're going to wait? Okay, you can wait. She's thinking. June 7th is our next meeting. Yeah. Before you even put the notice of motion on the floor. Although, David, if she's already given council notice of motion, she can trigger it whenever you want. Like the 3 weeks is for us to have notice that she's bringing it forward. We've known for months that she wants to do this motion on non-res fees. Does she have to wait? Does the
So the
3 weeks trigger when she reads it into the record?
I think that the time starts to run from when it's read in, is it not? Yeah, exactly.
Why don't you read it in? And if you don't want to, you don't have to put it forward. Okay.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it all night. So I'm going to read into the record, and that way we can, we're supposed to hear back by the end of the month for one thing, so we'll see how it goes. That effective, right now we have September 1st. I'll look for administration's feedback about the feasibility of that versus October, but for now we'll put September and leave it. That effective September 1st, 2022, the City of St. Albert implement non-resident recreation user fees and charges for programs and services which are higher than those charged to St. Albert residents, with the exception of those non-residents from municipalities that have an intermunicipal collaboration framework, memorandum of understanding, or other partnership or contribution agreement pertaining to recreation, and that benefits both the city and the other party. And that administration bring back a report to council by the end of Q2 2022. And that, again, that date may change within a couple of weeks to give you guys a little bit of leeway on the implementation plan, fee schedule, and applicable programs and services. So for the Gazette that's looking for a summary of what I just said, we will be implementing non-resident user fees for recreation programs for those that do not have a contract with us. That's what we're looking at to do later on this year. That's it. Thank you.
Your work might just got heavier, Diane. We'll have to pass the motion first, but okay. We have been extremely patient, so thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Hughes. Is that it now? No announcements, no other notice motions? Okay, I need a motion to go in camera. Mr. Hiltz, before we do, you need a mandate for 15-point run, right?
Yes.
Do you think Mr. Stovall would want to come back on June 7th to do the HR report?
I believe he can either do June 7th or June 20th.
Okay, yeah, because to tell you the truth, the HR report was not included in our agenda package.
Okay.
So,
It was sent to you guys prior to.
yeah, it's slotted to us in like February or something. So if council may or may not have remembered that or found it, so maybe we should postpone it to the 7th and include it in the package as a confidential report. Okay. Because I don't know, did you guys reread that HR report? Okay. Okay, so Cheryl, we're going to put 15.2 on the June 7th agenda. So we'll do 15.1 in camera and then 15.3 and 15.4. So I need a motion to go in camera for a personnel matter with section 24. Councillor Hughes, do you want to do this? Yes, 15.1.
We we remember which one of the FOIPs it is? Because I don't remember. the FOIP.
24-1C and 25-1C.
Okay. We go into King Camera under FOIP and 24-1C and 24-1.
25-1C.
25-1C.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That's unanimous. There will be nothing coming out of this that's public. So Rachel, you get to go home. Are you making me the Zoom host? Okay.